Microphone muted.
ไม่วะ เหนื่อยครับ สังเกตว่านักแข่งเซตฟอร์มมันแบบสวิงอะเดี๋ยวดีเดี๋ยวไม่ดี มีดรอปมีขึ้นมีลงครับ T2 Spirit
The B bomb site, and it's 5 players alive once again for Spirit. It's being outclassed in every facet of the game here.
That is sticking the landing in a ridiculous way. This was acrobatics, you know. It'd be like all the 10 scoring cards are coming out here because they had no time left. Even if they got the clean kill against...
Oh, yeah.
It just didn't matter.
Trying to go for the taps. Knew he didn't really have the bullets there. They should be hunting. They've got so much cash. Disappointing round from G2, missing a pretty pedestrian smoke towards long double doors. And not even just
เราดูอยู่เปล่า
giving Tania
ไอ้
opportunity
น้อง
to challenge that area.
Ascent TV
It's a freebie essentially. And Mattis just didn't stand a chance. I think he assumed the smoke was about to bloom and it never came. So it's unfortunate.
ทีมที่เจอฟุต
Time for them actually planting the bomb. Even though they get the kill in immediately,
วันเนี้ยนะ
it's half a second away from
KC
losing the round.
นะครับ เก่งครับ
Here we go then. 5 in a row.
ถ้าในรอบกรุ๊ปสเตจฟอร์มดีสุดแล้วครับ แต่วัดอะไรมากไม่ได้ เพราะว่าแต่ละทัวร์พวกทีมฟอร์มดีกรุ๊ปสเตจก็แพ้ได้เหมือนกัน
It'll be Zontix he's up against. But normally you're going to be flashing this one off before you commit. Let's see if Zontix is that way inclined as he walks straight into it. Okay, first advantage they've had in some time. 5 on 4.
รายการนี้เหรอ
This is actually a great mirror to the
สำหรับ
round
พี่
that was
เฉยๆนะ
4 or 5 where it was
ฟุตเป็นสังกัดตุรกีครับ ถ้าเป็นในวาโลตุรกี ล้วน ถ้าเป็นเคาน์เตอร์จะเป็น CS3
Zontix a little bit more forward, ends up going down. Now they're going into upper dark, and this is where I just want to remind you again, if you're heavy god here and you throw down utility, you gotta be ready for them to basically blast through. They're so good at wait, like they wait intentionally for the utility to be thrown, and then they just go. It's actually hard to deal with.
Here's the smoke from Heavy God. Again, alone, isolated, even with the man advantage, Anders. He needs to. One would be okay, but the bomb will be planted and the round's wide open. Nothing. And where is everyone else? Where are his teammates? Smoke's no good, at least. They have to re-smoke the double doors.
But they'll do that. Notoriously the hardest bomb site in the game to retake. What do you do?
I just can't believe he's got 0 backup there.
Yeah, that is
เนี่ย
disappointing.
ควันแม่งเต็มไปหมดอะ
Just anything, yeah, right? Anything.
Would have taken that one. Donkender back. And Tania with his aim trained. Yeah, you kind of have to. Here come the flashbangs to try and get in. Everyone is blind, including the CTs running into the site. That's not ideal. Yeah, they might be blind, but they're still getting the kills. Shiro picking up Mattis.
Oh, so they go through the double doors. They flash themselves.
Yeah.
ใช่แล้วเกต
And
ถู
yeah,
กต้อง
this round, they had the opening kill there. Rinko had to work super hard for that one, taking a massive risk in towards lower. And I can't comprehend why in a 5-on-4 advantage, you don't at least have someone outside the double doors, just providing a bit of assistance, like you said, a bit of utility, anything. Why is he isolated like that?
Super, I think, worth noticing again how little respect Spirit have for the smoke that Heavy God throws, though. Yeah, they just don't care. And this is like a really, really big theme for them.
and they even miss their double door smoke.
Yeah.
And they don't get punished for it.
That's really good. Yeah, if someone had been there in the middle, that would have been potentially round ending.
Oh, that's gutting for G2. All right. Wrinkle's still 12-1 by the way.
Yeah.
And we're going into round number 10.
โอ้ยไม่ทันแล้วครับผมพี่แข่งมาไม่ทันสักคน
Not weak at all. We'll give them that.
Good utility out long from the CT side, like Mahone has been talking about in one of these videos going into the game. Exactly what they're doing here. They Molotov and incendiary out the blue container. Donk is about to be let loose on the.
โหดองอุ้ย
Ridiculous player.
เหี้ยมันบ้าจัด
Oh, they get rid of
Pack it
Nuts.
up, boys.
Round is probably over. Bomb is a little bit further back, but I mean, who cares?
You got to save again.
Yeah.
Wrinkle will be happy with that. Keep the stats going.
He's
Look,
just.
look how much they're winning. They can justify having Tanir outside the long double doors.
Yeah. If you're Mats,
That's
you've
how
gotta be
confident they are.
thinking, like, what is going on?
God, this is brutal. Throwing the towel. They're not defending themselves.
That's true. Yes. Where's the referee? Hunter. Best you could do is save.
They've already used 2 timeouts as well.
มันต้องพา Viperdemon ดิวะ
The half is cooked.
At least they won the
เฮ้ย
pistol.
แต่เมื่อกี้ดองออกมาเปิดมันโคตรน่ากลัวเลยว่ะ
It was.
Follow-up conversions, 3-0, now 7 in a row. This time, all 5 members do go down. They will have a strong buy still. This shot from Doc is so sick. He does damage on the second as well. We get 1 from Nerds there, but
แม่งยิงไป1ตัวอีกตัวเหลือ40โดนเนตปิดเกม
ridiculous. The fact they're planting on the B side of the map, he's outside long doors, is so crazy. They're just having fun out there, toying with their food. Partial buy as well, double scout setup. Oh, that says it all, the look on their face.
Yeah, you just lost 7 rounds in a row. Smoke is up for long, but there are no CTs there to kind of back it up.
You're in the wrong place in the map every single time. The rounds haven't even been competitive. You have to save because you're being caught around the map.
เหี้ย G2 หลุดจัดอ่ะ
Beautiful shot, that's round.
And a completely different look from Spirit, right? They've been so slow. Now, fast, long, no one's ready for it. And you don't have the weapons either.
Well, everyone's contributing on the Spirit side, looking calm, confident, capable.
I mean, they're coming into this tournament
Has he saved his
as the team.
scouts?
Surely not. Go on, Wrinkle. See if you could do anything more. But they're kind of the team to take down, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
See if anyone's going to be able to. Donk here holding on to the bomb site. Tania to get the kill.
ต้องลองแคนว่า
A little bit more damage.
ในเว็บเหรอ
Maybe get some more
ทำไม
control.
ChatGPT มันก็มีแคนวาสอะแคนวาสใช่ไหม
Very nice.
8 in a row
เหมือน
for
พี่
Spirit.
เจนรูปเสร็จแล้วมันให้เอาไปทำแคนวาสต่อเลยด้วย
Done here, unfortunately. They just say they haven't turned up.
We overpromised. Henry.
Yeah, this could be game of the day. It is Spirit's pick. We'll say that. Is Cash up next? But I just want to confirm this. I was looking at the map data before. I'm pretty sure G2 have only played it once.
Ooh.
And they lost to Big 13-5 at EWC.
Okay.
So they've picked Cash. I couldn't tell you what. I guess that they're confident in practice.
อืม
Not much tape on them, I suppose. They're looking to catch them off guard. The thing is, we saw Spirit on Cash already, and they looked very comfortable. And there's even Donk,
Yeah.
who obviously didn't play it in CSGO or anything like that. He looks like it was a second home for him.
Flick opportunity. Wrinkle was already low.
He also got 2 aces in 1/2 from Cash.
He did also do that. Just casual day in the office for Donk. But, yeah, headline breaking for anybody else. Round number 12, last of the half.
เชื่อมกันเหรอ
Spirit are looking to win 9 in a row.
เพราะตอนแรกแคนวาสมันก็มีเว็บในเว็บแยกอีกอันเป็นของแคนวาสมันเองก็เลยงง
Welcome here.
แต่ได้ยินคนพูดมา
Goes up.
สักพักแล้วไม่ถึงอาทิตย์
Again, he's so tagged up
บอกให้ลองใช้แคนวาส
That's a really impressive shot, but the Molotov surely gonna kill him. It'll be Suntix with a bullet.
CSG2 ไม่ไหวแล้ว
Heavy guard on the wrong side of the door. They're gonna lose Hunter as well. It's all gone horribly wrong here. Another plant at the B bomb site and a 2v3 in the after plant. G2 desperately want another round, but Amauchiro is gonna let them. Nerds going down, leaving Matters. He's been struggling, like he's been out long the whole time trying to do anything, but it's not even his fault. Like
ลิงเคิลมัน14-4เลยวะโหดจังวะ
After being up 3-0, it will be 9 rounds in a row. Very disappointing for G2. Like I said, Anders, feels like we're done here.
It really does. There we go. 9-3. That's 9 in a row, ladies and gentlemen, at the end of the half.
We're at the Asus ROG lab. It's Maui Snake and Vu, and we're going to be looking at some clips of pro players from last events. And without the nameplates, we're going to try to guess who created the highlight.
And this should be easy because we're looking at it in lightning fast refresh rate on pristine color from Asus ROG.
We're going to be keeping score.
แต่ว่าลินเคิลมันก็ดูยิงอยู่นะ
Your guess, you are locked in.
We're keeping score. I thought this was just for science.
Science and fun. All right, let's roll the first clip. I can tell you.
อาจจะเป็นระบบยังไม่ลงตัว
From 2025.
Who has these gloves?
Yeah, so weird skin combo.
Doesn't Brokey have? This is broken. It's broken. Lock it in. It's
แค่
broken.
ไม่มีแข่งครับ
It's like they're gonna lose this map.
Yeah.
He thinks about going for the night kill.
ไม่มีแข่งไม่มีผู้สนับสนุน
Someone and everyone's like, Brokey's got it, and then he's right back to being the bomb.
ไม่มีแข่งคนก็ไม่เล่น
The Huns 2025.
I know who this is. I can't remember his name.
Thought it was scored maybe is.
คิดว่าบ้านเราใครได้เป็นแชมเปี้ยนบ้าง
Okay, yeah.
Someone else. Okay, if we can't remember the name.
ตอนนี้ก็มีเป๊ปเปอร์เล็กกับหน่องชิมแล้วใช่ไหมพี่ว่าทีวันเนี่ยแหละได้ไปทีมไม่น่าพลาดครับเป๊ปเปอร์เล็กหน่องชิมทีวัน
I was watching this in my mind,
Yeah.
but I can't remember the name.
Yeah. 9.
Next up, Furia 2026.
Oh, this is K Serrato. This is going to be the pistol lace where he flicks right.
Oh, this is such a sick clip.
It's one of the best highlights of the year. I think it's 4 kills.
Let's say 4. This is like the
Really?
bounty, right?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's something like the bounty.
Yeah.
Yeah, moves to.
Oh
Yeah.
my god.
เผลอๆก็เนี่ยแหละ4ทีมบนนี่แหละ global T1
Yeah, that one.
ครบแล้ว
Next
เพราะว่า
clip is
global เดี๋ยวแพ้ลงมาก็ท็อป4ก็ได้แต้มพอ2ทีมนี้ไม่น่าเข้าชิงวาเล เจนจีแม่งเป็นไปไม่ได้ที่จะเข้าชิงครับ
He purposely looks into
แทบ
all the
แทบจะ
that he can flick.
ต้องใช้คำว่าแทบจะการันตีแล้วด้วยซ้ำอะตอนเนี้ย
His eye was gonna do
ฟุตครับ
a gratuitous
วันนี้ให้ฟุตครับ
to the right, yeah. This clip is Falcons 2025.
All right.
I'm taking Kyosuke. I think it's Kyosuke.
T1 กลับไปแล้วเมื่อกี้ชนะ KRX แบบชิลเลยครับ
Kyosuke 4.
The indecision in the action. Nico would have already thrown the nade, wouldn't have turned around.
Randomly swinging around shooting. That's
Yeah.
Kyosuke
Yeah.
in a nutshell.
Yeah, just looking for fights all the time.
T1 เจนจีก็ T1 อ่ะ เป๊ปเปอร์เล็กกับไอ้ T1 อ่ะเจอโลเวอร์เรา3
Well, GG.
global sport ลงมาหนองชิมเข้าชิง
Thanks to this Asus ROG.
หนองชิมอาจจะรอชิงกับ T1 ด้วยซ้ำตามเพจในเฟซ Canvas ทำเกือบหมด พวกเพจในเฟซอะนะเดี๋ยวต้องลองละเพราะว่าพี่เจนภาพทุกครั้งอ่ะเหมือนพี่ใส่รูปพี่ไปเจนทุกครั้งแม่งหน้าพี่เจนเปลี่ยนทุกครั้งอะหน้ามันก็แบบเหมือนเป็นลายน้ำอ่ะนึกออกไหม
Absolute disaster. What a meltdown. And you have to say, Spirit has looked very, very good, but GT just didn't get a look into the majority of those rounds.
Yeah, it was a great T-side for Spirit, and it set them up very, very nicely. Flash is going over towards long. We already got one smoke for the cross, and they don't have a second one, so they're kind of...
อุ้ย
Joking?
แต่ลิงเคิลนี่ช่วงนี้ผลงาน
Okay,
Okay,
we know
but-
exactly what's coming now. Man advantage, and it will tuck himself away.
UK แม่งช่วงนี้ฟอร์มกำลังมาหลายทีมหลายคนอยู่
Over towards the A side itself.
There's no kit in this round, but there is a smoke on Suntic, so even if it's a 10-second defuse, you could put some pressure on to try and slow this down a little bit. Shiro, again, just putting some bullets towards the site. Anyone down at long.
ทีมมันไม่ได้พร้อมขนาดนั้นนะ
Heavy God.
คิดว่าทีมที่เข้าชิงผู้เล่น5คนแม่งต้องพร้อม
Moment to strike here.
เจนจีชุดนี้
Entire time.
2 คนที่มาใหม่ดูอีเพนน่านี่คือไว้ใจไม่ได้เลย
To snipe away any defusers in this round. Max is trying to do the best
หนัก
he
อะ
can to buy time. Tania continuing. His third headshot.
ลัสเข้าก็
Oh, heavy God.
There's that pit position. Oh!
ทีมแห่งไอตัวผู้เล่นอนาคต
Blasting.
เพิ่งมาแป๊บเดียว
Magics.
ไม่น่าพร้อมขนาดนั้นครับ ดูทีมอื่นแล้ว
Him.
พร้อมกว่าเยอะครับ
Can't believe that.
ถึงบอกว่าไม่อยากจะเอาผลงานในกรุ๊ปสเตจมาตัดสินตอนนี้เพราะแต่ละทีมพอเข้าเพย์อินเพย์ออฟมันเหมือนคนละทีมอ่ะ
Oh, yes, he was CT indeed. Looked like they had a fighting chance there for a second. Even in the 2 versus 1, you think that P250 is going to come out on top, but first bullet from Magix. It's an absolute peach of a shot.
That's 10 in a row anyway.
That is 10 in a row, 10-3. Yeah, cash round the corner. Last chance saloon. At least got the bomb planted. They do have a buy here and some damage on the cross.
Yeah, we promised at the start this would be one of the most exciting series. There are no
มี
refunds.
ฟูลเซนครับเหมือนทีมเดิม
It is what it is.
เฮ้ย
You can't control it.
ลุยเป้านีโอวันนี้ยาว
To watch it, like
No,
in
it
terms of the
hasn't.
skill and what we're seeing from Spirits, like they might be the favorites, absolute favorites at this point for the trophy here in Porto.
I actually think it's also more exciting because it's not just Donk wrecking people. Like, it's Spirit as a whole. It's like a united machine playing really well. And that is, it's fun to watch Donk, but it's also good for the longevity of the Spirit team to be able to do this.
Yeah, difficult to poke any holes in them right now. Like, every map we've seen from them, admittedly only 2, has been pretty spectacular. And this one is no different. Coming in hot from the EWC victory. Stacked tournament, but still the favorites are Spirits.
Yes.
We'll see this forced by actually have a decent start here.
That's sick. Sick timing. Only Son 6 left.
shot the
He's
bottle.
going to be found.
ๆเฮ้ยมันจะยิงเฮียโมลี่ทิ้งเลยเหรอวะเกินไปหรือเปล่า
That first kill, because if we can, what you're going to see is that they throw the crisscross smokes, but they're actually already making the flank towards B. By the
Magic
time
just
that second
gang-gang
second,
wah.
like they're basically running through it. Like, it's such a cool timing to find.
Felt like Donk was ready for them. Did a bit of damage, but he goes down with nothing. And Zontix, pressure either side. Caught off with the Molotov coming through the smoke. Give him his position. Just about containing now.
Yeah. How much could Tinia do? He's been looking pretty solid. Top fragging for Spirit at the moment. Couple of bursts coming out. They pick up a rifle as well there, the Galil. Okay, the rest are going to run elsewhere. They don't want to fight any longer, and that's fair enough. That breaks the 10-round streak. Finally, after winning the pistol in the first couple of rounds in the first half, what seems like an age ago, G2 back on the board now for a 4th round. So look at the smoke landing as they're already on this side.
Playing in front of that util. Good shot from Heavy God. Hasn't really done much here on Dust 2, but that's a very impactful kill if they can get going here on the T side of Dust 2 and give Spirit a taste of their own medicine. Maybe it's going to be a much closer game. Needed that. The miracle lands in their favor. Tech9s and Deagles prevail. But a few weapons saved here. 2 M4s. The Danger Man, Donk. M4A4, Shiro with the other rifle.
I think he's just going to go fast short.
ข้างหลังผู้เล่นคือใช่แล้วครับข้างหลังผู้เล่นคือโค้ชครับเคาน์เตอร์โค้ชยืนอยู่ข้างหลังเลย
You wait and hear the long
มัน
utility.
พอใจใครก็ใกล้มืออะ
Can see you, and
หวดได้เลย
that short position very quickly.
The
เฮีย
smoke hits a B as well.
เข้าคอกแบบนี้
Actually, a bit of
คายกล
stack here. We have got 4 CTs.
บอกเลยว่าเต็มกราฟ
Buckle your seatbelts. G2 committed towards A.
Yeah, they've chosen to attack the strongest part of the map. They have no
เฮ้ย
information
ให้
about
น้องสวยละอุ้ย
Fires a dunk, but he's got a weapon on the other side. Magix with the SMG. Mattis actually comes flying through. It's a really good kill. Bomb being attempted now, but Teniz creeping up. He's got the M4 back in his hands. Just a couple of bullets. Pulls off. Mattis.
That was the kill.
Oh, the Tech9. He was struggling in the first
So
half.
close.
He's up to 12 now. And Son6, surely they won't let him clutch this round. He's sneaking up towards that elevator position. Sees the top of his head, but Rinko rock solid. 16 on him. G2 back-to-back rounds.
Has to be the eco now. Like we said, it was an all-out brawl in towards A. Donk did a ton of damage through the smoke, but standing in the flames as well. Had to get that reloaded towards Goose. Mattis taking matters into his own hands, leaps through the smoke. Tanir getting that rifle, couldn't quite find the double kill. Timing eludes him, and Mattis with the Tech9 takes him down. All of a sudden, they're back into the game. 10-6, full eco here.
I don't know about you, Henry, but the longer this goes, the more of a chance that Heavy God can actually get into the game. And that could change things, right?
Oh, absolutely.
อ้าว
An absolute superstar in the making is Heavy God.
Oh, they haven't checked the car. Donk is here. If he stands up,
เชียลิงเกิลแม่ง17-5เลยวะ
against that AWP. Oh, but
Uy.
he's being checked. Nicely done, Heavy God, making sure that nothing goes awry. Yeah, this round is on lockdown. 6-10. I mean, the mood is going to change on Spirit. I don't think they're panicked or worried yet, but I don't know.
คิดว่าถึง9นะ
More
เพราะ
rounds
บิด
like this for G2, and it will be a very different atmosphere on the CT side for sure.
Absolutely. Felt like we were in cruise control after the pistol victory. The second round forced by pays dividends. All of a sudden, it's a very different looking G2 here. 9-3 down at half after winning the pistol, going up 3-0.
They actually they have more kills, Henry, G2 than Spirit do. In spite of being, I mean, they saved a lot, right?
They did save a lot. But still, that is a wild stat, considering the scoreline and how the first half went. I guess, yeah, they were just saving a lot, huh?
That must be the explanation. It's kind of a rare thing to see, I feel like. Wrinkle, obviously, with 18-5. I think he's 9-0 or 9-1 at some points.
So, tactical timeout. First one used by Spirits.
ดองเหรอ ยังครับคู่นี้ดองบอกยังไม่ต้องถึงมือ ยังไม่ต้องเอาจริง
Very bare bones as well in terms of the util.
โอ้โห คืนนี้วาโลพลาดไม่ได้ KC กับฟุตวันนี้ ฟุตชนะฮิเลติกได้ไปเลยมั้ง อีกคู่หนึ่งไฟฟักลิควิดก็สำคัญเหมือนกันโอ้เดือดอะวันนั้นเรียบร้อยดองโหดขนาดไหนก็ เขายกให้เป็นผู้เล่นที่เก่งสุดในโลกตอนนี้ทุกคนเพลเยอร์พูดเป็นเสียงเดียวกันคือผู้เล่นที่ไม่จะเก่งจริงๆอ่ะผู้เล่นนักแข่งทุกคนมันต้องพูดถึงหรอกปะส่วนมากนักแข่งก็พูดถึงดองเกือบทั้งหมดเนี่ย
This could be interesting. Oh, they fall back from that upper dark position. I kind of wish that he would have kept pushing Sontix over on that side. Somehow they've managed to crush it on long. What's going on?
Oh, that's the bomb. That's presumably round as well. 50 seconds. You got two players to get through. We've got him long doors. Oh, wow. Brave maneuver. Nice Molotov. And yeah, they still have the bomb on their side of the server. It's Magic's recovering the AWP. Like we said, that money was very weak coming to this one. So trying to min-max the round. High risk maneuver running in there, making the audible cues as well, but no problem.
อารมณ์ประมาณนั้นนะครับช่วงซิมเพิลพามๆอะไรประมาณนั้น
Smoke and response. Good luck. That is 100% round now. Can't win it. 11-6.
Bit of a shame with the setup once they get the opening kill on Shiro there, and it looked like it was a little bit panicked for Spirits. Look at this flashbang that's set up by Hunter. Like this is a great setup for it. No chance. But after that, they don't have anything else to show for it.
เหี้ยส่งแฟลชแบบเมื่อกี้แม่งเฉียบอ่ะ
Rough. Spirit return. They pick up another round. 11-6 now. And you were right. The money was starting to dwindle on the CT side, so it's a huge boost.
Yeah, with 4 surviving, recovering the AWP as well. Absolutely true. Now they have all the grenades, defuse kits, recovered a sniper, and we'll get into it.
Bit of a beast spawn here.
Very much so, yeah. One of the few maps you can play around the spawns on his dust suit. I don't think they'll be rushing it necessarily. Let's see whether Wrinkle can find an opener with his decent spawn. Oh, there is a chance.
แชมเปี้ยนของ CS คือ CS Major ครับมีปีละ2 ครั้งครับ มีปีละ2 ครั้ง
So, initial stages of the round over. No aggression presented by either side. Going through the defaults now. Aiming for short control. Nerds flashed in. No one home. T-side Molly in response will hold him at bay. Grenade chips away at Nerds. Not significant damage, down to 88.
Feels like this could end up at the A-bomb site when they've already got Heavy God this far out long. Tania pretending. Second flash is where he goes for it, and it's the first one was just a bit of a taste of what was to come.
Really nice play. Gets a lot of information, Anders. Gets them a man advantage, and it wasn't really risky either. You've got 2 flashes there. You've got a massive advantage of that 1v1.
Those small tricks we didn't see out of G2.
Yeah, true. Like they weren't as active.
Yeah, they would
sit back and just wait for the jewels. Oh, there's a gap in that smoke. You're getting a free kill.
Yeah, you are exactly right. Reading the future, Henry. Tania is out long. Oh, what is going on? All right, so at least Wrinkle gets that one, but it looked like Mats's mouse just kind of flew across the table. Don't know what's happening any longer.
Still a chance, I suppose.
There is. Nurse finds one.
นี่อ่ะ นี่อ่ะ
Ice cold.
Yeah, he's very, very good. He was so
How do you-
see he was sick there as well.
How does he not get baited into the shot the first like 5 times that he does it?
I don't know. I don't know, Anders. If I did have
ถ้าฮีโร่พลาดก็คือตาย
the first flash, so sick than the second as well. He just
ยากกว่าวาโล
Like I said, I'm not sure if they missed through the smoke slightly, but I don't think there should be that sort of gap on the cross. Well, it seemed like a decent recovery here in the second half, winning that second round force fight and getting 3 in a row. Might be all she wrote, I'm afraid. 6 opportunities for Spirit to close things out. Tania looking red hot with 15 kills. Everyone else is contributing. Everyone hovering around 10 kills otherwise.
Tania playing very well, even now that Hallie is back, maybe putting some of the conspiracies to rest.
True.
It was always a bit ridiculous, but fair enough. I kind of get it.
Last chance alone for G2. Couple of pistols. Galil. And AWP of Wrinkle.
Yeah, let's go.
Wrinkle's 19-7, and they're about to potentially lose 13-6.
Yeah, if you just cover the rest of the scoreboard for the team,
Yeah.
if you're a G2
Looks
fan,
great.
you're thinking, oh, this is sweet.
It's going well.
Oh, it's not going all out. Shiro with
No,
the
number one, don't do it again.
kickback. He wants
GG.
it. The pressure is on. Deep grenade. Heavy gods. He hasn't got activated at all. Now the Molotov to force him into the fight.
โหดร้ายที่สุด
5 kills in round number 90 is such a rare thing.
He's just DMing. Okay, well that's GG, ladies and gents. That was the pick of Spirit, I suppose. Cash up next, Sanders. A G2 have never picked up a win on it. They played big at EWC and lost 13-5.
And we promised
เยอะจริงครับ เงินเดือนนักแข่งเยอะครับ ยิ่งเสียทีมดังๆนี่โอ้โหรวยจัด
They've obviously been prac. There's not
แต่
much
กว่าจะถึงขนาดนั้นก็ไม่ง่ายครับ
they might not have had a good game there, but they've obviously been working on
ทำไม
it
วาโลไม่ให้
as
โค้ช
well.
มายืนข้างหลังพวกนี้แบบ CS ครับ
Mouse did it.
Mouse
ดูโค้ชวาโลแต่ละคนเนี่ยครับผมทุบโต๊ะกันไม่หยุดเลยเขาเป็นห่วง
Right away. Maybe G could do
ความปลอดภัยของผู้เล่นไงวาโลอ่ะ
See them on cash, but this Dust 2 map is it's been brutal. 3 versus 5. Hunter on 4 kills. Nerds and Mats see if they can find an entry here. Shiro
อย่ารอดไงวะ
missed the flick, but it doesn't really matter. There's so little time in the round. They have to fight their way onto a bomb site. Some utility on
มันก็แล้วแต่สไตล์คนจัดไงไลออดเขาทำอย่างนี้แต่แรกอยู่แล้วอยากให้โค้ชแบบดูแบบมืออาชีพอ่ะมีดูนั่งดูจอผู้เล่น5คนจาก observer อะไรเงี้ยมันก็เป็นอีกสไตล์หนึ่งเคาน์เตอร์มันเป็นสไตล์นี้มานานแล้วมันไม่ได้มีคอมให้โค้ชยืนดูจากข้างหลัง
should be a GG at this point, Anders. 20 seconds and they go towards B.
And there's a stab in the back in here, making sure
GG
they
up.
are all the way dead. Hunter and CT spawn fine by Shiro. It's a nice triple for the Spirit Sniper. It is a 13-6 victory. Very comprehensive, isn't it?
Absolutely, after being down 3-0 as well, it's Spirit, one of the best looking Dust 2s you're ever going to see. Can G2 bounce back on cash? Time will tell.
If G2 are to bounce back on cash, we're going to see that need
พลาดวันนี้โค้ชยืนข้างหลังวันนี้น้องจริงโดนแล้วอ่ะโดนอเล็กแล้วอ่ะต้องมีสักตุ๊บอ่ะบอกเลย
Once we get to the gun rounds, once we get to the moving, we saw some weird after plant situations where it's a 5v5. They weren't even fighting at times, and it will go to reflect this in the scoreboard because the scoreboard is kind of weird, right?
Yeah, it's kind of you set up all the win conditions for G2 heading into Spirit's map, pick Dust 2, win the pistol, convert, get Wrinkle off to a good start, get the orb in the hand, you know, early on, and you get that all going for you, yet you still get dismantled on Dust 2, and if anything, it speaks volume to how well Spirit is playing the map, how structured they are. You even see on the scoreboard, the problem for G2 was that a lot of the rounds were decided by not retaking or not being able to retake that A bomb site, and Spirit had a field day just walking all over that C side. Roger, you were getting a little bit frustrated in the green room, saying that you have to do something to disturb Spirit before they get to execute. If you don't, they're just gonna run away with it.
Yeah, like I actually think they had that idea in the beginning. Like the first weapon round, they throw this combo that I think it was Henry talking about, where they spawn lower and smoke it all at the same time. Like to slow down the timeline, so you don't have to waste your util instantly in the round. So they have to use their util to kind of reclaim territory before they, you know, go up and just execute upon you. But I do also want to say that playing passive against Spirit.
ฟูเซนเปลี่ยนผู้เล่นเหรอพับจีอ่ะ
Whatever route they want to pick, that it's gonna be impossible. Like we learned it the hard way in Astralis, lost 10 million times to them on Dust 2 until we actually start, you know, thinking, okay, how do we actually get the game?
หมายถึงในสตรีมเหรอครับน้อง SS Con
I also think like if if you look at Hunter's first half, like he was the wrong place at the wrong time, out of position.
ซูปเป็นหลักครับซูปแล้วก็คลิก YouTube ฮะ
I think he will be a little bit disappointed, not because of the shooting, but because he didn't really read the game.
จริงๆไงฝากไปกดติดตามซูปกับคลิกก่อนนะแต่ถ้าเราสะดวกที่ทวิตอะให้ย้ายไปสิ่งที่คลิกนี่หรอไหม
I'm not going to blame the other supporting cast, but I mean, you need to capitalize on when your AWP has been able to find you so much.
แต่ถ้าดูในคอมก็อย่าลืมฝากซูปไปด้วยหนึ่งช่องทางตัดไปครับอยากเห็นดองจับเจ็ตโอ้โหชิบหายละดองบอกว่าไม่ชอบสไลด์
I agree, Renke tried his absolute best to be a bit aggressive to go out there and find fights, but it wasn't enough. And you know, the few times they moved over to the B bomb side as well. I think we saw Dong in an entry duel. You know, he got one kill, got traded straight away, but that one kill was enough to open up the B bomb side for then the second guy to be stuck on side behind a Molotov. So in terms of Dong's performance as well, may not pop off on the scoreboard, you know, the same way you've seen him done before, but the raw impact, the sheer impact of doing something like that, also making sure that you install a bit of fear in the B bomb side, so it's not going to be an A simulator all the time. It was just a very well-structured T side from Spirit.
Well, we're going to learn some more about Wrinkle, this time from a teammate. Have a listen to this. How happy are you with like Wrinkle's input on these CT sides and what he's been able to do? Because in the last game at least, he completely took over.
You know, something about Winkle that I really like is the way how he is like deciding what he wants to do, and also like he's coming for you and says, let's switch, let's like all of these things like for Oper is super important. He's dictating the pace, and this is how it should be in every team.
A lot of the conversation around Wrinkle is just about aggression, but maybe you can give me some more insight, right? Because he surely does more than just add an aggressive Oper. What else does he change within the team?
Yeah, I mean obviously he's aggressive as everyone says, and everyone can see like he likes to do plays. I think he's a friendly guy and he can also hype the team. Yeah, he can give some good emotions, so it's really good. Yeah, he has it in himself. Maybe he didn't show it out, you know, like the monster from the side, but it can happen.
พี่เอ๋ยครับใช้จอของอะไรอยู่ครับแล้วรุ่นไหนครับ
ใช้จอของอะไรอยู่ใช้ของโซวี่ครับโซวี่400 Hz ครับผม
Small things may make a difference, but we didn't see it within Dust 2. And we were talking about what Spirit were able to do here. You mentioned
ไอตัวใหม่ที่มีไดแอก2ครับ
but I mean, if you can win like this without relying on Donk, and Tanir can have some moments as well. This is only
เอ้ยมันเนิร์ฟอันนั้นไปแล้วเหรอเนี่ย
One of the most comprehensive games I've seen from Team Spirit. As I said, they may be the best team in the world right now, but they've shown, you know, on certain maps, certain games, they weren't as clean as you'd like to. This is Spirit looking like the best Dust 2 team in the world right now. You know, Vitality have been struggling on it lately. They had that crown for quite some time, Casper, but I can't see any team playing Dust 2 to the level that Spirit is right now.
Completely agree, and we also need to remember that this is the map where the team wins. Spirit. I think when we go into cash, different story again. But at least it's healthy signs for a team like Spirit that they can go in on their map pick and rely on the team and not just Donk, you know, because they tried at times to.
แล้วตัวแดก3ได้ลองบ้างหรือยังครับถ้าลอง
แล้วตัวใหม่ไดยัก3ได้ลองบ้างหรือยังครับ
ยังเลยครับผม
เป็นไงบ้างครับ
ยังไม่ได้ลองเลยตัวนั้น
This game was like a really good example of that.
And looking at Tanir, we kind of get many different shades of Tanir right now in terms of what you can expect from him. But I think he is still holding his own, and I would say trending upwards in many ways.
Maybe a little bit, yeah. It's the consistency. I think everyone realizes how good he can be, and we see glimpses. We saw it at EWC in the grand final against FUT as well, where he at times took over. At times he was the player keeping Spirit alive. It wasn't about Shiro, it wasn't about Donk, it was about Tanir. So whether he's trending upwards or not, I don't know, but we keep seeing these glimpses. It's just about finding consistency. Because if you can enable this guy as being the third star of this team, they have everything it takes to be the best in the world.
100%. Like I especially loved like the way he was toying with Metis on his long lurks. Like the old Tanir would have jumped the gun when his teammates were meeting resistance entering the A bomb side, but he was super patient, knew exactly what was happening.
ใช่แล้วพี่หมิงวันนี้ผมเอาจริงผมบอกแล้ว
So I think the modern version, if he gets a little bit more, you know, calm under pressure.
2 ดาวให้กลายเป็น3 ดาวถาวรกดดีครับอ้าวซึมเลยมาอย่างงี้
but he also needs to specialize in a couple of more areas for my taste.
Okay, I like what you're saying, guys. Thank you very much for all of your time and thoughts. Cash is the one that's coming up next. This is T2 trying to punish Spirit, but they weren't able to even have a chance of that on Dust 2. It's time for them to reset, collect their thoughts, and come together to try and battle back within this series and see if they can take us to a FUT. We'll be back in just a few.
แพ้ได้อย่างไรได้รับร่างกำลัง2ร่างของแชมเปี้ยน2ทองคุณยังไม่มีครับโอ้โหไม่ได้สักตัว Holy shit สำนักอีมีวันนี้ฟุตครับฟุตกับลิควิดครับไม่แพ้แล้วมาไกลเกินไปแล้วครับผมไฟฟักให้ฟุตเลยครับ แต่ใจเชียร์ F มันคือเอาจริงคือมันน่าเชียร์แหละแต่พี่ว่ามันไกลไปละเฮ้ยช่วยซ่อมกระเบื้องในห้องน้ำสำนัก
ช่วยซ่อมกระเบื้องในห้องน้ำสำนักครับ EMEA ผมไม่เคยดูสักเกมขอเชื่อมือนะครับ
จัดไปครับขอบคุณครับผมเชื่อถูกวันแล้วฮะ1 ทอง 2 ดาวทั้งหมดเสีย3 บาท1 ทอง 2 ดาวเราไม่3 ดาวอยู่แล้วโลบจริงแล้วทีนี้กูอยากโลเลยโลหา3 ดาวที่คอมไหนดีรีโลแคสเปียนครับกับไอเนี่ยบอสซอมอ่ะเล่นง่ายสแลมเลยเดี๋ยววะดูก่อนบ้านแข่งหรือเปล่าอุ้ยเฮีย3 ดาว 2 ตัวแพ้ดิโอ้โหการเงินเราพังว่ะเฮ้ยพูดเป็นเล่นบ้านไม่แข่งจัดแต่เราชนะมาดูวะทำแล้วพอใช้ไอถ้ำครับใช้ไอถ้ำของไอถ้ำอ่ะ เฮ้ยขาดตัวเดียวขาดตัวเดียวออนตัวเดียวนั่งเหงาที่แพทใหม่มานะแต่ว่ามันกำลังจะเก็บตังค์แล้วอะครับแย่จัดเดี๋ยวดูแข่งแล้วอ๋อแพ้ว่ะเริ่มแล้วว่ะ
from shooting your teammates. Glad we don't have that anymore. Like it had a significant
Yeah, it was
impact
like
on the game.
$1,000 you
Yeah.
guys. Yeah.
พี่ก็อยากเล่นเหมือนกันได้ทำยังไงมันก็ต้องดูไอ้นี่ไง
Well, there we go. This first couple of rounds out of the way.
Just what they needed. As you mentioned, though, they had that 3-0 start on Dust 2, and then it's got absolutely walloped after that. AKs are coming out in the third.
Now, the MP7 on Heavy Guard at the start of this round, does that suggest that there could be some CT trickery? Like, do you want to push with it, or what's the plan here?
I guess because he's just going to be anchoring at the back of a bomb site.
Maybe it's alright.
He'll just be back, like, he can just go checkers and B, I suppose.
Okay.
And maybe he just feels more comfortable allowing Nerds to have the rifle. Yeah, maybe he's just opted for it. They've got some sort of boost going on in towards B as well.
Oh, they can look right over, but Sontic's seen it. Oh my god, that's close. I think if they managed to stabilize that boost a little bit earlier, then they would have been ready. Smoke for Shiro. Going to be flying all the way through to that top of highway position. And Donk is already in the middle. This could actually be a very fast split onto the A bomb site. We know how dangerous they could be. Although G2 actually not in a bad position for it.
Smoking off towards truck.
True.
Players up towards highway. Flashes coming through.
เอาไม่สวักเลยครับ
Needs to deliver. Players surrounding him. Teammate goes down.
This is a sick execute from Spirit.
It really is.
I don't think we've seen a lot exactly like this. They flashed their way through their own top highway smoke. So, and there's no other indication really that anything's happening on the A bomb side. Like they don't have those long smokes that land. They just run straight in there.
Well, this one's we talked about it being very telegraphed, the traditional A executions.
Right.
Like this one, you're not really sure what's going on. You've got no vision towards highway. You don't know if they're coming up. There's one smoke down towards truck. It's not like it's very, very clear they're going to be popping into A any second. Especially those flashes as well.
That could be for almost anything. You're right. That was cool.
Because, yeah, you could use that to go through Z, I suppose, and have a bit of cover.
For sure.
But there we go. That was cool. Very nice round from Spirits. First gunny is theirs. In towards A. Through the smokes and absolutely obliterated the defense on the other side. 4,500 for Heavy God. Money's not great otherwise. Taking some casualties. Pry up.
Perhaps a bit more tricky to do something in a round like this one, because I think Spirit's surely going to be on alert. They're going to know the economies are a little bit low on the CT side, so if you were going to be watching for counter boosts or anything else, like this is the kind of round where you would expect for the CTs to be either aggressive or boosting or anything like that.
Well, like we said, money going to be an issue. They've opted to take the eco here. MP7 at the tippity top. USPs. Otherwise, it's going to be Zontic sweeping things up here. Heavy God goes down. Spirit have made their presence known here on Cash.
He tried to push for his own smoke, Heavy God. So he throws the early, like, does the smoke stop the rush? Yeah.
Trying to get the element of surprise, I suppose. He gets a cheeky one, might funnel them into the A stack they've got going on. I suppose that was the intention.
Yeah, that's probably right, yeah. Nice idea, to be honest. I like that.
Good shot from Wrinkle. Doesn't mean too much. Maybe he can save an AK. That's about it. Not going to happen. Donk, one step ahead, as you might imagine. That's round 2-2. Nerds with the P2000. There's another P2000 user. Once again, Nerds.
Okay, we're collecting a little list.
Full sample size. Okay. Well, nothing you can do about this one, but nice to see Spirit dotting their I's, crossing their T's, not giving anything
น้อง
away.
ชินสวัสดีครับ
A real hope here because we don't have a lot of data on G2. Like you
ดู
said, they
ก่อนทุก
lost
คน
to Big on this map. That's the only real data that we have, and it's a minute ago, so they could have done a lot of prep, a lot of changes.
I think that's a feather in their cap almost because there's tape from Spirit on this map yesterday, right, from Dendelay. And
Yeah.
Sure, you've got one game to look at from G2, but presumably since then they've been working on things, adjusting, and you got fresh intel on what Spirit bring to the table. But I don't think that helps you too much. You can have all the best executions, know what they're up to, but it comes down to who's hitting their shots. And right now, Spirit are dominating them in that department, especially on a map like Cash. There's only so much you can do in terms of the prep and executions.
I think that's true. Yeah, it's too early on to have that deep of a playbook. On the first map, G2 had the kills, but not the rounds to follow it. They ended up saving a bunch, especially in the first half. Wrinkle played well enough. It was sick to see. We were lacking both Heavy God and Hunter in terms of the scoreboard. And obviously, that must be rectified coming into this second map. At least it's not elimination, but I don't know, Spirit are coming into this looking very, very strong. I had my doubts because, yeah, I don't know, Dendelay, definitely the underdog team, obviously knocked out earlier today, but they played really well against Spirit, and I thought that made me wonder, is this like a post kind of victory Spirit? That are they a little bit too relaxed coming into this? Doesn't look like it now. They're super sharp. Tied up game. But we do have Wrinkle on the AWP.
He was impressive. He has been in this tournament so far. A lot of his kills didn't have massive impact, but he certainly got a lot of them. He was at 19-7 after they got absolutely battered on Dust 2. 2-2 though, early days. Bear in mind, this Spirit opting to start on the T side of Cash here. This is very common these days, getting that boosted player to get intel when he close range CTs trying to sneak up close towards defense.
EMEA 3 ทุ่มเหรอพี่
Now Donk was missing his grenade.
ได้
First outing, looks like that one was spot on. He's got another one here.
คู่แรกใครอ่ะ
So he's been working on it.
KC
They were bouncing off that right-hand wall. Just like that.
คู่แรกฟุตเคซี
Dude, surely you worked on that.
Yeah, you'd want to see that changed a bit.
Okay, maybe I'm trying to see where it lands. Maybe is there some? Okay, there we go.
Nice.
What is going on?
Two out of 3 is not bad. You know?
What was that CT smoke?
I couldn't tell you. I don't have any good ideas. Molotov. You mentioned this one last time to clear out checkered.
Really
Worth
nice,
knowing.
Really nice Molotov to get in your arsenal.
And a deep grenade. That's towards the sandbags in middle. Super important if you want to mid-control here on the T side. You have to be able to clear that out. Again, very deep smoke that lands towards that top highway position. So again, kind of signaling we could be going A. This is what they did last time. And then this time instead, it's actually a B hit. So try to play with the meta game already, our Spirit, seeing if they can keep G2 in the dark for as long as possible. Counter utilities coming out. We're down sub 30 seconds. Nice boost as well.
It's a really powerful boost.
Nerds here, see if they can find a flash against him. So far, he's got perfect vision on this one. Taps the first player, falls back down. That's where you want to disengage. Magix is dead, and Heavy God activated to take down Sontic. So, in spite of the fact that there only really was 2 people at the bomb site, that boost really made a difference.
It's such an annoying boost to deal with. The only players that can get vision on him are the ones in checkers, and you're not pre-firing that angle when you come through. So even if you jiggle him, like they did to get the intel, it's really difficult to calm. You can shout the word boost. It's not entirely clear as to where he'll be. And you can see, just such a strong position. Nerds getting the double kill there. Didn't even need headshots. Plenty of time to kill. Surprised we don't see it more. You see that the reason you can't be seeing that pipe covers you from B main.
Yeah.
So players swinging through really have to get deep angles.
And I guess if you wanted to flash that deep, then those flashbangs would be much worse against anyone who's not on the boost.
And the flashes people are throwing from sunrooms right now, they bounce behind that position.
Right. Okay. A sign of life.
What's up?
On Dust 2, it was 9 in a row before G2 got back.
Yes,
this time
that's
it's
right.
different.
Yep, good point.
I'm taking anything I can to build a good story for G2.
That was a decent round.
I want to see them do more.
Yeah, that's did well. It's a good setup.
Let's see. Round number 6.
So we talk about Wrinkle being confident, assertive, dictating the pace of these CT halves. Cash lends itself to that sort of playstyle. You can go anywhere you want as a CT AWPer, have impact depending on your spawn or where you're feeling it. You can literally go anywhere at the start of the map and look for an opening pick. Most common would be over towards B. It's where he's heading right now. Oh, a lot of damage taken there for Tanir.
For a brief moment, he wanted to take the fight to Tanir, and then he kind of thought better of it. The fact that he gets hit at all with the incendiary is just good information for the CT side, but don't think you're expecting to do 52 damage in that one. Deep nades. Oh, that must have been the second nade landing on Hunter as well. He's down to 38. Kind of annoying. Let's see what Magix has got for us. Smoke for the middle. Molotov. Ooh, that failed. That actually lands on the T side, so he wanted to, I think, maybe Molotov out the back sandbags there. Mid control's there for G2. It looks like it will be the A bomb site to be tested as soon as they pick up the bomb here.
Certainly will, Anders.
เมจิกผู้ชายครับผมมีแต่คนเข้าใจผิดอันนี้
Smoke to cover the cross.
เฮ้ย
Great counter utility though.
Nice position from Mattis, AK in hand as well. He is sharp, this kid. Gonna have to go above and beyond. He's the one that needs to step up. Needs a couple of kills here. Crisp headshots required. Not gonna get it.
Wrinkle. He was all in. He had to hit that shot. He was going to die every single time. 25 seconds. Oh, they find him on top. It's agonizingly slow for Spirit here. I feel like normally when you're this far sort of grouped up on the map and you're this slow onto a bomb site, that means the CTs are going to be ready. But they weren't this time. Heavy God trying to sneak on through. I don't think he realized there's a player right in front of him. It's Sontix. Triple for him right now. Stepping up in the round, and it's Nertz. No real chance to win it, unfortunately. Don't have the utility, don't have the kit either. He's going to be traded out. Tanir takes him down. So Spirit, they answer back.
Huge round to win financially as well. It's difficult to even justify a partial here. Two players have to eco.
I feel like it's a weird pace that they find Spirit. Like normally when you throw in the grenades, you're on the bomb site, but they were sort of slithering out, like slowly creeping onto the site. Very annoying.
Donk not happy either. Well played from Zontix though, 3 kills in the round.
เสียงคนจับจอ
With that kill on the encroaching CT towards the bomb site.
ไม่ได้ยินนะต้องไป
That's exactly what we get. Couple of sets of Kevlar. Heavy God and Hunter rocking the 5.7s.
Still haven't seen many people boosted up into that shroud position. It's so famous.
It is. Shroud died for this.
Exactly.
ฟุตครับวันนี้
Still remember him?
Yeah, absolutely.
ฟุตส่งแชมป์
Now the map is back.
มานานละ
One of the goats.
You could definitely say that.
มูเชนสวัสดีครับ
Nice Molotovs, and again, that top
แป๊บนึง
highway
นะ
smoke, that
กำลัง
seems to be really a
ติดพัน
staple
อยู่
of what Spirit are doing. I like the fact that they're throwing it in rounds even when they're not even going for this highway position. It just keeps GT
อะไรครับผม
all the time. Like, that smoke is down so often.
They love this highway play. That smoke is so stifling for CTs. You have no idea what's on the other side. You're feeling pressure from A main, Squeaky. They're in the dark right now. It's a bit of a B stack for G2. Wrong side of the map. Unfortunately, Mattis, I don't think there's much he can really do here. Nope.
น้องเทียสวัสดีครับ
Tough.
4-3.
ลิควิด
And indeed,
ไหว
yeah,
พี่โป้
Heavy God and Hunter better off
ให้
to
ลิ
save
ควิด
the
พี่ให้ลิควิด
Kevlar.
วันนี้
Heavy God's going to be boosted up. Maybe a chance of finding Zontix here. But he's more than aware you'll commonly find him sniffing out these sort of kills. Not the cleanest, but we'll take it. It's one piece of Kevlar down. Hunter remains. Nerds might as well give it a look in. P2000 only. Sherry needs to be careful here. No need to go hunting here. You don't want to lose the AWP. No one to back you up. Realizes that's the case.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what the one big mistake that they could potentially make is give over a rifle. Otherwise, things are fine.
You do not need to find these last 2 kills.
They're so hungry for it. I guess he does have magics on the other side, but it does seem perhaps a bit greedy. He's going to be rewarded for it anyway.
He knows he's going to die, so he has to throw the AWP away. Not a big deal. All good. Saving the AWP.
The shockwave will get to him.
There we go. Smiles all round. No death slamming now. Spirit will take the lead. 4-3 on their T-side campaign. Winning the pistol. Similar scenes here, Anders. 4-3 scoreline. Sure, they broke the streak, but it's more of the same. And it's a CT-sided map.
And G2 not quite doing the thing that we've been talking about otherwise, which is losing mid control and then taking something else. Like they're losing it to that highway smoke.
That was the
กินได้แล้ว
problem on Dust 2 as well. They weren't reactive enough.
Yeah,
ทำไมตอนแรก
They
กิน
weren't
ไม่ได้วะตอนที่
actually reclaiming the
เมื่อวาน
map once they lost space, and if they don't start stepping up and having that mentality, Team Spirit will pick them off one by one. We talked about this maneuver earlier. The A main spread goes a bit deeper. Oh, they tried to blow it open. Actually works out quite nicely. And they've overlooked the CT in towards the garage as well. Heavy God should get like 2 or 3 kills here.
He's so far struggling to get the first one, but he does pick up Magic's 4 bullets left, and it's not enough to take down Dog. There was a real opportunity.
He needed such a clean kill on the first one.
The bomb is over here. I don't know why Tini is shooting the gun. It's probably going to be fine, but I feel like...
You're assuming he's a lurker, though, to be fair.
You probably are. But heads up, play the plan on this position, because his teammates might be coming in from the other side. Well, wait a minute. Son6 is now going to be coming in, but it is planted for Son6. That was the point.
Yeah, look, he's leaving Squeaky Door. So I guess... Are they saving? They're going for it? They think it's B?
I actually have no idea.
I guess they're saving now. You don't even know.
But you are right, though. Like, that's a good point. That I think, yeah, they're trying to save where the bomb is.
เฮ้ยพี่ก๊อตไปอันนี้แล้วก๊อตไหมไม่ไหวครับ
They don't have the kits. They can't go for it.
No. That is kind of wacky. I think you're onto something.
Because he had 3 players in towards B. The bomb, quote-unquote, lurking over to a Squeaky Door. He takes some shots in the back. You're just assuming he's the lurker.
Yeah, the reason why I said I don't want to need to fire the...
Oh, Wrinkle died as well, dude. The HUD even tell... Okay, they recovered the orb. It's fine. The HUD tells you if you're going to survive or not.
Rough.
Oh, you don't love to see that.
5-3. Yeah, I have... Back in... I think
ก็จะจัดตัว LG ครับ
5 or something.
Here we go. Here's a hot take.
Yeah. We played an online tournament. We got knocked out because the teammate of mine basically did what Tania did, except he got shot down and the bomb was lost. And then we were like, if you just didn't fire the game, we'd win. That's it.
I see what you're saying.
It's in the back of my mind. Like, it's like 15, like 20 years later. I'm like, nah.
Rolling it back to 2002 there. I like it.
Yeah.
It was a different time.
It's a different time. Took it very seriously. It's back when Teflon skates were a big thing, Henry.
So were glass mouse pads.
Yeah. We had a sponsorship for those in one of my teams.
Yeah, the ice mats.
That's the best salary I've ever had playing. I'm not going to call it professional Counter-Strike. That'd be a stretch. But
you were playing Counter-Strike. We can leave it there.
That's about the best. We're trying the very best that we could.
Wrinkle, he didn't save the AWP. He went down to the blast, but of course will be thrown back over to him. We talked about being assertive, controlling the map. He hasn't necessarily done that on Dust 2. Maybe a little bit scared of Shiro's presence on the server. When we saw them earlier in the tournament, Wrinkle looked very, very comfortable.
Do you want to take this fight against someone like Shiro? He's such a patient rifler. Orpa, it's going to be Wrinkle taking on Son6 instead, and Heavy God. I don't even hate the fact that he tries to find something there.
Yeah, you're hoping the orb shot would dissuade them and you can go get a free rifle.
Yeah.
Not the worst idea. It's unfortunate. Didn't pan out in their favor. Spoke down towards A. You know the orb's over towards B, but it's scrambling over. Bear in mind, Shiro has the bomb. They probably don't commit to this. They know that everyone's going to be rotating and moving around the map, trying to set up and be ready. Oh, they're vacating. You can see them vacating as well. The mind games really are beginning here. So all 4 players now going over towards B. Throwing a smoke towards A main, suggesting there's still players there.
If this was a rifle round, we would probably call this an over-rotation for G2. But in a round like this one, like, what are they supposed to do? They have to do something.
Save the orb is what they need to do.
Yeah.
So this works with that mentality. This is okay.
Fair.
It's a bit unfortunate. Feels like they can't catch a break today. Every call just seems to be, unfortunately, the incorrect one.
Yeah, and on the flip side, like Spirit are very confident in what they're doing. They obviously have, game planned a lot on the T side of this map. Some of the fundamentals, I think, are looking like some of the best that we've seen so far. Maybe especially with that highway component. I feel like they're getting so much use out of that one smoke.
There doesn't seem to be any sort of response for CT squads right now against Spirit and that highway play. They get the mid control, that smoke goes down, and they've got so many plays they can deploy once they get that control.
And the problem is, right, if you're playing close to that headshot box in the middle, you get grenaded. and nobody wants to play in the middle of highway on the CT side.
ใช่แต่ว่า
Like,
เหมือนแบบ
that's
พี่ไม่ได้เล่นจริงจังใช่ไหมแล้วก็แบบอยากเปลี่ยนครับออกปะ
Triple nades towards the highway box. They double Molotov.
Yeah.
They get them in control, and they've got that deep highway smoke. And that's when, unfortunately for GC, that's when you need to be pushing in towards B, getting squeaky door presence. That's when you have to react. You can let them have middle. You can't just be sitting ducks, waiting on the other side of the smoke and getting flashed off. Because if you know they're mid-control, there's at least 2, maybe 3 players doing it. So you need to use the manpower, 2-player excursions on the extremities.
They lost the AWP, right? They picked up an AK, but I think they had to rebuy the AWP on Wrinkle.
Oh, he's got $100, so you might be right.
I think he was the one playing. Maybe I'm hallucinating, but I feel like that did happen. Oh, G2, man. I mean, Dust 2 was already looking shaky, but I was hoping that they could do more early on. This is a CT-sided map.
Sure.
So they need to win the last 3 rounds here.
Fast A, Anders, changing the pace up. Zontix looking for that entry, and it's going to be Mattis. Nice shot. Can he get the second? He absolutely can. Looking for that triple. Not going to happen. And the Hunter now dropping the block utility. Buys a little bit of time for the rotations to come through. This has to be a G2 round.
I think Tania was saved by the forklift, otherwise he gets killed by that secondary spray from Mattis. Hunter burning all the way from 100. Nuts, he's taking down Magic, so it's still on here. Another good headshot as he moves forward. 13 bullets, and it's Shiro in a 1 versus 3, trying to clutch it, trying to find his way out of the smoke. Okay, Nuts with a triple. And another round for G2, they needed this.
Good job from Mattis,
อ๋อ
especially
จีทูนอกจากฮันเตอร์ไม่ค่อยรู้จักชื่อเลยมันโดนโอเปลี่ยนไปเยอะ
I think
แม่งขายตัวแบกไปหมดรีวิวที่ใหม่
the third kill if not for the railing. Yeah. You can see the spark there. That would have been it, I think.
มาละโทษทีนะ
For Spirit. One loss out.
Don't let them build up momentum. Ice them out. Last couple of rounds here. 6-4 for Spirit.
มีคนเป็นนะเน็ตวันนี้เหมือนเกี่ยวจะหมุนบางคนนะครับเพนซิล
before they posted their first.
ดีเหมือนกันที่
It does feel like Spirits
กลางสายยิง
well
โอ
on
เล็ก
track
ดู
to qualify
ใช่เหมือนแบบ
the Porto playoffs.
I want to be branded a hater.
พอตอนเนี้ย
if I didn't point out that Hunter and Heavy
ไม่ได้แบบว่าเน้นยิงวาโลเป็นหลักอะเหมือนมันเล่นหลายอย่างใช่ป่ะเลยอยากได้จอแบบว่า
They have just haven't gone B. You know,
OLED อะไรเงี้ย
they haven't really been showing that much presence. Been a lot of A splits.
ไม่ใช่อะไรพี่ไปงานคอมแล้วก็แบบไปเดินดูจอมาอะไรเงี้ยพอไปดูเปรียบเทียบแม่งรู้สึกแบบโอ้โหคนละเรื่อง
It's the A bomb side is under a lot of scrutiny.
ที่โอเลดแม่งสวยกว่าเยอะ
It's so difficult to hold middle against Spirit.
เขียวมันช้ามา3 วันแล้วที่ผมมาดูในแดงแล้วได้เลยครับผม
So you've
มัลติให้อยู่แล้ว
his aggression, his willingness to challenge. He's done it again this time. Grenades in the middle. This one works.
Great camera work, boys. Enjoying that. He this time nails all 3 HEs. He's been in the lab.
Nerds is playing in the vent. And I feel
แต่ว่า
like
สมมติว่าถ้าเป็นจอ27อะบางอันมันมีแบบมันปรับสามารถปรับเป็นไอ้นี่ได้ไง
More mid control being attempted.
24ได้
Oh, it fails. I think it lands on the wrong side. Nerds is still in the vent. Yep. That is a bit of a mistake. And that'll cost you. They at least trade out the kill, but those are the small details that need to be fixed.
Oh, dude, huge miss. Crazy miss.
But where did the bullet go? Did he move right as he shot? I can't fathom what's happening.
Gotta hit those. That's not like a
เฮ้ยเดี๋ยวนะ
kind of a silver platter sort of scenario. A must-hit shot, a sitter, and it doesn't connect.
Oh, he's waiting so patiently. He was waiting for the flash to hear if they were actually on the site. They really line up, but trying to see if he can sense what's on the other side. No scopes being attempted now.
ถ้าเล่น FPS ต้องถามว่าเป็นแบบว่าพวก technical tutor แบบจริงจังมาพวกวาโลพวกเซต TN ดีกว่าครับผมเฮ้ยทุกคนพี่ลืมไปอันนี้มันไม่ใช่ EW4 นะว่ะดูใน YouTube น่าจะไม่ได้ว่ะดูไป2 แมปละเดี๋ยวน่าจะพอกันดีกว่าขอจบครึ่งนึงนะ
Well, let's find out if he's going to be up to the task here.
ลืมไปเฮีย
All or nothing. Deep grenades landing. And Wrinkle will get the shot on top, so the main threat is gone. Mattis, great navigation. He finds the headshot against Tania, and Sontix was already low from earlier. Shiro, that's a great pickup. Heavy God Can't get on the
เดี๋ยว
side
จ
of
บ
Wrinkle
ปี
yet.
นี้
It's
พอละ
just no
ขออภัย
time,
ลืมไป
unfortunately. He was
เปิดสตรีม
really
YouTube
close
อยู่
to retaking that one, and once they get around the corner, maybe they could have gone for the defuse, but Shiro was
ลืมไป
always
พี่
in a great position, so
พี่
it's
ไม่ได้
getting
ไม่ได้
Spirit
ขอ
up to
นี่ไว้
7
ครับใน
rounds.
YouTube อะใน YouTube มัน
Pretty admirable attempt
มันไม่
at
ค่อย
the
ปลอด
end.
ภัย
It's Shiro, the final boss.
แรงเสียแรงอยู่
Absolute master. In those sort of scenarios, great shot from Rinko. Unfortunately, missing that one in towards B storage. That's when it felt like the round was in jeopardy. Wow. Shiro, though, delivers the goods. High pressure moment, doesn't miss a single bullet.
Can we see that Wrinkle shot again in the later round? I'd love to see how fast that is in slow motion. Regardless, we're in round number 12, Henry. We need G2 to step it up.
Not an amazing buy here, but not the worst, I suppose. 3 rifles, 2 of which are FAMAS are going to flash in towards A main. Take a little swing here.
They throw the flash, but they don't really swing. And now they've activated Donk. Oh, they're hiding in their corner, and the flash is gone by the time that Hunter is trying to track them down. Oh, great.
You can just reset the round as well. You've got 1 minute 20. You don't just have to run in. And I think a team like Spirit, that's exactly how they'll play it. They like to draw it out, maintain their advantage, not take any risks, work on information, give yourself the advantageous duels. This is beautiful to see. A lot of teams will just run in there with 2 kills, Anders.
Agree. And then they're back to the same protocol, right? Like, you see the double smoke in middle.
This is high level
มัน
CS
เปิด
right
อยู่
here. Like,
ไอ้เปิด
it
ส
might
ตรี
be
มมาแล้วไง
tempting to
เครีย
run
ด
in
ปิ
there.
ด
You
ละ
think, okay, the round's done. No, there was an AWP on the other side. Like, you could
เชี่ยก็
actually
ดู
fed Wrinkle there.
ดูเพลินเลยลืม
Just really like nice, solid counter strike here.
ขออภัยถ้าเป็นแบบว่าเปิดแบบเปิดในทวิตในคลิกมันไม่โดนอะไรอยู่แล้วอันนี้แม่งอันตราย วาโลมา3 ทุ่มครับ
81 Cup Big Bro
เฮ้ยขอบคุณน้องไลซ่านะครับ81ครับบิ๊กบอกมันครับผมไม่เจอนานเลย พิ่งเห็นว่ามันมีแบบ Discord แบบว่าโคสตรีมด้วยโหเซตนี้เซตที่ทุกคนรอคอยหลังจากทนเล่นเซตเทพมานานแสนนานอ่ะเฮ้ยเคลมาอย่างนี้เคลมาอย่างนี้ยังไงดีเคลมาอย่างนี้บอทซอมก็มา จริงฮันเตอร์น่าสนใจ
I belong to neither heaven nor hell. I am a woman self-possessed.
กำลังดูอยู่แทงหนึ่งอาร์คสตาร์ตอนนี้โอ้โหไอ้เหี้ย
Nothing can hold me back. Oh, life is good.
โอ้โหแม่งเล่นอะไรดีวะว่าจะเล่นสปายลินมาน้องไอ้คอมมอนป่านี่ใช่ไหมสปายคลินใช่ไหมตอนแรกก็คิดอยู่ว่าจะเล่นบอลซอมแต่ว่าเปลี่ยนใจ จริงๆถ้ามีตาสปายลินอะเอามาใส่ให้เลนก้าแม่งโคตรโหดเลยเคยเล่นปะแม่งเก่งจัดอะผู้ชมทำอะไรมาไม่ได้เล่นเกมตั้ง5 วันครับธนูจีเลยปลายลิ้นก็มันจะเอาไอ้หมีเนี่ยมาขี่แล้วมันจะบวกความสามารถเลือด15ความเร็วโจมตี15อ่านหนังสือเตรียมหาข้อมูลสัมภาษณ์งานวันนี้สู้ๆครับวันนี้ให้ลิควิดฟุตอีสปอร์ตผมทำเต็มที่ตัดไปไอ้ได้รับแชมเปี้ยนแบบสุ่มปรับไม่เรื่องต้องรีโลทีซาน่าว่ะแต่ถ้าสมมติว่าเราได้ตะหลิวนะไม่ทับพีนะจีเลยตอนเนี้ยขอทับพีอันเดียวเนี่ยพี่เราจะมีตัวนี้ใช่ไหมอันนี้อ๋อที่มัน5เราเนี่ยต้องเอาทีโมออกใส่นี่เข้ามาก็จะเป็นเซตนี้เสร็จปั๊บเราต้องใส่บาวเลอร์มาอีกอันหนึ่งเป็น4แล้วพอเลทเกมใส่ไอ้นี่มาอีกอันหนึ่ง8 ตัวได้อ๋อเราใส่เปย์มาอีกอันหนึ่งก็ได้นี่หว่า ช่ครับลิควิดเจอเด็กตบหมดไม่สนเลดบัฟเพย์จัสติสไม่ใช้โอ้ยเสียวอยู่โอ้เชดจริงๆริปอันนี้ก็ไม่คุ้มอ่ะพี่ชอบฟอร์มผู้เล่นฟุตครับเท่านั้นเลยสมมุติถ้าเราเลสก้าครบ30ตัวแล้วเราถอนออกอะไอ้บวกไอ้ตัวนี้มันยังบวกให้อยู่ปะจริงๆตอนนี้อยากเก็บเปย์ไงมันจะได้แบบฮิววันนี้ฟุตครับผมโอลาฟโห20เลยครับผมฟุตไม่น่าถึง20ครับ21พอได้อยู่20โหดไป2 ทองแปลง2 ทองไป3 บาทไม่เอาอ่ะเฮ้ยไอ้เหี้ยจีดิอย่างเงี้ยโอ้โหโอ้พี่หลายตาแล้วไอ้ก็เล่นทุกคืนอ่ะก่อนนอนวันนี้วันละหน่อยอุ้ยจริงๆไอ้ถ้าเราเล่นบอสซ่อมอ่ะมาสเตอร์ยีแล้วเรามีตายไอ้เบลเลอร์นี่ก็โหดอ่ะเนี่ยการโจมตีสร้างความแต่เบส2%จากพลังชีวิตสูงสุดแล้วมันฟันไม่หยุดเลยไงว่ะถ้าเราได้ธนูเราจะบินสูงเลยตอนนี้ตัวเยอะมากเราจะมีวาสนาได้ธนูไหมธนู3 อันยังอยู่ครบเราได้ธนูแน่นอนธนูยังอยู่ครบสวยจัดตอนนี้เล่นแบบนอกเมตาครับแปลงชิ้นส่วนไอเทมกลายเป็นชิ้นส่วนแปลงไหมโอ้โหไอ้เหี้ยไม่น่าเลยกูเฮ้ยเข้าไปแล้ว2จะมาแตกได้ไงของกำลังมารีโหลดที่ซาน่าจะทันนะวะ แข่ง3 ทุ่มครับไม่แยกลงกันหมดอุ้ยอย่าสวยจัดเฮ้ยเนี่ยแต้มสุ่มใหม่10 ครั้งอาวุธสุ่มวะโหเฮ้ยว้าคิดอะไรขนาดนั้นนะทำไมซูฮาร์ดแหลกเหรอ4 ทอง 1 ตัวเสมอ
My coat costs more than this whole damn place. My coat costs more than this.
พูดถึงถ้าได้กระทาก็ดีนะมีคนเอาไปแล้วแอสเลยแล้วกันแอสเฮ้ยเอาดีนี่ก็โดนดินี่มันบั๊กเห็นปะนี่อะไรวะเนี่ยเฮ้ยบ้าโหบ้าเลยนะอันนี้มาใส่ไว้นี่ก่อนคอมใหม่ผมเข้าตอนเริ่มของพี่เกมไม่ค้างใช่ปะแต่มันไปมีปัญหาแบบงงๆแทนคืออยู่ดีๆ TFT Academy แม่งช้าจัดเราเล่นเบลเลอร์6ได้เลยนะมานาไม่กาวแน่นอนวันนี้เชื่อมั่นพี่เขาแรงจังวะไอ้เหี้ยจริงๆถ้าซื้อไอ้นี่แม่ง3 ดาวเนี่ยออกโคตรบ่อยเลยขึ้น9ดีกว่ารอไม่ไหวเราจะตายถ้าขึ้น10ถ้าขึ้น9ขึ้น9แม่งเลยดีกว่าวะ9เลยยัง
Blessed by the Grove Mother.
And their depth. I think the fact that they've already been able to have such a good finish at a global event this year shows that this isn't really a team that we should be worrying about depth per se. I know that there's the whole stereotype of Turkish teams will just
ไม่
run it
ตัว
down,
บอท
but
ทอมเรา
I think that these players
มัน
actually
มัน
are
บวก
due
แต่
some
ตัวบอท
credit
ทอมไม่เหรอ
for
ติดบอทท
how
อมสเปล
intelligent
อะ
they are in the moments and how they get themselves into
ไม่
these
คุ้มฮะ
moments of just being able to find out those first engagements. Like, it's not an easy task for SOP to just find the first engagements in the sense of, yeah, he just goes and kills them. I still think that there's layers to that.
From the VODs I was watching, I think their attack side
คือ
is
ถ้า
pretty
ที่สนาพี่
one-dimensional.
3 ดาว
I
จบ
think
แบบ
that there
แม่ง
is
2 ดาว
a let's go together kind of approach. Defense side, they're very hectic and all over the place. It's manic. I think that's where they thrive a little bit more.
Okay.
But for me, KC are a very cerebral team. I think they're playing the best Valorant in Europe right now, and I think a team playing at that level, if they rise to this occasion, they deal with this pressure well, they should be able to deal with FUT style. It's just whether those individuals are the difference maker.
Yeah. We are ready to hear the map veto. It's going to be interesting, Casey. We know they've got a 7-map pool, and these teams, they like to play the same map. So let's see what we're going to be seeing today. We're going to get Lotus.
I did not expect Lotus to be there.
I expect Lotus to be banned.
ใช่แล้ววันนี้เริ่มไว
I
3
thought
ทุ่ม
that
ครับ
both Lotus and Haven would have been banned today. I thought that a good system for this veto would have been for both of these
Oh,
teams to
GG ว่ะ
target ban their opponent.
ที่สนาไปไม่ถึงฝั่ง
I
ฝัน
want
วะ
Casey to ban
ต้
Haven.
อง
I
โล
know
ไม่
that
ดี
sounds controversial, but FUT,
Yeah.
you said it last week, best Haven team in the world.
I did say that,
Yeah.
but KC have also been a great, so I thought you just allow it to flow.
โลตัสฮาเว่น
I think that the map feature would have been better for KC if they banned that Haven, but luckily for us and luckily for the viewers, having Lotus and Haven, 2 maps where we're going to see teams playing at their highest level, I think is a great sign.
Yeah, they're all comfortable picks. I was wondering with KC if they would actually try and get Summit through because of the fact that we know that FUT are so uncomfortable on that map. Yatu J has literally said in an interview how he dislikes playing on that map.
I think the issue is that they were playing the breach, right? FUT playing that breach, I think they probably switch away from it.
Yeah.
And they're going to go double duelist. They're going to be very free flowing, more free flowing than they even are right now. And I think KC would prefer to play against a team they have prep on, and they probably wouldn't have prep on it.
Yeah, I think FUT's composition was kind of exploitable almost on that map, so it kind of makes sense. I think Ascent is such a great decider though, because both teams have shown that they can be so great on this map. I do think FUT having the opportunity to select Haven, and I don't know how you feel about this, Petra, being able to have your favorite map second in the wave almost feels like a buff of being able to have the momentum throughout the series.
Favorite map of who?
Of FUT.
Yeah. Well, I think it's great though, honestly.
Yeah. So basically, we're potentially going to have an absolute barn burner tick off things here in Barcelona. We wouldn't want it any other way because in just 3 games, we will know who our EMEA champion will be. We're going to know who's going to be representing our regional champs. So right now, what will happen when the zing of KC meets the bang of FUT?
ไม่ว่ะน้องนานาน็อตลองจินตนาการภาพซอฟให้ดีๆนะผมเท่านี้ซอฟมันคลั่งอะ จะได้ดูฟุตแข่งที่โดนเล่นผู้สองตลอดเฮ้ยวันนี้มันต้องเปลี่ยนเวทีแล้วดิวะใช่ป่ะเมื่อกี้เหมือนจะเปลี่ยนแล้วนะใช่ที่บาร์เซโลนาวันแรกนี่ว่าเอาเรื่องวันนี้พี่เอ๋ยเจิมถูก
เจิมถูกเจิมของวันพรุ่งนี้ต่อเลยได้ไหมคะ คู่วาเรลหรือ PRX กับเจนจีหรือ T1 คะ 55,555
พรุ่งนี้นะครับเปปเปอร์เล็กทีวันเหมือนเดิมครับ ไม่แพ้ มันมีคนที่เล่นแรงธรรมดาแต่เก่งในแข่งไหมครับ อาจจะเป็นพวกตัวเก่าๆครับ แต่ไม่เยอะครับ ยังไงก็สกิลเพลย์มันสำคัญที่สุดครับ ประสบการณ์ส่วนหนึ่ง ยากมากที่พรุ่งนี้จะพลาด คิดว่าวาเลลเจนจี โอ้โห เห็นว่าเร็วเล่นล่าสุดแล้วให้ไม่ลงเลย บาร์เซโลนานะ
and potential today their death ball could roll them straight through their opponents and into the grand finals
เชี่ยเอาเรื่องเฮ้ยโอ้โหคนไม่ค่อยเยอะเลยอ่ะลามียามาใส่เสื้อฟุตตายละ
players, the style they're playing, we're talking about, it requires them to remain calm and composed in this moment, and that's what we need to see today from them. Lotus coming up first. This is a map that I think they are extremely good at. This is a map where we've even seen the PaperX coaches saying how good they are at it. They must win this map, I think, in this best of 3.
มีถึง Ascent เฮ้ยพี่ไปปิดไฟคืนนี้ให้ฟุตครับ
Microphone activated.
เอฟมาแล้วเอฟ
Microphone muted.
มาครับพี่หมิง พี่หมิงรู้ป่ะว่าขนมปังเนยหนึบหมดไปแล้ว
Interesting to see the
อร่อยจัด
I imagine that we're not expecting to see any changes as we go into Lotus. Oh, and the players for the first time here in Barcelona are sat on the razor
ก็จริงด้วย
chairs.
ถือว่าผลพลอยได้
It
แต่
felt
อยาก
like
ให้
they
ฟุต
did
ช
the
นะอยู่
fist
แล้ว
bump,
ด้วย
they're taking their time and suddenly ran into their
มาทุกคน ไปถามช่องหลักพวกบอกมีแบบ3แน่ๆคู่นี้เดือด yes ใช่ครับ คู่นี้เดือดจัดฟุตครับไขมันน้ำตาลพุ่งเลยเหรอโอ้โหเดี๋ยวต้องไปเกาหลีด้วย ไปเกาหลีแม่ง กินเยอะอีกเดี๋ยวต้องไปเดินหน่อยละกินคนเดียวครับผม คนช่วยกินไม่อยู่วันนี้แมปแรกอะครับแมปใครแมปมันไปก่อนแมปนี้เคซีชนะแบบสูงปี๊ด13-10 13-9เคซี20ไม่จริงพุทธครับ
There is no vice on KC's side. It's just that chamber. A big hold from the rate is necessary.
Petra, looking at these two lineouts, which is the one you feel most scared about playing on Lotus? Or playing against?
ทำไมฟุตถึงชนะ
Like I'm just scared of
เพราะว่า
I don't want to get run down by them, but I expect like
100,000 เหรียญยังไงล่ะ รออยู่
especially with the Sky. Also, I do prefer a Fade on this map, but I think Sky fits the team better.
I think for KC starting on this attack,
มาแล้วครับผม
for the space that Narrate is taking
เมื่อกี้
alone,
รามินยามามา
to be
เปิด
punished.
พิธี
We saw time and time again him taking that A rubble, so I'm looking to see what FUT are going to do to be able to contain those lurks.
Well, you don't have to wait because we're ready to jump into Lotus with Hazza and
สง
Cairo.
สัยแรงไม่พอพี่เหม่ง
It's time to break new ground in Barcelona. Two of the most unlikely
มันจะมีช่วงหนึ่งนักแข่งแบบเอายาดมไปดมเยอะแล้วเหมือนแบบมันเป็นไวรัลอยู่แล้วคนก็รู้จักว่าแบบอินทาเลอร์มันคืออะไรครับ
for the first time. But it's not only that, Hazza.
มาน้องแต่หมุนหรือเปล่า
Is going to be made today. FUT are
ฟุตเอาครับ
chasing their highest ever placement in VCT EMEA. It's going to be a good one. Absolutely.
ฟุต
And
ครับ
on the other side, of course, Carmine Core one win away themselves from completing the 1 in a million
อย่า
run.
มาโรดิ
Their only
มาหมด
win
วันนี้
in the VCT for 5.5 months was against FUT during kickoff, and now they've got the chance in this upper final to go all the way to Shanghai. Barcelona bouncing as we head into the pistol round of Lotus. Undefeated here for KC.
คอมเดิมทั้งคู่
On the attack side. They do.
คม
We've seen so
ยัง
much success. That chamber, obviously, a big compartment of
พี่
that
สุยก็ซื้อ
narrate
เชอร์
able
ลีฟ
to
อะไรเงี้ย
find the first kills, as you know, at home. You've seen it for the past 3-4 weeks.
วันนี้ฟุต
Maybe even longer.
ลิควิดครับ
นาเลศกับเป้ามาตีน
The changes
ค
and
ม
the
อ๋อ
found identity of this KC team, which make them so scary. And with Narrate on the board as anticipated, Levin always not too far behind. Zeus still trying to force this
เป็น
issue out.
เรื่องแล้ว
Rubble being fought for as KC embed all 5 players.
คมมาก
Playing from a corner, and we've seen him get a couple of multi-kills, but identified it should be little to no issue for KC to route this one out.
Oi.
FUT somewhat get a couple of kills back on their side. A
อื้อหื
reload
อ
is what takes Yetij's life away. In KC get that pistol round.
ไม่มีไรไม่มีไรครับไม่มีไร
Yeah, it's the perfect start for them. Narrate again in these
ไม่คน
first
น้อยจังอะ
engagements.
บาร์เซโลนา
Something
วัน
we're
ศุ
going
ก
to
ร์
be
ไง
talking about all evening long, I imagine. 4.5 first kill to first death ratio, and a lot of that
นักเรียนยังไม่เลิกเรียน
usage which we have seen. Pick things up on the other side of the map, of course, and the rest of KC picking things up as a pack.
เนี่ยนะใช่ฮิเลติกมันเข้ามาเนี่ยรอบบาร์เซโลนานะ
Thus far.
ฮอทะลักอ่ะ
How many times have you seen
มัน
Narrate
ทีมส
hold
เปนอ่ะ
C-mount and get a kill off the back of it? Well, back to that position, and there's another entry kill. Well played, Narrate. That is where there's a stack of bodies for FUT. Just talking at the start there about how
เรียบครับ
far both of these
2-0 เฮ้ย
teams have
เรา
come, of
ตัดสิน
course,
ไว
for
ไปหรือ
KC.
เปล่า
It was a winless stage 1. Massively turning things around with belief in their own culture. The only change, of course, being Zeish and his promotion to head coach. And the latent potential now starting to be realized. Looking at the map veto here as well, Cairo, as we are
Gamble.
just on the anti-eco and FUT gambling towards the other side of the map.
แกมเบิลไป
This
เอ
one does really favor KC, especially if they get off to a good start. I think it does 100%, especially when we actually look at the server and you said that the only change being the coaching staff.
แล้วซุยเลยแบบมันจัดบอกเพื่อนเราเฮ้ยเอเคียเอเคีย
And FUT
โยก
came
มาเร็ว
out 2-1 in terms of
เอ
maps.
เคียเอเคีย
Actually won the Haven
That was about 13-9.
โอ้โหทำไมมันถึงวิ่งขนาดนั้นนะวัยรุ่น
Coming up a little later, of course, but for now, it's a brilliant position from Sugetsu. He's lurked all the way up on A, heard the footsteps retreating back towards the other extremity, and so it's a simple one for KC to get the plant down. Like you were saying,
ถือว่างูตัวนี้เลื้อยได้สวยนะวินนี้
in fact, every map that KC have won on this stage, they have failed to lose on. So, FUT coming into this with a negative record.
อันนี้ก็แข่งจบน่าจะไปแบบ
free shot.
เข้าชมรมนักวิ่งได้ละ
I agree for the most part. It does feel like a free shot, but I think for FUT, they already have admitted. I mean, we saw Bambino on the desk talk about Lotus.
น่าจะ 2-1 2 คู่เลยวันนี้ให้สูสีพุทลิควิดฮิเลติกไปแชมเปี้ยน
Also get warmed up. We've seen SOP have slow starts. Think to that team.
เปลี่ยนคอมารัดออกดูตัวใหม่เปิดตัวมีดิบูกลับมาเพื่อเจอชิบหายไม่น่าได้ไปดูละ
Absolutely no issues for KC in round number 2, which is going to put up a really strong bonus.
ถ้าใหม่ๆมันต้องรอจบนี่ก่อน
Really,
จบปีนี้ก่อน
get on side, get things started well, but I mean, obviously, those ultimates not going to be online as quickly as.
อันนี้ทีเฮดมันเดินทางมานั่งเชียร์อยู่ด้วยหรือเปล่าเนี่ยเหมือน GE วันนี้เนี่ย
Who's closest? He's at halfway point, but it's this another E opening between these two.
That's where we're expecting results from FUT. This double duelist has plenty of util to drop in there.
ปืนนะเลด
The other side of the map, so casualties will be costly here.
นี่แหละของดีวินนี้พี่ใช้แค่นี้แหละ
Flying right back.
แชมเบอร์เขารู้กัน
Gaining the information.
1 นัดโบะควักให้ฮันเตอร์ต่อเลย
Walks C-Mount again.
KC have really been reverse engineering FUT's wall against them so far.
ตลาดเทียร์ 2น่าสนุกที่เหนือดึงมาเยอะเกาหลีแน่ๆละ1
Still 3 bodies here on the defender's side and sliding in was Levin, but a quick trade coming in the form of Sugetsu.
โบนัส
Reduces one from behind the cover and we're at a stalemate.
Yeah, SOP still alive, playing within the attack smoke. But it's still this chamber towards C-Mount that's allowing KC to go elsewhere.
KC ไหวไหมครับมันนำอยู่ 2-0 ในตอนนี้
SOP still seeing the Viper.
ถ้าตอบว่าไม่ไหวก็แปลกๆตอนนี้
In the neck of the A choke. KC are on the route towards the C side.
แล้วนกเจอ
does come in and eventually reconfirm that there is player
รู้ละ
But Narrate has covered good ground.
ดูตัวช้าหรือเปล่า
เฮ้ยสกายยังไม่โรเทตอีกเหรอ
Yetishi is the one who's left all alone towards the C site.
What?
Even option of support, and I think this is a really quick pivot to
โยกอีกที
those bodies for FUT.
The defender side of calling has been great for them so far this
โอ้
stage.
นเรศแม่งคมจัดวันเนี้ย
On B, it's a double stack which KC
หมด
to breach past. The captain
แต่วันนี้นเรศเป้าจับจัดตั้งแต่วินแรก
down that bonus round and getting FUT on the board in Barcelona.
Yeah, a couple of rifles lost there, in fact 3 of them, which is going to make things a little bit tasty when we come to that economy state.
แชมเปี้ยนปีนี้ช้าเหรอครับมันก็ประมาณนี้ทุกปีแล้วเปล่า
For either of these teams, as this is essentially a swing round. The only exception to that would be Narrate, who's picked up an outlaw, and he's only got really 1 target within touching distance.
Crostali, the only player in this FUT formation that could be felled by the outlaw. He's on the other side of the map. It's a C opening from KC.
เล่นแชมเบอร์ยังไงยิงเหมือนนเรศ
They're showing plenty of signs of intent.
เดี๋ยววันไหนพี่กดแรงแล้วมาดูเดี๋ยวยิงให้ดู
Left out scorched earth in the open.
พูดนี้ให้พุทธ
Levin burns a couple bodies on the way and KC have numbers, but SOP is going to double down on this, in fact, and that's the equalizing frag.
Yeah, that's the big one. SOP already starting to dip away, and KC know that there will be no more engagements. With the spike recollected and sorry, Narrate the one to get the space.
มันเลื้อยยับเลยอะ
Still alive here, so that wall can go back up into a potential retake. SOP already rotating in the direction of A. This has been precious real estate for Carmen Core in the last few rounds.
SOP the one to receive it as well.
ทำไมไม่ได้ดูครับพี่ทิพย์
He's good on these engagements, better on the defense as well. But he needs this first kill cleanly, has it? 2 body shots and it'll be dead.
Game over. Poisnorb goes up in tree, offers a little bit more stall, but it won't suffice to stop KC from taking this site. Not unless they can pry it from the hands of SOP. He's dropped down into pit. Plant already heard and trying to use the opponent's sword against him. Levin does have this covered. He should catch it and does so. Bests his opposite number, 3 already. And now it falls down to the final 2. Yetege and Zeus. Stairwell control taken. Yetege the point man. He'll get spotted here on the corner. No, finds the rate a little quick. Outlaw not doing enough damage on these healthy targets. But KC combining and closing out the first 4
เยอะไปหน่อย
Yeah, I mean, I think that very early point in the map when you get that C mountain fight, I think that's what decides this whole round.
Absolutely. As the Katrokas ring out here in the Olympic Arena in the background. The FUT fans in the building have been silenced early on. 2-round lead for KC coming into the anti-eco. And that's got to be something to think about here as well. The fact that you're looking at a team that does have stage experience from Masters, a top 6 finish for FUT.
I think that's the big point. KC though, they've done so well on Lotus so many times as Levin's the one set up and nice entry kill. Is Sop the one to be found?
That was the caution, right? And to then build on what we were saying, while KC have now had this sharp rise in terms of form, FUT have been gradually gaining momentum throughout the year. So that's what you want to fall back on as this series progresses.
And it's the exact same story for the stage. Is Narrate the one to try and stop this momentum? Has seen the shoulder and well has got the kill and then one to add on in. Narrate
นั่นเล่เอ้ยเบาหน่อยเว้ยแม่ง
Really handling the start of this upper final beautifully, RKC. Open A site, FUT not far
แบบ
behind.
แรกโดนใช่ครับ
But again, it's lesser buys a bandit.
น้องกีติเหรอมีเหตุผล
KC
แบบใครแบบมันก่อนวัดกันที่เซน
flawless off the back of that Hazza and growing their lead slowly but surely.
Really starting to snowball this attack side now, but opting into the defense in this map veto process as well, of course. So very prepared for what was going to be thrown at them here. As you say, KC going through the gears, and with
FUT ต้องด่า
point around them being that culture shift, the fact they're able to handle this environment is
ตอนนี้ accuracy นั่นเรียบมันเท่าไหร่วะเนี่ย
soon to be thrown in the works. It is the debut of
ที่ด้านออกจากรังเพลิงไปน่าจะประมาณ80อัพมันยังไม่พลาดเลยมาแล้ว
Just interrupting that early timing with the slide in as well. You'll see him do this on mound quite a few times. Here's the re-clear from FUT, but Sop not interested for now.
No, out as the toxins start to fade away. Sugetsu
พี่ซุยครับมาแทรกซึมอยู่หน้าบี
ไม่ได้ดูครับผมอเมริกาไม่ไหวนะโอละ
เตรียมรวบ
Passivity on A, but as you say, I mean, Sugetsu is in a dangerous position if FUT want to collapse back through the door.
Yeah, it's that stalemate on B between the two Vipers that we have to try and watch out for. Whoever comes out on top.
I mean, yeah, ultimately this duel will influence the conclusion of the round because KC might just be looking for the pivot, and they are.
It looks like Sugetsu playing through the defensive wall, and Yetege denies it. So KC now running out of options. They're trying to force a way out of blue room, and Yetege says no. A good paranoia. Narrate can't get the tour de force off, and FUT
มันเป็นสูตรสำเร็จเลยครับสมมติว่าวินเจอเราทูดฟอร์จะเต็มใช่ป่ะแล้ววินนี้เขาจนแล้วก็เอารอเลยแล้ววินหน้ากดทูดฟอร์เลย
Playing by the numbers, they won't let Doja have what he wants. He can look for a plant, but FUT are ready to duel this.
Probably a little bit too late.
น่าจัดเพลย์โอ้ยมัน
ดูดอทไนดิ
มาจัดมาจัดบาร์เซโลนาโอ้โหเป็นเดือนไม่ไหวหรอกครับมันเป็นทุกที่ฮะรอบ4ทีมสุดท้ายมันใช้สถานที่พิเศษแบบบ้านเราก็ปูซานอะไรเงี้ย
แม่งกระสือขาดเลยไอ้คอนเตอรี่
เชื่อสนิทใจ
That'll be an ultimate online and a little bit of extra money. Not that KC need it, but already you can see
ไม่น่าเป็นพัดนะจีนมันเคยทำเวอร์ชันพัดมาแล้วหมายถึงแบบ
I think when it comes down to the wire, we are waiting for those big moments. Stage experience is one thing, but when you look at the statistics, FUT have so many players in the top 5.
อ๋อสเตตก่อนใช่
And you're just waiting to see that happen.
I think that's a massive point to be bringing up, right? I mean, we look towards it, Crystalli and Yetege are actually trying to bust for the amount of clutches, but it's that clutch percentage that is so much in favour of KC. In fact, stats are in general over the full stage, FUT have really failed to feature in the top
อันนี้ถือว่ายังน้อยบัส
stats.
จีนจะทำทวน
And looking at it now, Carmine Core moving with glacial pace in this follow-up gun round, taking some early control. It's only 2 players sightwards here, and only Crostali in terms of an anchor. He's got to try and hold this one together. 4 players now in trade, very soon to be put under the microscope, but gets out in time.
Look how slow FUT are to react to this. There's still 3 players towards the other side of the map.
They had Zeus out in sand, and well, now KC want to take the fight straight to FUT's doorstep. There's Dosia. Kicks it down, no trouble. Crostali gone, and a lot of that important utility missing back into this retake.
ถ่วงเวลาไปอีก
Not to mention the fact that Sop is still playing on an operator here. Oh, one away. It's Zeus to try and close up the distance, but he's the casualty again. Sop trading out in effect, and all bodies start to fall.
ได้แชมป์คนแรก
A bit of a disconnect
ของ
here.
ซูเลกี
Pulling the plug, but as you say, Dosia hovering in the back lines, dagger held above them.
เฮ้ย
But can FUT do enough to stop
ไม่
this?
ทัน
It's down to the 1v1, and when it comes to closes, Sop might just be the best chance that FUT have, but there's no time left for him. And it's on that reason that KC will find 5.
I mean, Dosia, that ace up the sleeve, managing to hide within his own smoke, and FUT, for the most part, retake pretty good. You can see the bodies getting on site.
ให้พุทลิควิดรู้ละดาบไอ้มีแชมเปี้ยนต้องเป็นอะไรถึงจะเหมาะกับจีรอบนี้เมื่อกี้มีคนบอกมากระบี่ว่ะเป็นไงโคตรได้
So far, 8 rounds into this one, and FUT still feeling fully confident that
ถ้าเซเว่นนะครับผมแนะนำเลยเมนูแนะนำให้หมิง
Sop got out of the previous with the operator, of
อก
course.
ไก่พริกไทยดำฮะ
ตาย
ร้อย
แม่งเดินมาแบบชิว
แม่งโคตรชิวคอตเตอรี่
No problems there.
Narrate still holding on this line, knowing that the
ใช้ดีค่ะจับจอใช้ดีต้องใช้
bodies behind
ๆ
this.
โคตรเคลียร์
Sop obviously the one with the
Yo,
operator.
Habiba.
He escaped last
Oh, wait.
round, and Casey will know that. And it looks like with that, they
สาม
start to
ครับ
head
น้องเมฆ
towards B.
สวัสดีครับ
Close quarters, where you know the scoped weaponry will not be at an advantage. I think the worst part about that is KC have 2 scoped weapons themselves.
Yeah, and what with this pit deployed, absolutely no chance they want to go near the C site. Actually ends up being Dosia set up as the late second layer rather than Narrate conceding the A lobby control. Figuring out what the post plant looks like, it's towards Blue Room that they look as Sop connects the shot. Paranoia is close. They're spraying
อะไรขนาดนั้นนะ
and cutting off the supply line. That should do it for this one. But falling short
เซฟ
again.
ต่อ
Not able to make the mark. And we've seen that many times. KC managing to get free plants consistently. And I think that's the big point, that we see the success rate from posts. As we head towards 6 for KC, a real turning point in terms of the game because of the opportunity
ความโหดหรือใครโหดกว่ากัน
gain a massive advantage into the second half.
Obviously not getting away with the gun there, but the biggest one for me in this is just how it starts. Crostali full shift walking up on A with the belt of util. When it comes to big stages, he massively impressed me in London, so yeah, to see stuff like this is concerning. Of course, someone who was on the back burner with Fenerbahce for 2 years before he got his chance on this roster.
No, 100%.
And usually good in those situations.
I agree with you, but I think the criminal part about this is that there will be prep for FUT. You know, because the fact that they would have sat down, looked at the VODs and known that Narrate on the chamber will be holding.
โดนเด้
In terms of where we've seen the journey for one of these 2 teams, we look towards KC.
บอกได้เลยว่า2
And the fact that, look at that stage 1 and the turn of form into stage 2.
Absolutely, and like I said, look, it's the culture shift which we've seen in this KC team that we've got to be talking about. Zeiss will have been preparing for this one for ages. He's been ready for it for years. Was in the
เอฟอยู่ใน Discord ไอ้ VCT EMEA ป่ะ
อะไรนะ
เอฟได้อยู่ใน Discord ของ VCT EMEA ป่ะ
ไม่ได้อยู่
พี่เพิ่งรู้ว่าพี่อยู่แล้วเมื่อกี้มันเขาบอกอะไรวันอาทิตย์ให้แบบมาดูหรืออะไรสักอย่างเหมือน เหมือนกระตุ้นโปรสตรีม
is that for FUT, this is for bragging rights.
ครับ
This
เปิ
is
ดอ่าน
for
ก่อน
achieving something that they've not been able to do
เหมือน
before.
เขาชวนให้มาวัดกัน
For
เยอะ
KC, it's about being able to finish your year in China, not in Barcelona, especially after having such a successful stage 2. They need to make that grand final. They need to either win today or win tomorrow, should they lose.
ตั้งแต่ดูมามันก็ไม่ได้บุกหวือหวาขนาดนั้นไม่ค่อยนี่ไปแต่แม่งแบบต้องซื้อถูกไซส์รัวๆมันอ่านเกมขาดดูดิ
Bandit B in the hands of Sociable quickly loosens his grip as Levin is off the leash and Narrate not too far behind as is often the case, but able to offer some concessions
NRG
to
เหรอ
this.
เล่นมันทานระหว่างเจี๊ยบรุดหลับไปยังไม่ตื่นตอนนี้
So where's Cristalli off to?
First off, maybe seeing if he can retrieve one of
นั่นเล่น
those
ไม่มีทู
rifles
เดอะ
like
ฟอ
you
ร์
said. Yetege
เต็มอีกแล้วนี่2 เม็ด
left in his
แม่งมี
way.
สไนเล่นยันจบอ่ะ
As the Seekers up here, you're just looking at the narrate.
ใช่เขาชวนมาวอตปาร์ตี้แกนเป็นนอนกันเยอะ
Easy pickings, but all of a sudden, Cristalli keeps us interested.
ๆผมไปอ่านละ
12 clutches and counting.
เขาแค่เตือนคนที่ไม่ได้วัดนานเฉยๆกลับมาวัด
Can't add any more to the tally
บอกเขามี
in
เลด
this
บูให้
one.
สัก
So
ลัง
right out of the timeout,
โอ้โห
Casey with the
กลัวจะไม่ได้ลงเลย
left in this half, and you feel FUT need at least one for a chance. And I think this is the worst part about it. I mean, the attack side is actually the worst for
อเมริ
FUT
กา
on this map. It's the
รอทีฟ
defensive
เลวัน
one
ทานน่าจะเลวัน
that is
ทาน
a lot more impressive, usually around 51%.
That's the thing, right?
And they're completely
เลวันทาน NRG
It's the way in which
พลิ
they're
กยากมากเลยวันทาน
changing up
NRG
who's taking first point, whether it's Narrate or Levin, one sliding in or baiting for the other. Scope or slide, doesn't matter.
And Sugetsu, the one who'll be calling, hey guys, they've taken that A space.
นี่
Let's
ที่อยาก
move and
ที่
see
บอกว่า
quickly.
ชอบคอมเคซีเนี่ยปูเซนเหมาะกับคอมนี้นะพิมมี่เล่นแบบนาเรศเนี่ย
Has a snake bite, but
โคตร
only
โคตร
by
อีซี่อะ
limited time.
ยิงอย่างเดียว
Hasn't opted
ฮะ
to drop into his utility
เล่นแบบ
belt
แผน
just
1-4
yet.
ใช่ไหม
ให้พิมมี่เล่นแบบนาเรศไปเลยทำทุกอย่างเหมือนนาเรศแม่งง่ายจัดแม่นเหมือนกันด้วยเลยเหมือนกันได้หมดเลยอีก4 คนไปทำความเข้าใจจังหวะไอ้พวกแบบว่าโปรโตคอล
คล้ายๆจินจีเล่นกันเอาเทคเจอร์ไปแบบ
เนี่ยให้มานั่งดูเนี่ยแล้วก็ดูว่าแบบเขาทำประมาณยังไง เขาบอกพี่มีเล่นมาโหดกว่านาเรศอีกเฮ้ยเหี้ย
ยังเหลือตัวอยู่วอเตอร์ฟอล
He's a safe pair of hands.
ไม่ยอมบุก
Absolutely.
10 จริงไหมเนี่ย
Narrate is otherworldly right now. It has to be said. This man reaching new
อะไรทำให้
heights.
KC
I mean, this kill here.
แค่เปลี่ย
Nice.
นโค้ด
Oh my god. The switch onto the headhunter.
แค่โค้ดคนเก่าออกไง
But it's all in vain.
โค้ดคนเก่าไปเอเมติกอะ
In such a demanding yet micro heavy
โห
meta,
ดเลยอะ
Carmine Court look to have caught on to the winning formula.
นาเรศแม่ง
The
ยิงไม่ห
series
ยุด
had to start with success for them here in Barcelona. They couldn't force to buckle under that pressure. 2 rounds left for FUT to try and make
แล้วตอนนี้
amends.
เอเมติกตอนนี้เป็นไงได้โค้ดเก่า KC ไป
Almost inadvertently look towards the
โอ้
net.
เชี่ยไลน์อัพแบบ
The
อร่อย
dominoes continue to fall.
แต่ KC รอบนี้ไต่พ่ายนะกรุ๊ปอะใช่ปะอันดับ1กรุ๊ปนะ ว่าไม่ได้
มันโคตรโหดอ่ะ
ตอนนี้โหดจัดอะ
You know what I mean?
ยิงทีก็โหด
Armor, yeah.
ไม่ต้องเปลี่ยน
I
ไลน์อัพ
just
เลย
can't believe the amount of kills that we're seeing and the way that we're seeing it. After how
การเตะ
explosive
โค้ดออก
FUT have been
หรือ
to
ที่
this
ผ่านมาแม่ง
point.
เล่นไล่โค้ดอะพี่
I mean, Kameto in the house just behind us. There's certainly something special in the air today.
อยู่ดีผู้เล่นแม่งก็เก่งแบบสเต็ปอัพทุกคน
Tosia, while he can't close it out just yet, Sociable
เฮ้ย
will be shut up quickly enough. 3
ไวครับ
from
แมตช์แรก
11. And his record against Turkish teams looks to add another.
นาเรศแม่งมาเล่นอยู่
Yeah, I mean,
แม่งดู
One
คอมฟอร์ต
round
ขึ้นหน่อย
for FUT to try and get that life.
ตั้งแต่ก่อนย้ายกลับไปเซ็นแล้ว
Usually we see that 9-3
โคตรโหด
half with a pistol round. I mean, game's still on. But if FUT can't achieve that, I feel as if you're already starting to look towards Haven.
Absolutely. And that is where the record does get better, but like you say, not in this kind of fashion.
เดี๋ยวดิวาโลเขาเล่นกันโบ 3
Bounced back from serious deficits in this playoffs already. You only need to look back to the Liquid game to see it, but this is the last chance of
ด
the
อทนาย
first
เป็นหนึ่ง
half.
ตัวแปรไหม
KC already out into
ก็สเต็ป
cross,
อัพ
and
ทุกคนอะ
then
นะ
Furry faked it. A feint towards
ดอท
A,
นายมันเก่ง
and
อ
the
ยู่แล้ว
B site unlocked.
And look at how
ได้
hesitant
ดอท
FUT
นาย
are
ไป
to
ด้วย
flood back in. A team so
ได้กับเทียร์สอง
explosive,
แปซิฟิก
not doing it.
ดอทนายนี่ทีเด็ดตั้งแต่ตอนแบกทีมอินเดียได้แชมป์ละ
If Levin can interrupt this,
ยิง
ก็
อยู่
ตอน
2
นี้
คน
แม่งทำให้ตกเจนจีได้
เออ
ตอนสมัยเจนจีรุ่งเรือง
Something already bombing utility from FUT. They're so stalled out.
ไม่โดนใคร
By
เลย
himself in waterfall, big 1v1.
เอาพื้นที่เอาพื้นที่ อุ้ย
Goal. Oh, it's all through heaven.
โอ้โหได้เลดมาแล้ว
เล่นด้วยก่อนไฟ
โอ้ย
Double digits.
เฮียอะไรวะน่า
This first half so dominant.
Such a tight
โอ้
corridor, and they all fall to the raid.
ยิงแบบ
KC absolutely farming FUT right
ก่อน
now
ที่
in the upper
ก่อน
final.
ที่ดอทนายจะมาบูมอะครับ มันอยู่ทีมอินเดียทีมหนึ่งครับ อยู่กับเพื่อนคาซัคสถาน2 คน
Few opportunities left for the
ดอทนาย
Tigers
กับ
team
เพื่อน
to
คาซัคสถาน
make
2 คนในทีมอินเดีย
He did
แม่ง
get
แบก
to
ทีม
catch
อินเดีย
some of
ทีม
their
เนี้ย
thoughts before the
ได้
game,
แชมป์
though. It's an interview with the Attaché.
เล่นแม่งยิง
สแตทเวอร์จัด แล้วก็ไปบูม แล้วก็มานี่
นั่นเล่นแม่งมีออฟมีทูเดอะฟอร์สเมื่อกี้ ยิงเสร็จไว้ก็สับทูเดอะฟอร์สยิงโคตรเชี่ยเลย
โห
Uno de mis sueños siempre ha sido entrevistar a Quevedo y tengo a Jet2J aquí, así que por fin voy a poder
รู้แล้วทำไมแพ้
I'm here joined by Jet2J. Jet2J, welcome
อารมณ์
to
ดีจัด
Spain. First of all, how are you feeling? Enjoying the weather?
Yeah, it's so cold actually, so I'm just trying to get warmer.
Okay, tell me, le pregunto un poquito que qué tal el
También
tiempo.
hay
Dice que
garantía,
hace mucho
tienen
frío, pero
garantía.
yo creo que en un par de días eso va a
Yeah,
cambiar.
foot, yeah.
I've heard that you've been
Foot
you've
vitality.
told me that you've been doing some Duolingo. Can you show me some of the Spanish that you know?
Yeah, hola, ¿cómo estás? Muy bien. De nada. Quiero un pan, café con leche, and yeah, something like that.
Okay, I'm surprised. No, everything is very white, is very sane. Este es el español que habla por ahora. What about the resting? Have you had time to rest and come prepare for this weekend? Le vamos a preguntar si ha podido descansar todo este tiempo.
Yeah, we actually rest after the planes and after the playoff matches. Before coming here, we just gave like 2 days off, and then now we are here trying to be prepared for the match, and I guess we are ready.
Dice que sí, que se han podido estar preparando, que han venido después del play-in. Y chicos, la verdad que está todo listo. Aquí todo el mundo está disfrutando Barcelona. So, back to you guys.
Jet2J already climatized to the Spanish atmosphere, it seems. Have you picked up on anything since you've been here, Cairo? Cerveza. Absolutamente nada. Absolutely nothing. They're going to need to find their feet quickly because this is a horror show. 8 rounds.
มันไม่ได้เล่นตอนรับอะแต่ดูตอนบุก
KC
เดี๋ยวก็ยิง
really putting on the pressure now.
I mean, just look towards that scoreboard.
Yeah.
Already featuring, but
นี่ไง
great
มาแล้วไง
kills from Jet2J brings FUT back on site.
ของจริงเข้ามาตอนบุกครับ แมปบุก เฮ้ย หมุนป่ะ
It's looking like a write-off, but the attack side is where the improvements needed to be made for this team, and already you're seeing their confidence in the opening engagements. An expansive post-plant and twice the player count to win it.
So how do you get back in?
Yeah, paranoia's on both sides here. It's that extra flash for Crostali, though, that could be everything.
I mean, the Sheriff on Sugetsu. Headshots his game. But it doesn't look like they're going to be allowed back in. So slow in their scale. So when we get to this point, FUT will be so confident that paranoia probably enough to finish this one out. And it's a nice right click from Dosia, but already this round is done. It's about orbs for Sugetsu as FUT get themselves back into the game, at least for a round longer.
And Dosia going down, and FUT finally have liftoff, you feel.
ต้องได้โบนัสก่อนแล้วค่อยปั่นแบงค์อย่าเพิ่งปั่นตอนนี้ ถ้าโบนัสมาปุ๊บปั่นได้เลย
Into a bonus, the building blocks of what they can achieve here. The flip side is, KC have to find a way to contain this attack side because we know how good the combination of Sop and Zeus can be. If this gets out of control, If they find a way to blunder this first map, the series is suddenly thrown into jeopardy.
Yeah, I mean, you speak about that combination of Sop and Zeus, and between the two of them, they have 9 kills. Sop with 8 of those. So I think it's right to look towards individuals leveling up. It's just whether they're allowed to.
Yeah, and I think honestly, again, you take that hit on Zeus, the sacrificial lamb, and a lot of situations. If he can just create the space to bring everyone else online, that's when things start to track better for them. Narrate is always going to be a thorn in the side. You have to commit bodies or utility to take him off of these angles. You can already see Headhunter in hand. It's a scary enough prospect as it is. Now crossing the minute mark.
I agree, but if you get towards 40 seconds and then you re-clear a space, you know there's going to be no more chamber TPs for the rest of the round.
The bigger issue, what happens when you get past 40 seconds? Because that's at the point of no return. That's when Carmine Court start to look for a gamble, and you can see a congregation on the A site. Yes, Crystali was lurking around B main, but it's a 5-player push.
ทำไมดู
คลาสสิก
อีมีดิ
And you're thinking, these pistols, we've already seen Dosia get a right-click kill.
ชิบหายละ
KC Classic doing what it needs to.
เฮ้ย
The rifle's doing what they need to.
เคลียร์หมดไซส์เลยครับ
ถือว่าดุครับ ขอแบบฟอร์เรสนะซื้อปืนมาเยอะนี่อ่ะใครบอกซอฟไม่ตื่นมาละ
They'll be thinking about building up some ultimates here. Sop on the Marshall should be hunting down Levin in this situation. It's a nice gamble stack from KC, but a little bit of luck in there. Some shots through the edge of the smoke. Exactly what FUT need to find themselves a place
สุด
in
นั้น
this
ตายไปแล้วตอนนี้
final.
นึกว่าเล่น4 คนตอนนี้
Bring themselves back into it. In zone flawless for FUT. Nice anti-eco.
โอ้ยขยับหูฟังเอียบัดอยู่นั่นน่ะหายิงก่อนดับตลอด
Absolutely no one taken offline here, so rifles in the hands. Chance for FUT to
เห็น
really
จับไม่ห
go
ยุดเลย
against
ตอน
the
นี้
grain.
ยิงไป2 ตัว
KC shouldn't be sweating just yet. They have to keep a cool head. This is a massive opportunity
วินนี้แหละ
into the bonus.
ปืนได้ลุ้นอยู่ครับ
Yeah.
ฟุต
I think that's it. Everybody with a rifle on either side. So let's have a look into the comms with FUT to see how they deal with this.
Bekle abi. Paranoya atacağım Hobbit'e Efe. Gitsene yakına. At. Attım. Vuruyorum. Hobbit kapalı beyler.
Hey Devon'daydı.
Devon'a cross kalsana soldan. Planın kontağını bitireceğim. Link'e cross'um.
Arkaya dikkat et. Yürüş. Sağdan cross'um şu an.
Hobbit kapalı kanka.
Kapı bende.
มาแล้วครับเลอร์เกอร์ตัวปิดเกมแต่เคซีก็ยังระวังหลังอยู่เฮ้ยโอ้โหทามมิ่งเป๊ะจัดดูดิเอาเป็นเรื่องโอ้โหเหลือเชื่อกำลังจะเลี้ยวมาพวกแป้งถอยพอดีเคซีหวานเจี๊ยบฝันต่อได้อนุญาตให้ฝันต่อได้แบบนี้
And just a 5-round gap, as you say. This was a brilliant call to just fight up into plat, break off one of the arms of the retake between Levin and just not able to bridge the gap. Late Lurk sweeping in just to add insult to injury.
ฝันให้ไกลแล้วไปถึง
KC down to pistols. And just as we knew FUT to be the old gatekeeper
ส
of
วัส
the
ดโดนเฮดฮันเตอร์นั่นเล่นเปิดก่อน
stepping back up into that mantle now. As KC were closing in on this first opener in the upper final.
It's from gatekeeper to Titan, it feels like. It's Sop under pressure and Yetigy.
นั่นไงโอ้กูว่าแล้ว
to be had and nobody there to stop
จะเกิด
this.
เรื่องแบบนั้นหรือเปล่ามันกำลังฮิตใช่ไหม
แม่งตามเทรนชัดๆเอาเวฟอ้อมมาข้างหลังมีปืน1 กระบอก
Yeah, and KC want nothing to do with this. They're looking to collect the numbers and FUT stop this in transition.
Alves has now retrieved the rifle
Yeah,
from A.
Alves มี
He's
ปื
going
น
to be
ด้วย
coming
อ่ะ
in late as a flank. In
น่า
terms
ก
of
ลัว
the
จัง
retake utility, still has that prowler, of course. It's the Molly of Sugetsu.
มีฮอนมีพาวเลอ
Doses
ร์
paranoia.
ดอท9มีบายด้วย แล้วบายไปตรงโดน2 GG ว่ะ
First flash.
Good smoke.
Yeah, this is something that you can protect, something that you can play with then. As FUT look to hold on. KC should know that this is filled, and when they do, it's FUT to get the kills.
Back to the game.
Alves through main, gets his. Could he get
Bom.
more? No. And Sugetsu out, can't get the last
Oh.
headshot. And now FUT within 4.
ถือว่าตัดสินใจดีที่สโมกเสร็จมาเล่นในสโมกเป็นงั้นแพ้แล้วโดนบายตายหมด ถือว่าไหวตัวไวครับพุทธวินนี้
ill-effective in that sort of situation and really riling up the audience now. Here comes the gun round. Narrate has the ult available, but it's going to fall on deaf ears as this typical sand control from KC has been entirely avoided.
เชี่ยเหลือ19โอ้ทำไมไม่ตายไปเลยวะอ้าวนี่ไง
So advantage towards KC.
Numbers up in heaven here. Alves may be low, but he can still stave off a player or two. Zeus up the rope.
Oh, he doesn't even check it. And Alves gets the kill.
Trades,
but it's KC who come out on top. KC who keep the numbers on their side. Now it's up to Sop's operator and Cristali's rifle. And Sop won't even get a bullet off. So Cristali has to give us the goods. Has to give us what he's shown us before. And the clutch to
โหยากมากยากมากขึ้น11
and KC up to 11.
Finally with the tools in their favor, the blue wall will not be beaten in this gun round. Nice opening of the door to play and narrate there as well, and actually the French club taking a timeout in effect here just to talk things over, now finally finding success on their defender's side.
Success when they needed the most, a little bit of reprieve. And I think that Simon being in Narrate's court, the fact he's able to find something through B main, just sets them up for so much success.
I mean, he has been the success story of their year.
ตอนนี้ฟุตได้ไปแล้วครับ
Carmine Core really from one of the lowest rated players on Sentinels in America's kickoff to the one which we remembered in EMEA, back on our soil. Got to be thinking about the big stages he's played on, of course. Was there in Spain, in Madrid, with KC at their only international appearance in the past, and looking to push them to yet another. Wants to put behind him the failures of Toronto et al.
คิวเปอร์เดส
The first stage to now survive the second.
Yeah. I mean, at this point in time, it's all about champs, right? And I think that's what it's going to be down to. The fact that we've seen that.
ไม่ขำได้ไปแล้วก็ไม่ข
The fact that he keeps getting
ำ
these
100,000 เหรียญ
specifically. We'll need to see, should he be the relief point?
Yeah, I mean, it's the chamber that we're talking about there, and you saw it on the stats. That's what FUT have to try and find an answer to, because when it comes to first engagements, he's the best in the region in terms of
จริงๆ
return
VCT เนี่ย
value.
ไลออดดูเหมือนให้เงินน้อยนะแต่ตอนมันขายสกินแคมป์ขายบันเดิลรวมๆเยอะมากเลยนะ
By denying the life of Yetege there early in B main, the follow-up was expected. So, looking at it now,
ก็คนไปแชมเปี้ยนก็หวังตอนนั้นแหละ
it's a big B main duel. And Narrate has found what he was
GG
looking
ว่ะ
for. Sugetsu chipping in as
หมด
well.
สุด
แม่งเอาไป3เดี๋ยวจะซื้อ
Carmine Core on the road to 12.
On the
เหงา
road
เลย
to
Sociable
taking their map pick.
ว้า
One
มาจะ
that
รวบ
we
หน้า
all
บี
expected for it to be the case.
เหมือนเคซีมัน
And
รู้
one
เลยนะ
that
แม่ง
we hope
แม่งไป
would
ดูมาแน่
have
เล
a
ย
better showing. Onto 12, onto map point, and setting themselves up perfectly for this upper bracket final.
Once again, it's through that defender-sided aggression which runs in the lifeblood, the DNA of this Carmine Core team. The alchemy at long last balanced. Giving themselves 6 opportunities to see through Lotus, their undefeated map in the pool. with FUT's very
Just in
own
Heaven,
on the
yeah.
horizon.
แม่งอ่าน
Attack
ขาด
will be
ว่ะ
looking to generate some confidence to that end. The op's in the right place yet again.
KC แม่งรู้ว่า
Through A,
จะทำอะไร
but he will not get an engagement before that door closes.
Looks like he wants to open it up though. Double dip for a little bit more.
Once more, but
ก็นี่แหละ ลิควิดอยู่ที่ตัวลิควิดคู่หน้าครับ
This is not the first time that a player's been caught solo for FUT there. And they're heading straight into the lion's den on A.
Yeah, they want to fight, they want to brawl. Fists up, looking for blood. It's the right at the back of sight. And he's caught. Zeus with a good entry. Aves delayed, but it's out of blue room door.
ถ้าจะให้ลิควิดไปพุทธชนะก็ดีกว่า
Just sending it into the pit.
KC จะได้ไม่มาแย่งสล็อต
At the back of sight, and Sop still trying to find something, but Levin instead. And now Levin taking control of the round and putting KC onto what is one map up.
GG ว่ะ
will find Lotus.
Leading them there. One of only 2 BBL players from last year who have since not made it to a global.
โค้ดอิงทำยังไงให้ KC ทีมนี้ทีมเดิมที่โหลของ EMEA ใช่
Starting strongest here in Barcelona. And the simply unthinkable from how this year started, not feeling too far away now.
I mean, out the way that FUT played.
ตอนนี้โค้ดอิงกำลังนั่งภูมิใจอยู่ พวกนี้ปลุกปั้นมากับมือ แต่กูไม่อยู่แล้ว
แต่ไม่ใช่ความสำเร็จตัวเองนี่ห
อื
ว่าม
งงจัด
ทำไมวะมันโคตรโหดเลย KC
KC
Venga,
de llegar
arranca,
a Champions. Y tenemos aquí a Narrate que se acaba de sacar un mapa loquísimo. Así que vamos a ver qué es lo que piensa y cómo se siente en estos momentos. Narrate, what a performance on map number 1.
ฟุต
One map away from champs.
KC ก็เก่งเหมือนกัน
This is all the year. That if it's closed in 2, how are you going to keep up that performance going on to Haven?
I mean, it doesn't really matter if I keep the performance or not. Our team is very good. So we're just going to rely on each other and trust each other. And I believe we'll take either this map or the next map. It doesn't matter. We don't care about the stakes and we're just going to keep going forward.
Dice que no le importa lo que está en juego, que se van a apoyar los unos en los otros, que da igual si es el mapa siguiente o en el tercero. Ellos saben que van a ganar hoy. Well, thank you very much. Good luck on the second one. Vámonos a un break que tenemos Haven después de esto.
พูดภาษาลาตินใช่ไหม
น่าจะเป็นพวกเซาท์อเมริกาประเทศสเปนนะ
โอ้ยแปซิฟิกเราก็โหดนะทีมท็อปข้างบนน่ะ เจอกับน้องจิมน่าจะมันตอนนี้พวกEMEAยิงกันเดือดจัดคนสเปนเหรอว่าแล้วแลบผิวเลย
Microphone muted. Microphone activated.
Is what backs us up. The Razer Iskor V2 New Gen.
เอามาเจอรับโฆษณาคิดแคท
เฮ้ยอย่าเพิ่งมองโบแมปใครแมปมันเว้ยห้องน้ำก่อน
Microphone
ไฟไหม้คลองถมชิบหายละมันมีแต่พวกของ Wi-Fi นะว่าไอขนมปังเนยหนึบกับไอบราวนี่หมดไปละบราวนี่อันเล็กอะใช่ไอปังกรอบเนยหนึบโคตรอร่อยเลยเมื่อวานจะกินหมดแล้วแต่แม่งดึกแล้วเลยกั้นอดใจไว้เพิ่งมาหมดตอนเย็น KC5 Fuck Energy 100 ทิปเปปเปอร์เล็กเจนจีพูดเรวันทานว่ะเรวันทาน Energy เปปเปอร์เล็กT1
โค้ดคนนี้มันเป็นผู้ช่วยมาก่อน
มันเป็นเค้กอะเค้กมันเหมือนเค้กช็อกโกแลตอะ
Microphone
ใช่นี่แหละ โค้ดผู้ช่วยอิง อ๋อเขาเรียกว่าคุก
Microphone
เรียกว่าคุก
muted.
กี้ตักเหรอ อืม
There was an evil giggle from Ewan then, because he knew what Zace just did to us on the desk. Getting us emotional. It's literally one map in here in Barcelona. We've still got 2.5 more days to go and then some. But what a performance from KC, guys.
มาครับน้องวริราซันเดย์วันนี้เราอยู่กันที่บาร์เซโลนาครับผม
Yeah, I mean, I said that KC
พูด
had
Let's
to
go
win
2-1
this map because I think they're one of the
สวย
best
ครับ
Paris teams
เดี๋ย
in
ว
the
พูด
world.
มา
I
สอง
think
ครั
that
บ
FUT
แมปแรก
are so strong on it and
พู
they
ดเปอร์
showed
เซ็นต์
it.
ชนะน้อยวัน
There's a
นี้
reason
เชื่อ
why
ใจ
I
ไม่
said I
สนใจ
think FUT should have probably banned this map in the first place.
มาโนบดน
This could like
อัน
I
นี้
set it up this way, but this
นั่น
was
เล่นเป็น
actually
แค่
a
เวอร์เฉย
really
แบบนี้
map for KC. They've looked like one of the best
ไม่
teams
มี
in
อะไร
the world.
It's so satisfying to see that.
Yeah, it's been beautiful. That chess match that you were setting up, I think, played out beautifully here.
Yeah, I agree. The footballists didn't show up, so
I mean, they tried.
yeah.
They tried showing up everywhere, but Casey always had an answer for them.
ครับ
Can
ไป
you
แล้ว
guys talk to us about what went so well on the attack side for KC?
Yeah, so we got a little telestrat here. Me and Petra were talking about this during the game. So it starts off early, round 4, where KC were kind of showing quite a bit of aggression here towards the mound space, Petra. So this was what you were wanting to highlight here. So we see KC on the attack side taking this mound space.
Yeah, so I think KC wanted to show to footballists that they're gonna slightly play a little bit different, and it makes them unpredictable for the rest of the game. So they show aggression first, and then they play the map a little bit more.
Yeah, so round 4 they
อี
play
มิว
very
นี่
aggressive
ใช่
at mound
อีมิว
space.
นี่
They're
สั่นแบบ
taking
ทั้
it
ง
very
คู่
aggressively, and then these rounds later we see them being less aggressive towards mound, taking more of the A space. But then that leaves FUT here with the 2 players on mound. And they're now conditioned, right?
Yeah, they are indeed. It worked. The plan worked, but it is a bit disappointing from FUT that they're like they know they are heavy taken on Rubble on A side, right? KC, there's a lot of players there. You either push through, get the 1v1, or you rotate back so you have a stronger side because there are people playing on the side there.
But instead, we see FUT doing absolutely nothing with these 2 players here. Just, you know, we see the players up here from KC already on the site, and FUT are doing absolutely nothing here. There's none of these quick rotations that we usually see FUT doing. You know, that next layer to that game should be that push out that we were saying before. We see here, KC 5v4 in a post plant. They're going to win out this round. It gets a bit close, but I don't care about that. Me and Petra were about like the smart game here.
Yeah.
Like, KC are just winning this fairly easily. FUT, some big mistakes there, like
Do
a
you
bit of
think
hesitation.
maybe they're a bit nervous? Or
You think FUT nervous? Potentially. I think it's like how it's more about to me like do they get overwhelmed, not nervous, but like do they kind of shut down in a way? And I think that's different.
Because the expectation is different, sorry.
Yeah, no, don't be sorry. But again, I come back to the point I was talking about with Sop and his confidence. There have been times this year where we have seen Sop shut down. It wasn't a disaster for him on Lotus. But I wonder how prepared FUT were to take on Lotus today. They know that KC are going to want to pick it against them if they let it through. They still go for the ban against Abyss, I guess, because they haven't had time to practice it. So they had to be ready today. And it doesn't really feel like they'd brought ideas for to the table, even though they should know how KC want to play Lotus.
I personally thought like there were some ideas. I just don't think they were good enough. I think KC, like I'm saying, like if we send KC to champs and they play a Lotus, they're probably going to beat most of the teams in the world. They're going to be beating some of these top level teams looking to go on deep runs. I don't think FUT's playstyle allows them to play the map in the way that they necessarily want to. I don't think the double duelist is particularly strong on this map a lot of the time.
ฟุตครับไม่น่าแพ้
KC did a very
2-0
good
ครับ
job of absorbing a lot of the pressure that FUT brought out early into this game.
Well,
ฟุต
FUT
ชนะ
are
สูง
confirmed for champs, so they have plenty of time to work on their Lotus. What was really interesting, I think, was when we saw Kakuka
อย่าหวั่น
narrate
เลอบอง
at the end of Lotus, he said that his performance isn't what matters today. Narrate literally said, I can rely on my teammates. It's not about me. But I just think that Lotus would be an entirely different picture
GTA 5
if
มัน
we
เก่า
didn't
แล้วดิ
see him doing
เบื่อแล้ว
Narrate things on the chamber, Petra.
I mean, it depends a little bit how you can take it, right? Like if he's talking about if I have a bad game, I trust my teammates enough to pick up the.
เล่นเลดเต็ม
I
ดี
don't
กว่า
know how you say it, but you know, to step
Pick
in
up
for
the
me.
slack.
Yeah, pick up the slack.
But there was no slacking here.
There was no slacking here. He
หา
was
เว้น
popping
ครับ
off. It was a show for him.
Yeah, I think this Lotus, part of the reason why I think KC are one of the best is because of Narrate. You saw even the pistol round, he set the tone immediately,
Oh,
just
Narrate
getting the
บ้า
head
จัด
on
ตอนนั้น
first kill. And then throughout the game,
Yeah.
even on that defense when they flipped over and there was a little bit of a comeback from FUT, as soon as Narrate got his operator out, as soon as he was using his chamber ult, it was just frying every single time. I think as a player, I think he should be embodying that ego a little bit more. I think there are times
Narrate
when
มัน
you
โห
could
ด
just
มาก
say,
อะ
yeah, I kind of diffed them. Like you could still know that your teammates are there to support you. But I
เอ
think
อ
balancing
แบบ
that
แรกมันลั่นเกินหน้าที่มันเลยออกมาเป็นแบบนี้
He's
ครับ
trying to suppress the American in him.
Yeah.
He's like, you
แต่
know,
ว่า
I don't
มันไม่
wanna
ค่อยมี
remind
เหตุการณ์แบบ
people that
ลั่
I
น
went to
2
that
แมปติด
region and it
เท่าไหร่
wasn't my best look.
นาน
I'm
ๆที
doing well in
เพราะฉะนั้น
Europe. I want to stay European, do the European
แบบนี้ไม่
way
ไม่มี
of
อะไรผิด
things.
พลาด
I do wonder though how FUT and the coaches are feeling at the moment because they've got to dust themselves off quickly. FUT is a team we know can do that, especially as they're going to be going to Haven. But let's just take one final look back at Lotus for FUT as we hear from them in the coaching booth.
Were you surprised that KC didn't ban Haven against you? No.
No, we weren't, because they're also quite good at the map, but since it's one of the best maps for us, we wanted to pick it, because like after Breeze removed from current map pool, we knew Split was their permaban. Yeah, it is what it is.
Yeah, I mean, like, we knew they had a good Haven. They've always had a good Haven, so I think the veto probably went the way both teams expected it to.
Interesting. There were some thoughts as to whether actually KC wouldn't want to play Haven against FUT despite their record on the map, Mini.
Yeah, I mean, I think that it would have been a big brain play, I think, to ban this map. Personally, I think that KC's rest of the maps pair up quite well against FUT. But like they were saying, KC this year, historically, even during their kind of rough periods, Haven was a kind of staple map for them. We saw them playing quite well on this map during then, and they're still playing well on the map now. But against FUT is this team, like Billy's been saying it, I've been saying it, they might be the best team on this map in the world.
I do think the first game is going to have a lot of influence on the second game though, because Zeus was, I don't think he's warmed up at all, so.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting because it's like, even though FUT have this map to go to now where they can kind of push aside that Lotus a little bit, knowing that they were probably supposed to lose that map and go onto a map now where their home turf is that kind of confidence hit going to matter for them?
Well, both of these teams know that they have one more life if they don't make it through to Grands today. And KC
Road to Shanghai KC 1 map away from champion Shanghai.
Today, although if they do, they will be eliminating Team Heretics from TAM's contention, which feels like a contentious issue as we're in Spain right now and Heretics.
มีเท่าไหร่ต้องใส่ให้หมดแมปนี้ KT
move away from that slight awkwardness
เพื่อเซี่ยงไฮ้
talk about what we're expecting to see here in Haven. I don't think we're going to see any changes, but I think it's going to be really exciting to see Zeus in his comfort zone. We know he's one of the best waylays in the world, and on Haven we're going to see
เฮ้ยใครดูในคอมนะครับอย่าลืมฝากซูปอีกแท็บผมด้วยนะอย่าลืมฝากซูปแท็บผมด้วย
yes I mean, well, we'll see that for FUT. I imagine For FUT, given that they are so momentum based,
ในโมพี่พิมพ์ไม่ให้แล้วว่า
worries me. But again, I mentioned earlier, we do know that they are able to pick themselves up map to map, especially when they're going onto a map like this.
Yeah, I think it's not about nerves here. It's about whether they just have that. They know they qualified to champs, but I think it's about knowing that as an organization, you haven't won trophies before. They need to kind of pick themselves back up, go into this haven, know what you. They are just so good at this map. You got Zeus on that way. They stop switching to that jet. He just plays what he wants. He plays Neon. He plays jet. Doesn't matter. He's going to be in your face frying. So I just think it's about just reminding themselves what is on the line. There's a trophy on the line. I hope they're just going for that. Defense side, what I love for them is that aggression on this map. I think if map, you need to get very aggressive in your face. I think you're rewarded for it on this map, and I think Zeus is one of the players with his saturate.
นาเลสไม่ใช่แชมเบอร์ครับไม่ต้องกลัวเมื่อกี้โดนแต่สไนนาเลสกับเฮนฮันเตอร์
Remind himself of the fact that he needs to take revenge on FUT as well. FUT, one of the Turkish teams that actually has, in fact, the only Turkish team that has managed to take him down before. Now he's going to be hopefully feeling himself after a fantastic performance on Lotus. Can he repeat that on Haven against the best team on this map in VCT EMEA and perhaps even in the world? Let's go over to Hazza and Cairo to pick things up.
Well, Hazza, both of these teams are undefeated this year on Haven. Well, on this map, sorry, in this stage, I should say, not this year, but one of these teams are going to lose it. Right here, right now. For KC, they will lock champs if they can do so.
And that's the biggest
ถ้า
interaction
KC ช
between
นะ
these two
ใช่
teams. As you say,
เพราะฉะนั้นมันต้องพุทไม่ได้บอกให้ KC ชนะ
carried on through
แค่
Masters.
อ่านเมื่อกี้เฉยเขาเขียนไว้
Their most recent loss on this map, and only loss with this lineup was against KC. Now, yes, it was a while ago, and with a different composition.
เฮ้ยนาเลสจับฟินิกจบแล้วเมื่อกี้จับแชมเบอร์มันเลยออกเป็นอย่างนั้น
will be made.
สไน20 กว่าตัวเมื่อกี้สไนเฮดฮันเตอร์
Dropping out of groups in towards
นี่ไงเฮดฮันเตอร์
have dropped only one map.
หมดแล้ว
It's now 2 because of what KC done on Lotus, and that third could condemn them to the lower bracket.
พุทได้ไปแล้ว
Feels like the French club haven't stopped since that pit stop in Paris.
ตอนนี้ฮิเลติคงเซ็งต้องมานั่งเชียร์ทีมคนอื่นให้ชนะเพื่อจะได้ไปแชมเปี้ยน
The attack looking to go through the gears early. Both duelists sent out onto the B site. A little bit of an exploration through Levin, but he backtracks.
ถึงมาล่อของครับมีการปั่นป่วนเกิดขึ้นนิดหน่อย
Well, FUT are great. So are KC. Look at this already looking for the C garage space and to execute on towards this site.
ตั้งลำกันใหม่
They don't have a lot of bodies.
เฮ้ยน้องแอลต้องเชียร์ฟุตติครับ
That C site hit queued up. Sop, the player of most focus. We talked about him on the previous map, and as you say, with how equally contested this one is, someone has to be the difference.
เรียบร้อย
But Levin unloaded.
เดี๋ยวนะ
First kill
0 ดาเมจเลยเมื่อกี้
into
ดู
the
เหมือนยิง
site.
โดน
C open for the
เกม
taking
บั๊ก
here.
เมื่อกี้เป้าไปไหน
To post at an advantage. There should be no way back in for FUT. There is some utility. Crystalli's info dart. Zeus has the refract as well.
Oh, it's this double up in logs though. First firing line that FUT have to try and get past. Sugetsu also receives the invitation. There is no second layer. They're straight into the gear team here. And Carmen Court goes straight for the head. Pistol round in the bag. And the momentum from Lotus is continued.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it's going to stop that attack side. And I think as well it's worth noting that maybe there is a chance
ยืนอยู่แบบโชว์ตัวเต็มๆเลือดเต็มอ่ะดูดิดูดิ
So in that second half maybe then where the silver linings do lie like we were saying,
ต้องถามว่าจะลงทำไมอ่ะเมื่อกี้เพื่ออะไร
สู้สโมกข้างล่างไปเลยจบๆหลังไซด์ไม่ได้ยิงช่วยไม่ได้
เพื่ออะไรสโมกลูกเมื่อกี้
We speak of international experience on the KC side.
เขาต้องไปวันเวนี่ไอ้ตรงทางเข้า A อ่ะไอ้กล่องนั่นอ่ะกล่องทางไปกระดาษอ่ะ
played on that stage, so all of the right signs.
ซื้อหนักจัง
ดูฟุตต้องดูทั้งซีรีส์ถูก
There is a stack.
Yeah, there is a
เฮียแล้วบุกถูกไซด์ครับ
วินแบบนี้สแต็ก A4 เลยเหรอ
Oh no, that's not good.
เข้าไหมเฮ้ย
Oh dear, you had to see it. You had to see it. Well,
it wouldn't be an EMEA roadshow Without a little
เรียบร้อยครับคอมพัง
Berlin to Barcelona. I don't know if we've got the red lights in here.
No,
as
we
well.
don't. We don't. There's some pink lights.
มันดูไม่เครียดเลยว่ามันได้ไปแล้วมันเลยชิวนะ
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, I mean that's the.
You don't like to say that.
รู้ไหมมีคนที่เครียดอยู่อ่ะเฮ้ย
ตัดสินว่าจะได้ไปไม่ไปแม่งนั่งหน้าตึงแน่นอน
เออ
I think the Spanish casters are actually
หน้าเหมื
hyping
อน
up
โซ
the
โล่
crowd for this one, and yet there you go. It has turned an ominous shade of scarlet as we figure out what's happened.
Yeah, I think it's just some mouse issues that shouldn't take us too long to get things back underway, has it? But overall, the key points here, there's a lot to discuss between these two teams and the history, right? And I think that's the point that I wanted to get to, the stuff that we were talking about in that first round. Both teams have never dropped this map, this stage, but FUT have only managed to drop one map, no, two, and so far after groups. And I think that shows that real time.
แต่ตั้งแต่ดูเจนจีมาไอ้วันนั้นคือโซโล่อาการออกสุดแล้วนะ
We're not seeing that side of it. We're not seeing that killing instinct.
No, absolutely. I mean,
เหมือนคอมใครมีปัญหาไม่รู้
ไอ้คอตารี่เมื่อกี้
I was saying they went to Paris for EWC, and that was a big turning point in their year, simply based on the fact they were able to grind out more of those officials with this new setup. Find that identity.
เดี๋ยวเขาต้องแก้ให้ได้ครับ
And for FUT, it feels like the year's almost not stopped. You remember talking to the coaches as well about London and only having a couple of weeks off there to try and get things back on track.
I think that's a big point to be talking about. The fact that they said to the coaches that it was only 1 or 2 weeks that they had since they started trials, got this team together. And I mean, that's the thing that people don't see. There's that element to what's happening when games aren't happening, when there's the practice. I mean, I imagine you've got to be looking at this roster, how young some of the players are, how they might actually miss home a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, look, we've not quite got to that point in the off-season upcoming yet, where we're looking at some transfers being made. It's not until the end of this playoffs, really, when you expect those big moves to happen. So
คือใช่หรอมันเมาส์อีกชั่วไม่ใช่เมาส์แบตหมดโอ้ถ้าลืมชาร์จมาแข่งลืมชาร์จเมาส์มาแข่งก็โอ้โหต้องรีไทร์เลยอะไม่ควรแข่งเกมละเออมาแข่งเกมระดับนี้ลืมชาร์จแบตเมาส์ได้นี่ต้องโอ้โห
That does look like the end of the tech pause. We should be heading back in game here in just a moment's time. For those joining us, Casey, one round up,
แต่แม่งเริ่มลาวกัน
one
ใหม่
pistol, and FUT haven't changed the A stack.
No, FUT haven't.
เปลี่ยนไหมเปลี่ยนสายตีป่ะไหนๆก็ลาวใหม่แล้วยังไง
มันนัดกันแล้วบอกเฮ้ยเหมือนเดิมนะ
Time to find out if it's any different. Dart broken as it was in the dry run.
เมื่อกี้แม่งภาพฟุตชนะมาแล้วอะ
The Ray prowling on this Marshall. Yetterjay walking down C long. It's almost the gentleman's agreement. Just do what you were doing in the previous.
รอเลย
They need to make sure that they are diligent on their clears and that they find the bodies that they need to. That there is going to be no surprises as there is a whack-a-mole Crostale. Unfortunately, Levin to whack Zeus and well continuing on that way. Levin not managing to miss. Although,
ยังไงทีนี้
I mean, there are big kills here. It's Yetterjay late.
เอ้ยยังไงสิคืออะไรอะ
โอ้โหซื้อมาเยอะด้วยครับ
เฮ้ย
As they find lift off early in map 2.
Yeah. Away for a moment to look at that flag and then back towards sight where FUT have created a bloodbath. It's the Heretics classic actually. Isop is doing that for the Spanish organization.
รู้เลยเล่นเพื่อใครอันนี้
The stakes of more than one team.
พี่เหรียญขอไว้
Today, like you say, a win for FUT is a win for Heretics.
หรือว่าเป็นคนมีใจหรือเปล่าปีหน้าเตรียมย้าย
Out of the points, I should say. Just yet another name that can interrupt things.
Could you imagine KC versus Team Liquid tomorrow?
Potentially even we could have a KC Fireflux grand final.
Yeah.
Worst possible outcome.
เดี๋ยว
on Spanish soil hoping for a good result of their home team and against the Pistols now, but not having too much trouble. Some took some early damage.
ไม่กลับ
ทำไมวะ
Wiped off the board. So
ทำไมมันถึงไม่กลับใช่ไหม
looming in the air here, the threat of a reversal. But Sop generating 2 out of the Phantom. Should have put an end to things. He's still going here. The shock dart will push him out into the open, but Amaz wants nothing to do with this.
Remember the last time?
เดี๋ยวดูนะยิงเยดูเจเข้าหัวแล้วไปโดนซอฟข้างหลังเชื่อไหม
He should be able to win.
ผมไม่ได้ละ
Crystallis should be the one finishing this map out. Aves still able to take one with
โดน
them.
หัวไอ้ซ
So
อฟแทน
I mean, FUT up to 2, and Yetiji start to feel this one a little bit.
Yeah, really the ringleader of this FUT team. He's got the lion's heart and the voice of one as
โอ้โห
well.
แฟนทอมมันได้อย่างนั้นจริงๆหรอ
He's seen both eras of this organization, of course. Lived through their highest ever finish in Shanghai in Masters 2 years ago. Now looking to go back and outdo it as a contender, not just a team to make up the numbers.
สมมติว่าเมื่อกี้ไอ้คอตเตอรี่ดันมาแล้วไอ้
Set opening
นี่โชว์อยู่
is Sop off to
ก็เรียบร้อยเลย
early find. Crystallis still
แล้วก็เปิดโอกาส
keeping above the waterline. Sociable there as
คือ
well.
เอโคตรเยอะ
That is finally FUT restoring order.
Yeah, somewhat. Keeping themselves in front. Sugetsu the one to be the reprieve. As he's finding space towards Seat.
โอ้ยอันนี้รอบ4ทีมสุดท้ายแล้วครับอันนี้วันนี้จัดที่บาร์เซโลนาแล้วครับผมศุกร์เสาร์อาทิตย์นี้จบแล้วครับ
Can KC find a player back in their favor before we get the retake underway?
I mean, it has to be Narrate to run it back, and so wastes absolutely no time to get that one going into Spawn.
โอ้โห
Quick kills from
โอ้โห
the
มันต้องจริงจังขนาดนั้นเลยเหรอวะ
โจ๊กสักคมเลย Sugetsu's already here to tighten the net, finishing what he started. KC find the leveler, and while this map started in an awkward fashion, they've managed to wrangle it back for now.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit of an awkwardness towards this A lobby fight, and FUT doing well to get things back in their favor. But how do you let Narrate do that?
จะเดินมายิงอันติทำไม
Unbelievable, but surely you just have 2 players hold that when the back's been sent.
I mean, what more can you do in that situation? A couple missed shots.
พูดได้ไปแชมเปี้ยนแล้วครับ
Narrate outdoing himself there, over-delivering. As we're right back in the saddle, Sociable the only one with a rifle. He's the first one forwards. Finds one, but that won't be enough.
Find themselves bunkered down on site. The Sugetsu makes himself an issue through middle, and that's kept the attention of at least 2 bodies. But KC's skill still very slow. They know the issues that they had when they tried to get onto this east site again.
เหมือนแม่งนัดมาเจอความยิ่งใหญ่กันแบบ
Sugetsu still creating that
ยายกู
pressure
จะตีเอ
towards C.
ไม่ว่าพวกมึงจะอยู่
One
เยอะหรือ
which
เปล่า
FUT aren't really blinking at.
Oh, this reveal is just
อุ้ย
so exciting, tantalizing for Sop to attack.
มาแล้วซอฟมาแล้ว
From the round, A coming up
นี่
with
ไง
nothing.
unpredictable
Stopping the push at the very first point of
มา
asking
ปืน
on
ขึ้น
B.
มือหนึ่ง
Yeah, it doesn't feel like anywhere safe for KC on the map.
Yeah, and FUT have stole back a couple of rifles as well.
Some huge pickups, and now Narrate has to try and find this timing on B.
โหทามมิ่ง
Again, looking the wrong way, and Narrate
โอ้ทามมิ่งมันน่าแพ้มากเลยอ่ะ
seeing if
ดู
he
ดิ
can find a way to play Aves in the crowd. Starting to
เฮ้ยหันหน่อยคนตะโกนแล้ว
Well, they're already out. Blink. It's a quick retake, and Narrate might have just lost the timing.
นี่ไง นี่ไง เลี้ยงงูพิษไงล่ะเลด
Back in the lead. It's another eco to get them there.
Yeah, and a
มึง
more
โดน
direct
2 พิตตี้
อันดับน่าจะมีผลอยู่นะแชมเปี้ยนอะ
level right now. But has a KC mistake after mistake, and it's these one-on-ones. Sociable doing well there, but leaving Levin all alone, walking yourself like Sugetsu.
คือถ้าเมื่อกี้มันยิงอาจจะเป็นอีกภาพหนึง
To collect rifles, to put themselves on side.
มันน่าจะดีเลย์เพื่อนไว้หน่อยไม่ต้องรีบแพนขนาดนั้น
อืม
A chance at glory, a first ever trophy lift outside of Berlin. And Sop is at the races looking at the scoreboard. One dagger did plenty in the previous. And looking at the ults that are online here, I mean, KC have such a threat of execution. Hunter's Fury and an overdrive. Fast B pop.
Yeah, straight in. Oh, there's a response through the wheelie though. Sociable still playing within his own smoke, but there's been nothing off the back of it.
And I mean, with this configuration of double duelist, KC can't get in over the top. They don't have the same verticality that FUT possess with the Jet Waylay.
Yeah.
If FUT can just stand their ground, get in their face, it's got to be Yetterjay this time.
Yeah, it's the explosiveness that KC do have.
มาดิมาดิ
Unfortunately, unloaded enough to
บาย
deny.
โคตรสวย
They still try to poke and prod their way through middle. FUT have so many bodies on the line when they need it.
In their own smoke.
Yeah, and Levin has put the one to betray him. FUT doing so well here. And now KC, with just 2 rifles left, have to try and break in somewhere. And unfortunately, this map getting smaller, and it means that Cristalli comes into play. Narrate now trying his best heroic efforts, but the spike not recollectable. And this round,
แฟนทอมมันนี่ก็ดีนะ
also
สวยดิ
ใช้อ
an
ยู่
ult point
ไม่ได้
here
ซื้
or
อไว้
there would be big for Narrate.
สวยทั้งปืนทั้งมีดเลย
I think that should be enough for these 4 players. Oh, it's not even enough for the first.
เป็นคอร์ตาลี่ไป
And so, like you say, but doubling up this advantage now, 4 rounds to 2. Yeah, the fans fully on side. And when it comes to these rounds, you can see just the fight being taken to the choke. That first layer, KC can't get past.
yeah, I mean, as you said, right, there's no vertical. Oh my God!
Verticality?
Yes, there's no verticality, has it? And KC need to find solutions to that. Should it be exploding into garage? I mean, there's a lot of
นางได้
non-committal
เท่มาก
takes
ครับ
coming through, and I think
มัน
that's
เท่ยังไงครับผม
to be willing to lose a body
เรียก
here
วิ
or
ด
there.
ยังครับ
And that's
ตอนนี้
what
มี
we are
แค่
going to see
พุทกับ
KC
ไวท์เทเรตี้
use
ครับ
their first time out.
Here the runs from both teams.
สมการเฮลิติกยังอยู่วันนี้ฟุตต้องชนะเฮลิติกยังอยู่เส้นทาง
Securing champs based on previous points, as we say, both of these teams
เลือกฟุตได้แล้วเพราะ
right
เป็น
at the bottom in
ใช่
kickoff. The only win between them was KC.
ดูสปอนฟุตดิแชมป์โคตรเวอร์อะ
Really
แต่ละอันอะแบ
a
บ
tough
โอ้โห
start, but
รุ่น
they
ใหญ่นั่นอะ
turned things around, and I think looking at it here as well, in terms of this one, FUT banking on the strength of their defense especially. I think that always makes a big difference on Haven. Stemming from the coaches
จำ
too,
คำพี่
it's
ไว้
important to mention.
ลิควิดตบเด็กเก่งเสมอ
Really impressed by their game plans and how they like to put Sop in these positions where he can generate early value.
ฟุตวาโลก็มัน
Stylistically, that looks to play quite
ดูไอ้
nicely
คนชื่อ
with
ซอฟ
these
เล่น
set
อะ
openings from KC as well.
พรุ่งนี้ทีวันครับ
Outlaw in play, and there's a target-rich environment in front.
100%. 5 pistols, and KC are really split up here, but the smoke, the one to try and dissuade Sop, and of course it's not gonna. He wants more. He's gonna try.
เฮ้ย
What is that?
ซอฟ
Unbelievable flick.
เฮ้ย
Advantage for
เวอร์จัด
FUT, and it's just a highlight piece right now because the reality of the situation is another eco for KC.
Yeah.
Just these upgraded pistols. It's Zeus's position, already deep lying in mid though, which is the most difficult to cut out. He can hear the cam
เย
cycling
ลู
in
เจห้ามพ
series.
ลาดนะอันเนี้ย
The only player really to tread with caution is Yetterjay. KC will be splitting the focus on their approach here.
I mean, find a way in towards site. Find a way to get the Odin in your hands.
I mean, is this the gun you want in this
ไม่อดใจ
situation?
ไม่สแป
I
ม
mean,
ได้
I
ไง
think so, especially
จริง
when you have to be standing still, especially when you have to be swinging.
โอ้
It's
คนเล็กที่สุดในเก
to
ม
actually get the
ยิง
kill.
ได้
But still,
ปื
you
นคน
see
ที่ใหญ่ที่
Aves
สุด
a little bit delayed getting out.
Yeah, he has the ult, but there's no real clause to use it at this point.
No, he
Someone's got to
didn't.
stick their neck out. Dozier low, like you say. He's taken the Odin. Soon to be spotted by
Oi.
this drone.
No, he is, and they know that he's playing up close. But a TP away could make it hard to clear. But as they drop,
Mia.
one bullet is enough. And it's a bullet to the
กว่าจะ
head.
ควักปืน
His foot are all the way up to 5.
The start of this series panning out much in the way that the desk expected it. KC having to take Lotus and
โคตรเวอร์
doing
อะ
so
คุ
in
ณนะ
dominant fashion.
หือไม่สไลด์ยังไม่ทันสุด
It
ท้าย
has
อะ
only been FUT so far this year, and as we
Oof.
said, Sop playing his role in that.
I mean, it's the fact that he nearly gets away as well.
And those troubles are only going to increase here for KC trying to deal with the scoped weapon.
trying to deal with a confident Sop as well.
He's upgraded to an operator heading into round number 8. But there are ults up on both sides. In fact, the same Hunter's Fury from the Shadows and Neural Theft.
All the way crossed, cleared through an ultimate, but not through any weaponry. Sop's away. They're trying to trade out through the Hunter's Fury and well.
ซอฟมันต้องขนาดนั้นจริงๆใช่ไหม
Yeah, I mean, it's a
หาย
silver lining at best. Still a bit messy on that opener, and Zeus still prying away
แม่งโซ่หลุดแล้วเมื่อกี้มันกาดแบบไอ้นี่แล้ว
hand into an A execute almost.
ไม่สนแล้ว
Finding an angle that could be difficult to clear out. Sociable even being pulled across. Casey have done enough to fake out FUT and has set up doors here.
ไม่มีคนได้ยิน
He can intercept this rotate easily. As soon as
เป็นเรื่อง
the trap goes
ต้องมี
down,
ศพหนึ่ง
he's
คน
in
เนี่ย
the perfect position.
He keeps moving, keeps walking. FUT have no idea. So the first kill does go Casey's way, as they're now so far in front in terms of numbers, but it goes all even.
I mean, there's still a late joker here as well. I was finding one in garage, but
แม่งเสียแมปคอนโทรลเละเทะเลย
Going FUT's way.
ฟินิกยังไม่ได้ใช้ไปด้วย
Could start a defuse. Sociable tries to play forward, tries to look for an engagement, and goes out towards Cubby. But at the same time, Yetiji going, so it's up to Sociable, up to the captain. He looks for the rate.
มึงนึกได้
Not willing to give anything. Goes for the defuse, but the flashing off.
จบเลยเจอแฟต
มีสโมกอยู่ก็เอาไปสักครึ่งสิ
Back to winning ways. It has been a patchy first half.
แล้วเมื่อกี้มันแตกครึ่งเสร็จแล้วสโมกมันรีได้อีกอันหนึ่งด้วย
Sociable showing some heroics there, as that is the foundation of this FUT team. But Casey coordinated, able to close. I gotta say, and the way this round started, not too happy with that one. Dozier using to clear out Salt, but Levin still getting caught on the peak.
Let's go.
They won't have that tool.
ไอ้คนเริ่มเยอะแล้วนะเนี่ยในหอ
As he's repositioned into mid.
เป็นวันศุกร์นะคนเริ่มเลิก
ไม่มาถึงเขาไปจ้างลายหัวอยู่นะ50 เหรียญมานั่งหน่อยครับตั้งเฉยๆได้50 เหรียญเฮให้ด้วยใช่ไหมเฮให้ด้วยเฮให้100นั่งได้50ตีกระบอง50
Here is the duel onto Levin.
On towards the operator, but Sop finally being forced back diligently.
โอ้โหวาโลเทียร์2อีนี้แบบตบเทียร์1เละเทะเลยครับผมถ้าไม่ใช่ท็อปโซนอ่ะมีหลุดมาทีมตอนนี้ไฟฟักคู่หน้าเนี่ยเดี๋ยวลองดูเลยครับยิงแบบว่ายิงเอามันอ่ะเน้นคมเน้นโหด
โค้งนี้ไงใครก็
ยังไงก็ต้องมี1โค้งนี้มาดูอุ้ยตายโอ้แม่งหลับในทัว
Paving the way towards this A-side control. He has managed to flood over here, but how much can he do? The Odin ironclad trying to bolster this defense a little better. Sociable's trickled in as well. Sop also trying to support and working out, in fact. The spike has been stopped dead in its tracks. What is that TP? Sociable putting his life on the line and FUT falling apart at the seams.
อันนี้ไม่ได้อัพแพท
He's creeping up on Aves, but every corner considered by the captain. A one-round game to play as KC are right back in this now.
One round game.
แต่นี่เอาเรื่องกว่า
You feel that FUT have done enough on the defense, but it would be a massive mistake to allow KC into this one. A lifeline.
มีคนนึงหลับในอีกคนนึงไม่ได้อัพแพทวินนี้แม่งฟุต
Kill either way.
รั่วเลย
Paranoia hits, but Sociable just TPs too close to the near site. Set utility online here again. Still not willing to give this one up. Unwavering in their aggression. Zeus it gets a little better. Sop through the sewers, offering his support. The spike failed. How much more do they want of this?
มันวันศุกร์ฮะคนกำลังมาแต่เย็นนี่เยอะขึ้นแล้วเยอะขึ้นเรื่อยๆ
I mean, he doesn't even consider Yetiji. So will the spike now starts to head towards C? I feel as if this one's so difficult to try and get back, especially with that kill.
Narrator's got nothing left to do here. As good as he looked before on the chamber, it's a different ball game into Yetiji's sight. C on lockdown.
กันโคตรเยอะฟุต
As he finds his man, FUT with a 6th round already on their defenders.
2-1 เลยน้องปิมถ้า 2-0 ก็จบเลยอย่างเงี้ย
This one goes along. I mean, it's the A aggression again. They just win the duels this time.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's the point that you've got to be considering. The E lobby fight, finding kill after kill.
And the macro reads as
แฟนทอม JJ ก็ฟิลดีอยู่นะ เคย
their
ใช้อยู่
defender-sided setups have been pretty good, especially against KC here. And
มัน
again,
แบ
you're
บเสีย
seeing
ง
that stylistic
เสียงมันแบบ
clash.
ว่ามันอะ
KC have called for a C pop. This one will fall on deaf ears. It's theirs for the taking, but I mean, look at that rotation.
Yeah, I mean, looking to stalk the site very easily. And KC, they're just trying to, it feels like, default their way through this. Of course, leaving Levin
ผมเพิ่งวางสายจากผู้พันเซนเดอร์แกบอกว่า KFC
Zeus did pop the refract preemptively there on site defense after bringing 3 bodies to this mid control.
ผู้พันเชื่อได้ปะเนี่ย
It's all about the trade and
ผู้พันเชื่อไม่ได้นะ หลอกไก่ขาย1 คูณ 1 ก็1 แถม 1
a refract that won't.
And when you talk about that war of attrition, you just have to think of the tools that KC bring to the late round here. Narrate saving the run it back, Aves Hunter's Fury. They can cordon off sections of this A site which they're scaling into.
Levin knows that this was going to be recleared eventually and comes out with a
ร
kill.
อจนได้
กำลังได้เปรียบเกมทรงกำลังดีนี่อ่ะถอนให้ไว
Yeah, I mean, Yetiji now the one under fire, able to stop the run it back, but knows there will be more behind this. But Casey still scaling slowly and allowing now FUT to get into position. Zeus here, but he's sponging bullets to allow Yetiji his peak.
โอ้โห
หมดเลย
โอ้โห
Advantage for FUT and Haza. This turn of fortune on towards Haven. This is the FUT that we know and love.
ใครแบบมันครับ
ตุ้ยดุยดิ300 บาทไก่6 ชิ้น
Which have made it 9 from 9 on Haven. The streak yet to break, even down a scoreline of 10-3 against Liquid. That on their attack side, it was the defense which turned things around. So the fact that they've already got 7, an advantage into the next half is huge. The 8th makes all the difference though, and you can see a big fight about to go down in long.
Yeah, Sop and Zeus looking to try and dive into this. KC already stopped and even going to send ultimates into this. Oh, it's still went KC's way. It's an advantage just
ไม่
for a
วาร์ป
moment.
กลับไม่ทันครับ
At the same time,
บางทีก็ไม่เข้าใจเหมือนกันว่าเขาอีโคทำไมต้องทำขนาดนั้นนะ
Duelist, a potential ult on Zeus. And for what? A player disadvantage. Yetij's got to do everything here.
But it's map space that they lose in the meantime as KC stop Luke. And in fact, get the kills. 2 rifles that could be picked
อี
back
โค
up.
นี่ต้องทุ่มสุด
I mean, KC just so aware of this, it feels like. Completely prepared. It has to be sociable now.
He has to get something, but caught by the drone and now knows that he's
พี่เขาโดนบายโชว์ไปที
Gets a paranoia, but into his own smoke. And Crystalli's so far away.
He can't arrive in time.
Yeah, there's going to be no chance. So Sociable needs kills cleanly to try and burn that time for Crystalli to get into position and does. But now Casey head elsewhere.
Sugetsu's flanking in from B as well. That's the last one gone. It's only Sociable remaining. 1v4.
โอ้โห
Otherwise,
เจ็ด
Casey will
5 ว่ะ
5 rounds, and that feels like almost a best case scenario with how some
แต่
of
ด่าน
these
นี้
has worked.
คู่ลิควิดทำให้เห็นแล้วมันเป็นด่านกัน
But as we
Liquid foot.
expect, this round to go Casey's way as all 4 set up. And Sociable now, knowing that it's be set up for that A-link, where those players playing. I mean, you look at Aves, he's so far away, and he's wondering if there's going to be any approach from that A side of the map. Now,
เปิด
Sociable
ตัว
knowing
ยิ่ง
about
ใหญ่ครับโซชิโบ
KC, yeah, have everything that they need. A reload, Deming. Sociable to this point. Is he still continuing on? How is he doing it? Jumping left, right, and centre. But as he swings out, it will be a crossfire to get KC5.
ก็ต้องอ่อนกว่านะ F อะมันเทียร์2อะ
to beat FUT here. A streak otherwise undefeated. A chance to head over to the interview though, where we heard from Narrate before the game.
Estoy aquí con Narrate y vamos a hablar un poco de cómo ha sido su año, porque empezó en otro equipo, luego se volvió para EMEA y las cosas no funcionaban. Quiero saber su perspectiva en estas cosas. Hello, Narrate. I'm going to ask you, it's a hard question, I'm going to say. Maybe not for you, but obviously your year has looked very different than most people's. And
I wanted to ask, was there at any point between you, Bin, and Sen coming back into the region, especially during that stage 1, where you thought about giving up and just like maybe thought that you were not good enough?
I mean, I feel like everyone on our team thought that. I mean, you know, you go into a 0-5 season, nothing is working. You're trying your hardest and, you know, nothing is working. And I think it's just kind of testament to like our work just kind of paying off at the end of the day. Like the 0-5 wasn't for nothing, and I'm happy that's the way it is.
พี่เพิ่งรู้จักยี่ห้อนี้ตอนดูEMEAโคตรทั้งที่มันอยู่ในไทยสักพักแล้ว
de que no servían, de que la cosa no funcionaba, al final iban 0-5, pero parece ser que todo el trabajo dio sus frutos. So what kept you going?
I mean, I think the bit of a change in the coaching staff. I mean, obviously, Eng is a very good coach in my opinion. I think Zeish is just, he kind of catered to everybody individually and like tried to get everyone as comfortable as possible and enjoy playing the game again. I feel like a lot of us lost our joy in playing the game, and not because of anybody specifically, because we're just losing, you know? So I think like once we started like winning a few matches in the EWC qualifier, I think that kind of gained us a lot of momentum.
Okay. Thank you for that. Decía que le preguntaba que por qué podía continuar, que qué es lo que le hizo seguir. El cambio en el coaching staff, el hecho de que Zeish se los trata de una manera muchísimo más individual y les da el cariño que necesitan y el trabajo que tuvieron durante la EWC lo ha hecho posible. Muchísimas gracias. Thank you very much.
ไม่รู้เลทมันแบบว่าเทียร์ไหนแบบเทียร์ตลาดหรือว่า high end.
Some funny signs for our Spanish co-streamers has it, but the most important one is the French co-streamers at this point in time. Kamito and Co looking to hopefully cheer KC on to what is a champions qualification.
That's it. 5 rounds out of the first half. Like I was saying, doesn't feel like the worst return. And on to FUT's attack side, saw some of the issues with the Lotus. Can they bring us something better here? Otherwise, it's into the lower final tomorrow. A best of 5 in front of them there. But a quick C-site take to start off another pistol.
Yeah, of course, it's the Cypher of Sugetsu, the one that holds on towards Logs, and well, a kill trap support can't quite convert. More bodies there. It's FUT now, flood towards backside.
ได้อยู่3-3 หลังมามีแท็บ
Makes up what is a vast perimeter. They've got a flank on almost
เฮ้ย
ดูเจมันหลับ
Oh, and Levin's got 2 on the back of it.
อะไรอ่ะ
Alive and well.
แม่งยิงแบบข้างหลัง
รีโหลดก่อนรีโหลดก่อน
มาแบบยิ่งใหญ่เปิดตัวมาก
รีโหลดก่อนรีโหลด
Timing could be off, so he
แพ้ละ
looks for the next fight.
แพ้ละ
Not allowed.
KC have grouped up in
แพ้ละ
garage.
Yeah, that they have, and now Sop has an idea. Those 3 bullets up, and KC make it a 1-round game.
เหลือเชื่อป่ะเรานี้
Levin brilliantly well and completely undetected on the flank.
ไม่สนเลย
A little bit of miscommunication there maybe for FUT. Getting used to what it's like
ผม
playing
ว่ามัน
on
คิดว่ามาไม่
a
เร็วข
stage
นา
of
ด
this size yet
เพ
again.
ย์ออฟแปซิฟิกจัดที่ปูซานไงไม่มีประกาศแล้ววันที่2 ถึง 7
Nicely played from Dosia to make value, and I mean the collat is just
I think
a turn of fortune once again.
100%. I mean, the fact that Crystalli's already low through Sugetsu's sight hold is basically what sets up that flank.
I mean, it is interesting for Sugetsu back on this cipher, of course.
พูดที่คำนี้ว่าทำไมนายยังไม่รีโหลด
Plays it. Able to focus on his gun a lot more, I think.
Yeah.
Behind on these anchoring roles where he played his best Valorant back in Copenhagen. A Masters win many years ago.
Yeah. And I think that's the interesting point about KC is they've not really switched up compositions when we look at it. A lot of it pretty straightforward. What is working?
That's the thing, right? It reminds me in some ways of GX
เดี๋ยวนี้เขาเริ่มฮีโร่บายเราสองกันแล้วไอ้มาเชล
They took away one of those 2 automatic spots in the
อ๋อมีไทยรอบที่มาจัดไทยดีครับมีโอกาสกลับมาจัดไทยอีกรอบปีหน้า
Very quickly to touch on this, Sop with the Marshall trying to work a nothing found.
Yeah.
But mid-rounding here.
And I think, yeah, that's the key point, right? KC, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And I mean, let's be honest, nothing really broke. Levin, the one to take away that Marshall. Yeah, the point I was trying to make is that KC have had so much success, they've not needed to change much. And this defense, starting things off the right way with that entry kill from Levin.
The Outlaw has been reloaded, so he can go 2 more times if he wants. It's another collateral for him, making it an in-zone flawless for Carmine Court. They are back on terms, 7-all, and you just feel
เคยไปลองซูเปอร์สไตล์
energy in the room has shifted
เคยลองกดที่งานยังไม่เคยเอามาเล่นจริง
with the way the
ดีไหม
previous
ดูดี
ended
ปะ
ก็มันต้องดีสุดแต่ตอนนี้มันเหมือนแบบเราเปลี่ยนมาใช้คีย์บอร์ดลาปิดอ่ะ
last
เหมือน
year
กัน
with BBL looks to be doing it against their old rival
โอ้โห
And that's the big point as well that we've not really touched on. Levin with Sociable on that BBL roster last year, the two Turkish representatives who were meant to take them to an international, missed out on champs, missed out on Paris, and Levin missing out on the
สวัสดีครับ
engagements here.
THX
ต้องเปิด
it
เล
was
ยเหร
just
อ
a quick set piece from the defense to try and set the tempo of
แล้วมัน
this
ได้ไป2
round.
เจ็บเลยนะแม่งยิงเอารอตายเลย
Searching in the dark, trying to find a kill, nothing comes up, and it almost looks like it's rocked FUT's game plan. Maybe a little bit of early C control wagered as they're now regrouping for the standard clear, drone active, and getting busy into a long.
Unsteady.
Empty-handed.
KC ถ้าชนะแมตช์
Thought
นี้
for a
นี่คือ
minute
ได้ไป
that
เลยใช่ไหม
the answer was
พอเข้า
going
ชิง
to
แล้
be
ว
hitting B, where only
ใช่
Alves was the one to control.
การันตีที่
We saw
1-2 ได้ไปเลย
a highlight clip of him last time when they played against Enterprise.
ว่า
I
แล้วแม่
mean,
ง
this
เน้
is
น
the
จัด
perfect setup for a bonus round. KC have 3 players here in a blue jersey, ready to receive with the full Cypher setup. FUT are walking straight into the killing floor and sensing this early control. Feels like they want to cancel.
0.3 ครับ
Sort the one who is trying to find a reprieve, but with the shot of the outlaw, it's now back towards A. They're forced.
There's nowhere
พี่
safe
สุย
on
ก็
the
ขึ้นไปได้
map.
ไงวะโดดจากเฮเว่
Levin
นใช่ไห
just
ม
ushering them
เฮเว่นได้
away into the open arms of Sugetsu, whose sight is now barren of utility. It's been taken
เป็น
offline, but
เรื่อง
Array's here with
เป็น
the
เรื่อง
Spectre.
จงเจ๊ง จบละ
The blue wall
จ
resisting
บละ
as Sop sent packing in the sewers. All that stands between the defense and taking the lead back for themselves. Dozier waiting in the wings.
มีครับจอสูงๆแต่ไม่ขนาดนั้นนะถามว่ามีไม่มีฮะ
And he's into the
ดีกว่า
ground.
คือน้อยๆแน่นอน
Microphone activated.
He's the player that needs to be the one to be finding things for FUT Sop.
เฮ้ย
He's the
ยิง
one
กิน
that
เลดบูม
felt
ใจ
the
เต้น
mercurial
ล็อก
talent on their side. And the fact that he's not finding the kills that we expect him to, I think is going to be
ทำไมมันหันมายิง
what
ไอ้นี่
allows
ช้า
KC
จัง
to
วะ
have moments like this. I mean, not clearing Graffiti should be a
เสียงในงานมันดังเลยปะ
The player that's supposed to clear
เห็นปะ
graffiti there was Zeus.
ไอ้
We're
ตรง
talking
กรา
about
ฟฟิ
a
ตี้
1-2
อ่ะ
punch where Sop is actually delivering the kills right now.
โหมัน
And as much
มัน
as
น่า
we've
จะโดน
had
ใน
this
นั่นเลย
prolonged
ดึงความสนใจอยู่หลังไฟ
conversation
มันเลย
about
แบบเล็ง
Zeus's
เป้า
own
ไปทางเดียวกันหมด
inconsistencies, you remember last year, the old FUT were so reliant on him being that talent to just open it
Audio
all up for them.
issue.
There were
เนี่ย
no fail safes to it.
มันเลยไม่ได้ยิน
Said
เลย
by
ปะ
other players in the scene many a time.
อีกคู่ใครครับลิ
He
ควิด
needs to be
กับ
the one to unlock everybody else.
เฮ้ยลีลาวลีลาวเลย
To the
เสียง
baseline
เจ๊ง
you've got a hit where now it just looks like we're
ลี
not
ลาว
getting that level of
ไม่ยอม
performance.
ลาโบนัสด้วยนะ
Seems like we've got just a quick in-ear issue. It should be one that's sorted very quickly, so don't go away just yet. And I think that's the point, right, that you're making is that
คีย์บอร์ดใช้ M600 พัดอยู่ครับ
isn't being met. And I think for FUT, especially when we think towards stage 1, it wasn't just Sop, it wasn't the Sop show, it was Sop and Zeus. And they took control in extremities. If you went into Sop's operator, you then, okay, let's go to the other side of the map. And then there was Zeus holding the line, who always seems like the duelist that when a rifle's in his hand and he is on the line, that you feel as if you're the most confident, not a player sliding in. You know?
No, absolutely, right? But something's got to give. And looking at KC right now, I think their story very much mirrors that of FUT in the previous stage, except they're doing it in the business end of this year. I mean, when we were looking back to kick off, the big narrative surrounding KC was that they were a dark horse, and we were just waiting to see that from them. We waited a long time.
Yeah, man.
But every player can
4
shoot,
years.
and it's like, yeah, maybe. It's what Naray was talking about in the interview there as well. Just enjoying the Valorant again.
Yeah.
And I think that's made a huge, huge impact so far.
I think especially with the year that Narrate's had, like being on
for
Sentinels.
sure.
And I mean, remember there was a whole thing with him sitting down on the pavement and whatever. Imagine from that moment to here, to now, to actually being able to be like, hey, I could be heading to champs by the end of this map. I think the story that he's had as an individual, it just shows that Valorant is always changing, and I think it gives us these nice moments.
Yeah, of course. I mean, look, you compare the two organizations, Sentinels and KC, two of the biggest fan bases that we have in Valorant, but those expectations very different. And I think we've felt that shift with KC, especially over the last couple of years. From 2024, as just behind us, there are, exchanges being made between the co-streamers.
Yeah, I think Alves has nipped to the toilet as well, so if you're wondering why there's an empty chair, that's why. It's not going to be too long. But yeah, 100%. And I think now, I've got a question for you, right?
ถูก KC ดูดีตั้งแต่โค้ดอิงออก
I think Ulysses is buzzing.
Yeah, I was just about to say. Oh wait.
โค้ดอิงออก KC ดูดีไม่เท่าไหร่โค้ดอิงไปเอฟเรติกหนักจัดตอนนี้สับสนไปหมดแล้วแม่งเป็นที่อะไรวะเนี่ยคิดดีไม่ได้เลย
I was waiting for you to do the whole catch.
No, I am not doing that. That is Ulysses' thing. I am copyright
จอมันสูงจังอะ
I do not want to. Okay. The point I was going to get to, right? Has FUT's drop-in form come at the best or worst time for you?
The drop in form.
Drop in form, quote unquote, in terms of like how this is.
Yeah, I think honestly it could be very easy to just diagnose this.
เดี๋ยววันนี้ข้าเช้าก็โดนขโมยแล้ว
A little under the weather by the amount of games
ข้าเช้าโดนพี่แนทฝง
that big backlog of matches. KC had preferential seeding into the playoffs.
ถ้าฮีโร่มาแทนซุยอ่ะ
Yeah, I mean,
แค่นี้ก็โหดจะแย่แล้วนะ
back of their mind, that was the ultimate goal, of course, for FUT.
Yeah,
I wouldn't say they're sandbagging here.
Yeah, no, I don't think they're sandbagging. I mean, I think actually it was TMV who voted against his own team as well, just in case. And I think he even thought, like, hey, like, I don't think FUT will be worried about getting a trophy. They'll be thinking more about doing the run at champs.
Yeah, for sure. It's got to the point in the tech pause where TMV's the talking point. I know you two have a great upstanding relationship after your comments in the last Turkish derby.
Do you know what? See, to be fair to him, right? See, to be fair to him, he did deserve to call me out. I was 100% going to meme it when I was ended up being right. But do you know what it all comes back to?
What?
I betrayed him in a party game.
Okay,
that's what it comes back to.
Yeah, that is.
And
fair.
I feel bad.
No,
this is. Do you know what, TMV? This is my official apology.
Lowest of the low, mate. And look, they could do with him right now. A chance for some inspiration, right? That's what these great halls are for.
Yeah.
They should seek to inspire the players, not paralyze them yet. FUT have hit a bit of an impasse here as we are still going through the tech pause.
Yeah. So, question is it?
I was going to say the difference.
I think they're trying to wake up Zeus.
The difference between you and Uli is that he's got the crowd mic, so he's just whipping them up into a frenzy.
Yeah.
I'm waiting to see a Cairo t-shirt.
You're not going to see that. You're not going to see that. But question I have for you.
Okay.
Coming into finals, should FUT drop to the lower bracket like we expect? Who is your favourite then to meet KC in the grand final?
Well, I was going to say, I think it probably still would be FUT. At least FUT come into this weekend as favourites.
Yeah,
I think that was fair to say from the talent predictions to the community perception. KC have very much enjoyed being the underdogs as they can play to that as well, of course. Things get interesting when you throw Fireflux and Liquid into the mix, of
คนก็
course.
เดือดอยู่
I'm wondering how Kuchao is going to stand up to this crowd as well.
Absolutely.
Well, they are very, very loud. And I think as well for a young 17-year-old playing your first stage, I mean, I don't even think he would have had one of the Turkish LANs in the LAN hall that even the GCC is playing this weekend.
Yeah, the ESA Esports Arena back in Istanbul. Looking forward to that one. Any predictions? Actually, who did you go for, mates or G2?
So my thinking, and I'm going to explain it, I went G2 Gozen.
Okay.
Because they've been on a lower bracket tier and best of 5 grand finals on LAN. I think G2's got it.
เดี๋ยวนี้มันเทคพอร์ตอยู่ไม่เอาอะไรได้ไงสูสีอยู่
Do you know what? Like, I can see why you would go Gentlemates as well.
Yeah,
no, but like not as in why you would go Gentlemates, why you would pick Gentlemates in general, because I think they've had a great year.
Do you want me to tell you why then?
Go on.
Yeah, I think they've had a great year. Oh, it's getting a little bit silly here as, again, the Spanish casters trying to breathe some life into the crowd, a liberty we do not possess. But
100%.
But yeah, he's asking him questions and stuff.
Yeah.
ทุกคนใครดูใน YouTube อย่าลืมฝากกด Subscribe ด้วยนะครับใน YouTube นะอย่าลืมฝากกดด้วยนะ
Not really. Don't really like talking to chat. Usually I just get comments about me being like from a different country.
It is current in
I got Brazilian once.
current in push status.
Yeah.
And what about your accent?
Oh my god, that was poor.
FUT เพราะว่าเรา
Holy Sluggy, if you're not taking mod off him for that, I am gonna be fuming.
Yeah. Oh well.
Yeah.
But unmodded. Such is life.
ปล่อยแล้ววะ
Yeah. Well, that's the difference,
It's
right,
tech
between
pod.
Sliggy and Sideshow. You can pay to get me banned in that chat, but Sliggy will not fall for it.
I did ask for his number, but he did not. He did not want to give one for unmodding you. So, Sluggy.
I see.
Uncorruptible.
Uncorruptible. The absolute good.
Yeah.
He'll be looking forward to the Liquid game later on.
Of course.
And that's going to be an exciting one as well, of course. Many prongs, many veins to this champs run for all the different teams involved.
I think as well with if Team Liquid win that one, I'm going to be happy in a sense, right, and wait for it.
Okay.
Because me and you have eliminated
ถือว่าทามมิ่งดีครับน้อง XL หลง
Tom and Mitch at least eliminate one for us. We'll be happy. But so far, me and you have eliminated 3.
Okay.
And
we've casted the games they've been eliminated in. I think it's important to say we didn't actually eliminate them.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, 100%. But you understand what I'm trying to say.
Yes.
So
we're cursed.
We are
it's
cursed,
awful.
apparently.
And yeah, we're the one bringing the tech pause this time.
Apparently,
it's crazy,
so
isn't it?
We've embodied the curse.
We've inherited it.
Inherited.
Almost. Yeah.
So yeah, 100%. I think overall, though, looking at this Barcelona.
Finals weekend.
It's been an exciting one so far as the maps have started out.
Yeah, of course. The games have been good, I think, at this point. The city. Your thoughts on the city?
Oh, mate, I love the city. I've been here. This is my 3rd or 4th time coming here.
Oh, really?
Yeah. But mostly it's been stopovers. Like once I went to Valencia, then the other time I went to like a little small town for a wedding. So yeah, like I think I'll absolutely love it and adore the city. And I think as well, right, they've got some beautiful churches, man.
Got some great food as well.
Yeah.
I mean, I remember when we were in Madrid for Spike Nations a few years ago.
Yeah. Just funny. Your thoughts of the food? Mine's is the churches.
Yeah. Well, you know, can't have everything.
Yeah.
Jamon Iberico, that's the one.
Yeah.
Iberian ham.
Yeah.
Queso, some cheese.
Yeah, of course.
Very nice. Some sangria.
Do you remember Team Queso? I don't know why
Queso.
That just came into my head.
Hey, look, TQ is still a valid call out on Ascent for that double stack from
yeah, man, that's
the
a
side
throwback.
box.
Yeah. Jeez.
I don't know what other people would even call it. I've heard a few names floating around.
Totem's
Totem.
Like yeah, that's a big one.
It's a good one. Anyone in chat? What's your favorite call out on Valorant?
What is? Yeah.
What's your favorite call out? Karen, what is your favorite call out?
I think it probably is TQ, to be honest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hobbit was a good one.
Hobbit's a great one, actually. Whoever came up with that one's great.
Yeah, we're frauds though, because we called it Blue Room earlier.
Yeah, you keep calling it Blue Room, and now it's infected me.
Yeah, but it's
do you know what though? See people who call it U-Haul instead of lamps and bind. Yeah, contentious one.
Yeah, that VAR that for sure. I think looking at this one too, something we've got to consider. The longer this tech pause goes on, KC losing momentum. This maybe feels like an unfortunate situation to find yourselves in. How do you reset coming out of this?
I think like the easy one to say is like, oh hey guys, like listen, straight back into it. We're ahead. We've had the run of form in terms of the rounds, but I think the key point is obviously it was a bonus round win for KC on the last round, so economy state will be pretty poor.
Yeah, like you say, like playing into those pistols is a nice opportunity to get a couple rounds up. I think we are going to have an interview with one of the co-streamers in just a little bit, so hang on for that one, of course. We will be providing some more in-house entertainment for you all here. As it's great to be out in Barcelona.
We're not entertaining.
No, well, Cairo, look, let's be modest. Of course, I can actually see Bayer getting ready down there in just a moment, so not long before we fly over. Like I say though, EMEA on the road, it's nice to just drink in some of the atmosphere, as it has been fantastic to finally get out of Berlin, say it as it is. And on a stage as big as this, it's so always a great occasion. A chance to go over to the interview now though. We have Bayer standing by for an interview with our co-streamers. It is Sarmasa and Goked.
Estoy aquí con un par de personas que están muy interesadas, por lo que sea, en que FUT gane. I'm here now joined with two people, well, at least one of them. is very interested in FUT winning this. Maza Goket, mis amigos,
ตัด
mis
เข้าพิธีก
colegas,
ร
¿qué
นี่
tal?
หมายความ
¿Cómo
ว่าอะไร
estáis?
Muy bien,
แสดงว่าลง
apoyando
Windows อยู่
lo que sea a FUT a muerte.
Yo también apoyando a FUT. Hoy toca apoyar a FUT.
Toca apoyar a FUT. They, of course, supporting. ¿Qué dicen? ¿Calvo? ¿Calvo? Sí. Sí, tenéis razón. Ya tenéis razón. Está bastante calvo. I will not do the disgrace of translating that. But what have you been thinking of the teams playing here? ¿Qué opinión tenéis de los equipos que estamos viendo? ¿Esperabais que tuviesen este nivel? ¿Esperabais ver a KC así?
I mean, in Spanish or English?
En inglés.
Okay, in English, of course. I mean, K-Corp is playing for the champion to qualify to champion, and FUT is already there. So I think they have the pressure.
Did you expect KC to play like that, although they had the pressure?
Honestly, they're playing really good, like throughout the whole stage, and they have dropped only like 3-4 maps. So yeah, I think they're very confident. You know, maybe if they lose this map, they will be a bit more shaky in the decider, but they're playing really good. So props to them.
Se han intentado hacer los listos, pero lo único que ha pasado es que tienen a Kameto al lado y se han giñado. Es lo que ha pasado. No quieren decir nada malo de Casey, pero no, es cierto. Casey ha estado jugando muy bien durante todo el stage. Es normal que lleguen aquí con más hambre, con más ganas. Yo por lo menos lo que he escuchado de los jugadores y lo que hemos estado viendo es que están súper centrados. Bueno, ya lo estamos viendo en el stage, pero yo pensaba que iban a estar bastante más nerviosos. ¿Qué tal el evento? ¿Habéis hecho algo? ¿Qué tal estáis aquí? Contadme cosas.
A ver, en el evento muy bien. Hoy simplemente hemos llegado y nos hemos puesto a configurarlo todo y demás. Yo tengo la cabeza puesta en la...
En la after party.
No. En el showmatch de mañana, porque nuestros rivales está Kameto a la derecha y nuestros rivales Hip y compañía a la izquierda. O sea, sitio complicado.
También raro. ¿Tú qué opinas, Goket? ¿Qué tal estás aquí? ¿Te tratan bien?
Sí, súper bien. La verdad que está muy guay. Y lo que tengo ganas es de ver el estadio más lleno, más ruido, que está muy bien hoy, pero creo que mañana y pasado también va a ser increíble.
Well, I've asked them about how the experience is going along here. Math is super scared about tomorrow's show match because he doesn't want to lose against France, and he thinks that actually the Frenchies are going to beat them. And for the side of Goket, he's having a terrible time too. No, actually, he loves seeing the people. He expects to see more throughout the weekend, and I think that's exactly what we're going to get. Hoy era el día tranquilito. Today was the chill day. Today was just to relax. Okay, Maza, tienes que inspirar a FUT, ¿vale? O sea, yo sé que tú eres de rajear mucho. Tienes que darles hambre, porque yo entiendo, estoy de tu lado, yo entiendo que ellos tienen, pues que ya lo tienen todo el pescado vendido, ellos ya están en Champs, pero pues obviamente yo creo que queremos a Heretics, ¿no? En Champs, ¿estaría bien?
Por favor, sí, y a la gente una cosa, es mucho más importante de lo que parece. Cada ronda la ganan ellos, pero nosotros también, o sea que hay que apoyar a FUT a tope, 100%.
De verdad que once a blue moon, una vez al año, el Maza habla factos, ¿eh? A veces es en un tweet respondiéndole a alguien, but he's saying, mira, tiene tu jersey, esa que sale ahí, qué locura tú, guapa. luego mándale un DM, que seguro que el Maza te contesta. Cabeza. Maza is sending, cheering for FUT, telling the people here that of course every single round that FUT wins is incredibly important for Heretics, and it's a round that Heretics win. Well, muchísimas gracias, chicos, nos vamos a pasar muy bien. We're still having some delays, but I'm going to let you guys go. And that absolutely means that I'm just going to chill with you guys for the next 20 minutes.
เหมือนทำคอมใหม่อะไรอย่างดูเห็นเขาแบบมีช่างมาดูหลังคอมมามั้ง
หาเรื่องเสียงนี่แม่งเรื่องใหญ่
Microphone activated.
มันเปลี่ยนที่จัดแข่งแม่งเรื่องปกติเลย
Ready to head back into game. And Taza, just to remind the folks at home, it is 3 rounds in a row for KC on the second half, just after winning that bonus. Yeah, I mean, KC will be hoping that they can keep the momentum up here, try and get themselves in it as they go straight into what will be a FUT timeout right off the back of this. And Well, you won't be able to see it on the screen already. It looks like they force bought as well. So really fancying their chances to strike while the iron is cold, I suppose, with this break in momentum that we've seen. That's where we then look to the leadership on KC to make sure it doesn't get out of hand. Of course, Alves especially, I remember seeing him after that first map win, still not happy with it. A perfectionist, of course, and in pursuit of that now, coming out of this one.
I think either of these teams have to be searching for perfection, especially when you've got FUT who have already qualified for champs and KC who want to qualify for champs as we come out of the timeout, folks, and we are ready to head back into this one. It isn't the pistols that you expected, has it? They've been sold, they've been bought up into stingers.
Yeah, exactly, that's what I was saying. It's not a full force, right? There's still some money behind FUT here, but at least feeling like they can walk that line and make this one uncomfortable for what is going to be a sole Alves on A. Some serious venom about this take, as you can see FUT creeping towards A with velocity.
Weapon is there, should Alves want to step forward, but as they do, FUT now scaling. It's where the connections that need to be made as Alves goes wide and towards the quarters and SOP. Now with a white rifle.
Thinking about maybe drifting into heaven, but FUT certainly taking advantage of the situation right now. Crossfire set up towards CT, but retaken from heaven first.
Yeah. Still, KC delayed in getting out. Obviously, their IGL gone, and well, as the engagements, so it's FUT to strike first, trying to get out they can. FUT looking to equal things back out after that
momentum,
after the break that we had in play. And I think at this point, KC will be looking to save up. As time not on their favor, but Dosia unlocks. A smoke on towards the spike, and Dosia spamming into the smoke, but leaving with Cristalli finding 2 heads and a motor thrifty to equal things out.
แม่งโดนไป3 อีโคแล้ว
This is where things get scary for KC. Just as we were talking about that break in momentum, FUT in buying up have found a way to breathe some life back into their chances here. Some serious electricity about this execution.
เดินเข้าไปนะ
Connection between SOP and Zeus again to open up the play.
Yeah, and relief on the coaches' faces.
But it doesn't end here. The follow-up gun round is just as pivotal.
Just as important as Narrate. The first one to try and take an engagement, but Levin the first one to get a kill.
Catches sociable. Detached on the other side of the map. You can see FUT are trying to play a wide game here.
The problem is you lose sociable, you lose your ability to cross angles that would be difficult. For instance, A long, right?
รอบ3 AC สุดท้ายแล้ว
So now I think
จัดที่บาร์เซโลนา
FUT got to be thinking about middle, about that B part.
I think they could very quickly be loaded up into
สูงแน่นอน
yet again. That's the second sent to the spectator screen by
มาขนาดนี้ยังไงก็สูงเลยเปล่า
88 next removed and he was the one delivering for them. It's going to be Zeus now.
Sugetsu on top of sight. Looks away. Zeus still not breaking that trap. That's why Sugetsu thinks that he has to look towards long. Operator, the one missing out. Sugetsu now knows that Zeus should be towards the back of sight.
ซุยแม่งเล่นอย่างนี้มาหลายนัดมากนะ
เล่นมุมเดิม
แบบเล่นตลอดเลยยืนบนไซด์แล้วก็แบบแต่ 2-3 เขาจะได้
Has to be 3 more for him, but he's known about information. We cannot connect, cannot finish things off. Taking the advantage back for themselves.
Yeah, it's so important that KC found
100%.
one of these 2 rounds, whether it was previous to just get them on side or this to stop the rot, because FUT posing a serious threat there, one which has now been dealt with, at least in the meantime, by Levin's operator. Some super impactful opening kills. It was Narrate on Lotus. Here, it's a brilliant spot.
Yeah, that is a good position to put yourselves in when you can create a new issue, something that FUT have to think about. And Yetiji feeling that frustration. 5 bodies lined up for FUT to attack where Levin's operator sets up.
เดอะเทคพอด
He's got a cam to potentially play off here as well.
ดู ALG ตัวใหม่ไปครับผม
Viperdemon
ready for another, but spotted early and with Sop having blades out, Sociable already gutting the site with this Ultima. KC actually looking to bite back themselves. Narrate with the run back. Look at the respect shown by this attacking line. Fully passive, one to fight it. It's Yetterjay, and he will take that jewel.
ต้องโจ๊กเบรก
One that he will win out, but already KC look to try and restock towards other sides of the map. KC, unbelievable picks. How is Levin found that? It's Cristalli now looks to charge on. The rate round the other side will be the one to finish things off now.
ริว
Yetterjay's lock.
ซอฟต์เวอร์แล้วริวมันก็เวอร์เหมือนกัน
Some fantastic shooting from KC.
พี่ว่าเสียงที่สนามมันดังว่ะ
Unable to do anything with an opener on B. Difficulty shown coming out of the tech pause there. It feels like these issues are just that much more deep lying with their attack side from what we saw in the Liquid game up until now. Not able to find the remedy for them.
2-0
And once again, when we speak of the stakes here, of course,
ดูวินหน้าถ้าวินหน้าไม่ได้ก็บายบาย
they're going to be
นี่
3
แม่ง
rounds
ชนะ
away.
3 อีโค
FUT
เลย
have
พี่
their own
ไม่งั้น
ambitions.
KC นี่
This
แม่ง
would be
น่าจะ
their
ติด
highest
นาน
ever finish. It's always the top 3 where they end up fading away. And they'll be hoping it isn't the same story here, because it's certainly looking like it.
Yeah, it feels like now we're seeing FUT
มัน
really
แจกวิน
have all their problems
ง่ายๆเยอะเหมือน
accumulate
กัน
into
นะ
one series. KC though, at the same time, you're coming up against an opponent, right? For FUT, they're coming into this with like pressure off, shrug the shoulders back, you know, kind of try and relax.
ลิควิดต้องดูแมปนะ 2-0 หรือเปล่า
All focus on
โอ้
this
โหแม่ง
weekend, all focus on this match, right?
บาดจัด
They would
Shot from Levin there is crazy.
Yeah, unbelievable.
But I mean, like you say, it is all
Insane.
this weekend, right? For
Unbelievable.
KC. Whether their year ends up in success or failure, it feels like two extremes.
โคตรเดือด
But that is what it will end up being for these players. The closure they require comes in the form of a champs spot.
ถ้าอยู่ดีได้
Suez very
เฮเล
early
ติกได้
embedded
คาเชา
on
มาแท
this
นคอน
mixed
วาลา
bag buy from FUT into Suez, but refracts away, and that will have been heard by Narrate playing on B.
พูดได้คำเดียวว่าลงล็อก
FUT starting to accumulate the forces through
คูณ
and
2 มาน้
collect, and
ำต้องดูแมปก่อน
Narrate
2-0 หรอ
already looking to play off of the drone, at least eliminate it and give no information. But FUT now scaling, trying to find their way onto the B side.
โอ้ไฟเบรกเพื่อนแม่งหมดเลย
Just orbiting around this, utility traded, shouldn't be able to find the shots
ทุ่มเท
here
ไป
in
หน่อยนะ
Car.
เลด
Zeus to open it up, crack open that site, but Habez retaliating, toiling this one back with 2, make it a third as the dart leaves his bow. KC firing on for
ขึ้น
11.
11
They've hit the bullseye with how they've got back on track.
เจอสโนว์
Coming out of the pause, out of the break, Sociable looking to stow away a rifle and do something with it. He has the spike and an open A site.
So he gets the spike plant and one smoke in which to work. And you have to retake with an operator. You do have the slide, so the trade should be easy. Should be.
ตำนานสแกรี่ทำให้เห็น
The
แล้วครับ
operating word in the sentence. Sociable, often looking to break convention.
ไม่ได้ว่ะต้องเล่นข้างใน
Top 3 finish with BBL for him last year. But if he wants to go one better, he may just have to take matters into his own hands. Tucked away in the A short corner. Wall is just out to try and bait that first peek from KC. They've descended into the site, and with the smoke dropped on top, Sociable baited on the end of this hook, reeled all the way in to come in course control. They keep a hold of the situation, and they find their 11th.
2 rounds away from champions, and that's the point that has to be made. They set themselves up for success with Lotus. How that started, how the players head up into that. Since we've got to the second half, we said that right towards the end of the first. I don't know if FUT have done enough, having let KC into this. 6 rounds out of 7. 2 rounds away from champions. KC find themselves on the warpath.
ไอตัว LG นะเอนเจโร่ตัว LG
Make an intermission.
LG ตัวใหม่
They pump the brakes for just a
เล็งไว้เฉ
moment
ย
to try and get this one back on track. I mean, as you say here, you're looking at the way that KC have been managing to set up a lot of these rounds. It's Levin's off, it's everyone else then in behind it. A big head-to-head that we want to look at is him up against Sop, and while we've seen them both on the Neon at points, it's a very different duel that we're getting here on Haven.
I think when we have seen the effect, right, when we've looked at it, Sop, well, he's featuring at the top. It's not necessarily him that's lacking in this game. Surely we expect it to be the Sop show, but it's Zeus, his second in command, who's just not shown us the goods.
CH จะมีโอกาสได้ไปไหม กำลังจะหมดโอกาสแล้วครับอีกไม่กี่วิน
And in terms of Turkish duelists versus Turkish duelist, it's Levin who's coming out on top. Yeah.
อีก2วิน CH หมดโอกาสไปละ
Turkish talent that we've had in this league, the double promotion through the ascended teams. One of the biggest issues was the fact that it was all locked away from them, that they couldn't pick up on any of that. Sop the biggest blunder that any of their opponents would make, but into the team now, he has to make the difference. Dashes into the firing line. Dosia there to receive. Casey go 2 for 2 in the opening brawl, but Zeus has managed to slip in behind. He's playing in front of this one, far ahead of the curve, and cautiously correcting his position away from the drone. Will not be found, but Narrate has got all the way in behind himself. Crystali has to scramble towards the site, spike in hand, and they've doubled this up as well.
Crystali finding a gap in which
อยู่ ICU แล้วที่เฮ็ดไม่ครับอยู่เมนแล้วตอนนี้รอเผาแล้ว
พี่ซุยเดินกลับไปเลยครับ
Yeah, so they escape towards another site, but Sugetsu tracking this and running with them. It's the spike heading towards B. Sugetsu hasn't reacted to it, so it's 2-on-2.
Both of his traps in Garage guarding that position. He knows that FUT should be boots on the ground on site right now, but walking into trouble is Narrate. Aves has managed to lay one back, and so it's the Zeus show.
2 bullets.
If not now, then it might just be never in this upper final. Carmine Core taking 12. They are on Champions Point with Shanghai in the sight lines. Their wildest dreams, just 1 round away.
1 round away as they hit map series, and as you said, Champions Point. An explosive start from FUT, but one that KC managed to mitigate. I mean, even in this moment, just 2 bullets away. And you can feel it. The culmination of all this work heading into stage 2.
Everyone chill. Good round.
And good calls from the rate to chill things out and focus on the objective.
KC ใครเด่นสุดเหรอครับผมถ้าถามว่าวันนี้คงต้องเป็นนาเรศ
จัดไม่พัก
เพราะแมปแรกนี่จัดให้แบบ เน้น
All those projects, all those dark horses that have ran from the stables, but it's this 5 to do it.
โอเค
to get things
GG
started.
KC's noble steed starting to go through the ranks now. Narrate himself knowing what it means to get to a global. 1 step away from another champ's return. He's the one holding Garage.
He's the one to meet any FUT players heading his way. Zeus.
โอ้ดูดิ
And KC look to head to champs now.
โอ้พอแล้วโอ้โห
KC will head to champs.
เดือดจังอ่ะ
They have delivered their destiny and at long last reached the destination.
เพื่อนร้องไห้เลยได้ไหมแชมป์
Aves brought to tears as the captain, along many moments, has carried them there. Poetic for Narrate to be the one at the very end that hauls them over the line. The struggle that all these players have been sent through. The emotions now reaching the surface. As they are in that grand final tomorrow, and Barcelona ends in a trophy lift or not, they have reached the ultimate goal
that they have. They've managed to confirm that they will be heading to champs. Oh, unbelievable. The story that they've had, the failures, the nearly maybes. They
เออ
made
ว่ะ
it
ไม่
to a
แข่งที่
Masters
เชี่ย
event, sure, but that
ไอ้
was
ซอ
so
มมันจะโดน
long.
ตีนนั่นที
Has now they send themselves to that grand
ชิบหาย
final.
แล้วเข้าทิมด้วย
And it wouldn't be the same without the coaching staff, of course, as well. Zaish will remember that
เรา
previous
บอกว่าให้อ
event.
ภัยกันเถอะเรื่องก็ผ่านๆไปแล้วใช่ไหม
Aloft of it all as the head coach, Heretic's dream has died almost simultaneously here as the top two taking away the possibility of points for yet another team. And I mean, as you say, it has been a ridiculous journey.
ซุยเขากลับมาแล้วครับ
A possible
นั่
seven
นเล่นมันส่ง
from
งาน
the
หนัก
group
จัดเลย
stage
เนี่ย
into playoffs. And now the rate to wrap it all up. It has come full circle for KC. And at long last, they are amongst the best again.
Look at the emotion for Zaish. Oh man, the fact that he's able to confirm that he was the one, the French representative on the
นี่
team
ร้อง
that
ไห้นี่เพราะอะไร
delivered
รู้
them to
ป่ะ
this moment.
คิดถึงโค้ดอิง
Oh, what a journey this man's been on.
Yeah, and then look, the Dark Horse have
เสีย
finally
ดาย
come
เพื่อน
up
ไม่
and
ได้
not
ดู
only
ดู
that, they've
มัน
done
ร้อง
it
ไห้แล้วจะ
against
ร้อง
the
ตาม
previous
เศร้า
gatekeeper. For
เออ
always that team that
มัน
just couldn't get
มันเป็น
past
น้ำตาแห่งชัยชนะ
They've managed to do it, and as you say, those French representatives for the French club to take
Get
them
feel
to
right now.
Shanghai. That's exactly
Long
who we want to hear from. Down on the stage, it is Zaish standing by for the post-match.
จากสเตจแรกที่มัน
lo ha
โดน
conseguido.
สุด
They
ประมาทไปเยอะ
finally made
แล้ว
it,
แม่ง
and I
แพ้
have
หม
the
ดเลยอะ
pleasure
แทบทุก
to
แม
be
ตช์
here with Sage. Sage, I know that this is a very emotive moment, a very emotional moment for you. You have been part of KC for the longest
KC ก็
time.
ตื่น
I don't know a KC without you, and I think that many fans feel the same way. So, first of all, how are you feeling now that you finally made it to champs?
I don't know, to be honest, I just cried, so I want to cry again. You know, it's been so hard for me. And yeah, I don't know, I have too much emotions right now, but I think I went through a lot. And I just want to thank my mom first, because like she was there for me always, like bad, good moments. Like she always supported me, of course, like the fans, the club, thank you to everyone. I don't know, I just have like too much emotions in my head right now. I went through hell,
ยังเรา
literally.
ลิควิดยังไม่ได้
It was so hard. My
ฟุต
first
เหมือน
night
แบ
as
บ
head coach right
หลุด
now.
อะมาแลน
I
อะ
can say it. I
งาน
think
ใหญ่
we're
อะ
one of the best teams in the world, actually. We qualified to champions, first split as head coach. I don't know, I'm just proud of myself, you know, and proud of the team for the job we have done after going 0-5 in first split.
I think you should be proud. Le preguntaba porque obviamente durante la mayor parte de KC, especialmente cuando hablamos de partnership, no conocemos a un KC sin Sage y obviamente está así de emocionado porque no se puede creer. Bueno, da las gracias a los fans, da las gracias sobre todo y primero a su madre, a las madres, siempre hay que darles muchísimas gracias. Mi madre ha venido ya a verme, también gracias a ella, por el apoyo, por no rendirse. Las cosas iban sinceramente tan mal para KC, obviamente él está en un momento muy emocional.
นัดหน้าเนี่ยมันแล้วลิควิดต้องใส่ร้อยไฟฟักต้องร้อยส่วนทีเฮดแยกย้าย
I was talking to Narrate earlier, and he told me that one of the things that makes you special as a head coach is that you're very individual with the players. You give each and one of them what they need. So, since this is a very good moment for it, I think I'd like you to say something nice about your players.
I mean, I don't know. For me, the only thing I would say is like, I really love them all because they respect me, you know, they respect what I say to them. They just listen even without questioning everything I say. They will always like just do it and trust until we try it. And then of course, if we try something and it's not working out, they will just come to me and say, oh yeah, like I don't think it's good like this, or like we should try it that way and stuff like this. And you know, I'm a very open-minded person. I think like most of the people that
ไม่ครับไปเทเนตี้ได้ไปแล้วอันนี้เขาแย่งกันสล็อตสุดท้ายแล้วครับผมเหลือแค่ลิควิดกับไฟฟักแล้วครับผมพลาดเที่ยวคือได้ไปหมดแล้วครับไม่เฮดติค่าแดงหมดแล้ว
I just like love for all of them. Thank you for trusting me because I don't think like there is a lot of players who would have like kept this synergy and like stayed together after being a 0-5 split. A lot of teams would have made changes. And like we went through hell, literally. To be there today, we went through hell, and I'm just proud of them. And I want them to be proud of themselves also because they made so many things that no one, like you can bet on 99% of the planet, no one would have said that we would qualify for champs right now. So yeah, proud of yourself, boys.
Yes. Le he preguntado también que qué le quería decir a los jugadores. Antes en una entrevista con Narrate me decía que él es muy individual y que les da a cada uno lo que quiere. Y él les quiere dar las gracias, porque obviamente la mayoría de las personas después de tener un split en el que te vas 0-5, pues hubiesen dejado de creer. Me ha hablado de muchas cosas, me ha hablado de toda la confianza que tienen puesta en él, de cómo se escuchan, de cómo se comunican, de cada vez que ellos presentan algo que quieren hacer. Nunca han dudado de él y siempre le han hecho caso. Ver este tipo de resultados cuando eso pasa, especialmente cuando las cosas han ido tan sumamente mal para ellos, significa mucho para él y les da muchísimas las gracias. Lastly, lo último que le voy a decir, y ya os aviso, quiero que diga algo en francés, porque obviamente pues Casey es francés y creo que los fans de Francia también se lo merecen. Lastly, I'm going to ask you to give in French a message to the fans. We know that, of course, for Casey, it's a huge fan base that has supported you whilst you were going through hell.
มันก็มีการปรับเปลี่ยนรอบใหญ่แหละเห็นต่อสัญญาใหม่ยกทีม
So first, I will thank my mom.
ไม่ละโอ้มีคนบอกต่อสัญญาใหม่ยกทีม
Du coup,
Kinetic.
maman, je sais que tu regardes, je sais que tu es sur le stream de Kamel, donc merci beaucoup. Voilà, de toujours m'avoir soutenu, de toujours être là pour moi et me rappeler les choses les plus importantes. Et à tous ceux qui nous ont supportés, même quand on était en enfer et tout, merci beaucoup. Ça fait 4 ans que je suis chez Cassé.
เสียงไม่เบาแล้วผมสงสัยอยู่ไกล
C'est mon premier split en tant que head coach. Ça me donne énormément de confiance et merci beaucoup encore une fois. Mais vraiment, merci beaucoup. Merci.
Thank you very much, Stage. You can go join the team. Enjoy. We will see you on Sunday. Bueno, los veremos el domingo, pero no os vayáis a ningún lado. Ya sé que Heretics ya no puede llegar a Champs, pero hay un par de equipos que todavía pueden hacerlo. Hasta luego.
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express in game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free cosmetics, including Lightning Kicks Buddy and more. Scan to subscribe.
Let me get a punch. Let me get a
มิวเสียงเรียบร้อยลิควิดน้องจ๋าแตก2เลยอย่างนี้ คุณน่าได้ข่าวถึง2 ทีนี้เพื่อเจอกาวหน่อยไอ้ลิควิดเวลาเจอแบบเจอเด็กตบหมดแต่เด็กลิควิดครับน้องบาส
all the way from Norwich. So hi.
กระเช้า
So I'm French, for sure. So I'm supposed to support you. But I'm not a single fan of Gentlemates. I'm also a fan of Heretics. And today, I wish a FUT and Liquid win.
Carmen Corps.
Is it like a contractually obliged thing for cosplayers that anyone who cosplays Chamber has to be French? Because I swear in London as well.
สวัสดีครับป้าหมอสีไม่เจอหลายวัน
Maybe there are unwritten rules or something about this.
I think there is. There's some kind of Valorant cosplayers guild. But you know what? The French are going to be really happy now because before the break, Kosai's talked of going to hell in stage 1. But now he and Casey
ปีหน้าแข่งแบบเป็นลีเจียนครับควอลิฟายเป็นลีเจียนเหมือนวาโลปีแรกครับแล้วก็
to update people on who could still be joining from Europe.
I hate that we're calling it Billy's bracket. I don't have ownership over this bracket, guys.
มันจะควอลิฟายเหมือนปีแรกๆเป็นคับเอาไว้ครับ
I gave myself a box in the break and I promoted you to Billy's bracket. Come on.
I like the alliteration and that's fine. So, as I said at the top of the show, we have 2 qualification matches.
วันนี้มาดูน้องคาโชตบพี่เน็ตโหยากพี่เน็ตเจอเด็กตบหมดถ้าลิควิดชนะได้ไปเลยถ้าเว็บชนะไม่ได้ไปต้องชนะฟุตต่อถ้าไปแพ้ฟุตยากมากอ่ะคือไฟฟักแบบยากมากอ่ะใช้ชีวิตยากมากบอกเลยทีมในลีกนอกลีกต่างยังไง
Absolute cinema.
Would be good. And if you're a Heretics fan, it's over.
Yeah, that is
over. GG.
Sad.
Go next year.
But how shocking is it that
มันไม่มีลีกแล้วครับมันจะมีเป็นพาร์ทเนอร์8 ทีมครับแต่อันนี้ยังไม่ชัวร์นะมันยังไม่ประกาศนะพวกทีมทีมพาร์ทเนอร์ก็ต้องควอลิฟายเหมือนทีมทั่วไปอย่างเดียวแต่จะมีแค่บางทัวร์ที่แบบเป็นทีมวางอะไรเงี้ยรอบลึกต้องแข่งอยู่ดีชินามอนสวัสดีครับเล่นดิน้องมาคอนชื่ออะไรครับ
on S2G, I believe it was, and then that kind of didn't go correct. It didn't go right for them, and so then they became Reborn. You know, they decided to stick together and continue as a core 5, and they just dominated the Turkish League. And I think what's so nice about the Turkish League is that I mentioned this before as well, Minnie. I think was that we'd had 2 Ascension teams come up from the Turkish League when I think back to last year and joining VCT, and now
ผมดูนาวีเซียตะโกนไม่ไหวแล้ว
and it feels like there's a constant
ไม่รู้เหมือนกันนะน้องน้ำ
VCT Turkey at this point. It was not EMEA anymore. It's a bit like how in
เรื่องทีมไหนอะไรแบบ no idea เลยครับผม
The teams, it used to be that the players were good. Now it is the teams and the players are good. It feels like half our league is Turkish players and now Turkish players.
อันไหน X5 อะไร
Metas really helped them out, like the double duelist, the aggression. Like we just saw, well, FUT didn't manage to do it, but FUT being there as well as Fireflux, it doesn't surprise me.
It's so inspiring. It's so inspiring to see these contender teams being here, right?
Yeah.
Like if you work hard enough, you can get there. It's so cool.
Especially when you consider as Reborn, when they found themselves orgless, they were playing without a salary, Petra. It must be so hard to commit to full-time, top of your game Valorant when you have to think about paying the bills as well.
Yeah, you have to sacrifice things to get there. So yeah.
Some of them don't have bills to pay either.
Some of them actually, some of them are 17 years old, so they have all the time in the world to basically come in and murder some of the most experienced players in the world. Kof, Durka, Kof, Chronicle.
Yeah, they're on a spree right now. They've taken down some of the giants of EMEA, some of the legacy orgs, and it feels like they just managed to kind of just will their way here. Like they just play their game and they just will their kind of aggression into existence. And I think that they might be prone to do it again today.
Well, should we remind ourselves of the firepower of Fireflux?
ใช่แล้วไฟล์ปักเสีย2ล้านโฮป
I want us to put it on YouTube as a
เฉพาะ
highlight.
ทีมนี้เขาเลยไฟล์มาใหม่นะ
How incredible the individuals on Fireflux are.
Yeah, we had to put a fragged movie together of every single player on this roster because they have all been having their own individual moments where they really shine and take to the stage. And I mean, Deadink on the Whaley, we highlighted the shorty kills that he was able to get. I think it was like 7 in one map last week. The sniper usage as well that he has. Reezy, the 4K that he had on Summit to close that out against BBL. I mean, these players have all been stepping up to the plate.
Yeah, it feels like every time they need a player to step up, even Batu. Like, we're talking about most improved players in the first series. Batu last year, I think that people were surprised to see him here. Some people were even kind of thinking it would be like, almost like embarrassing on some level, but he come here and he's like, just shining as an individual. And then Kachao, okay, what can I say about this guy?
He can't do any wrong in your eyes.
Watching him makes me just love Valorant. Like, I get speechless watching him. He is my favorite player to watch right now. He is going to be one of the next great players in EMEA, and I think that he can do anything on this duel list. He's flexing between roles. He entries in a bit like Sop. He isn't inting. He just does things so well. It's just beautiful to watch.
Yeah, besides the fun they also have so much confidence. And it's showing in their gameplay. If something is not working, they just keep on doing it again or doing something else and it will work out anyway.
I really love that we didn't actually have time to show you all of Kachao's aces so far because he has had so many. I wouldn't be surprised if he's in double digits by the end of this weekend or maybe even before this weekend. So we send Kakuka to go and have a word with him.
And Yaman to do some translation. Kachao, I feel like everybody has been talking about you for the past 2 weeks. Such a young player, but such a big talent. What are the pros and cons of being in the spotlight like this?
แป๊บนึงนะทุกคน
Son 2 haftadır herkes senin hakkında konuşuyor. Çok iyi performans sergiliyorsun ve çok gençsin. Şu anda ışıkların altında olmak nasıl bir his, neler hissediyorsun?
Çok alışık olmadığım bir duygu bu. Herkesin ilgisinin üstünde olması. O yüzden çok heyecanlıyım. Yani beklediğim bir şey de değildi bir aya kadar. Yani her şey aniden gelişti. Çok heyecanlıyım.
This is something that I was not used to, and now it feels a bit strange that this is happening, that people knowing me. I'm really excited for this, and I'm looking forward to it.
And I also want to ask you, because this is the first time that you're going up in a stage this big. Is that intimidating or also exciting?
Büyük bir arenada oynayacaksın ilk defa. Bu senin için nasıl bir his? Korkutucu mu yoksa daha istekli olduğun bir durum mu?
Heyecanlıyım yine aynı şekilde ama bu kadar kişinin önünde oynamak bir tık da çekindiriyor beni açıkçası. O yüzden sahneye çıkınca göreceğiz onu.
I'm feeling very excited and playing in front of such a crowd like this. It's making me a bit anxious, but I'm looking forward to it, and we will see.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you for the translation. I'm sure that you'll be just fine.
I can't wait to see Kachao on the big stage for the first time. It's going to be his biggest test yet so far. No wonder he's 17. This is his first time playing on this kind of stage, in this kind of league, I should say. But Team Liquid, they are a legacy organization now facing the prospect of being firepower diffed by Fireflux. And if you take a look at how they've run through the lower bracket, they've basically only won against the Challengers teams.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's kind of rude of us to say only the Challengers teams because I think that they had put up a good showing in play-ins, but I think the fact that they've been able to get back to that usual global standard of Valorant that we kind of expect from teams.
ชอบ Liquid ครับ
We've been discussing the teams that, you know, Challengers teams have been able to eliminate when we look at Fireflux, and now
Matt, don't
Team Liquid
L.
could be another one that's on the kind of cutting board.
Yeah, I think I'm the biggest Team Liquid doubter, or at least like I'm very just kind of neutral about them. I think that they can play a good game of Valorant. They beat those Challengers teams fairly convincingly, and at the end of the day, you can only play what's in front of you, so they haven't had to rise to a big challenge of like a KC, for instance, recently. I think that there are, like you said, some firepower issues potentially. I think that, we saw the Fireflux Fire movie, every single one of them stepping up in key moments. I think for Team Liquid, it's been mostly about Camo and mostly about Nats kind of filling that void. Purple at times this season stepped up, but I think kind of regressed a little bit back to the mean, and I worry about the 5 together being able to put up with that firepower.
Well, I'm really interested to see how the team is going to fare on the stage. But there is one
ไฟฟักต้องชนะลิควิดชนะฟุตถึงจะได้ไปส่งใช่ครับผม โจทย์ไฟฟักยากกว่าเยอะถูกต้อง
From everyone, guys, I want to hear my bad today. From every one of you guys, I want to hear if someone messed up, come in. If you see Simon messed up, I want you to point him the issue, okay? He did. Okay, if you see someone else messed up, you pointing the issue. Him is the same, okay? I want you guys to be involved in the game, not as the players, as the teammates. We're a team today. We're helping each other to become better and improve in-game, okay? Be a team and say each other, wait, 1-2s, support each other and always improve. Let's go.
So the reason I thought this was quite interesting is the fact that Nats is saying to his teammates criticize each other, and I would have thought that's something you want to do in a scrim. But do you actually want to do that on a big stage like this?
No, I don't think the content of those speeches, or that speech in particular, makes much sense to me. I don't think most players have the emotional intelligence to criticize during a game personally, so I think that's a bit of a strange one. I think where Nats gets the value in these speeches is kind of, you can feel that
ตอนนี้มีทีมไหนมี Vitality ไปแล้วมีฟุตไปแล้วแล้วเมื่อกี้ KC เพิ่งได้ไปครับตอนนี้เหลือ Liquid กับไฟฟ้ากำลังแย่งให้ไปอยู่ไฟฟ้าต้องชนะ Liquid ต้องชนะฟุตถึงจะได้ไปเพราะเป็นทีมจากไอ้ Challenger ใช่ไหมส่วน Liquid ชนะ1ทีได้ไปเลยครับตอนนี้
So actually it's part of being a teammate to be able to tell on your fellow teammates, tell the in-game leader they did this wrong, but they're not going to do it wrong again. Now the stage is set for a must-win match for Team Liquid to keep their dreams of Shanghai alive. They need to elevate their game to take down yet another Challengers team in Fireflux.
Fireflux have earned their spot. They could be the ones to conquer.
If I lost, I will be still happy because I'm here. I'm on Barcelona.
They're going to Barcelona.
It's going to be amazing. The energy is going to be incredible on the stage, so we want to keep up the momentum also that we're bringing from the last matches into the Spanish fan.
As you know, we are tier 2 team. It's gonna be a big thing for us to win trophy.
Every moment the stakes will be higher, and every moment is gonna cost more.
We are coming with more confidence instead of pressure.
They have this mentality of nothing to us and just enjoying the moment makes them dangerous.
If Nets died, they can't do that much.
Every match is bigger and
I feel like everyone is scared from us.
Team Liquid may be on their last life, but never doubt a team known for pulling off a late season miracle, especially with an in-game brain like Nats. He'll be inspiring his team to up their game today. Can every member now step it up and maintain momentum in this do or die situation? It's going to be Panda.
ที่ได้จากไลออตนะพอมันมาวันนี้ได้มันได้เลยใช่ไหม
This Turkish brotherhood is not to be underestimated. But Team Liquid, they have prepared for this challenge. We're going to get the fist bumps out of the way, and we're going to see who showed up to play today. Because their life in stage 2 is on the line now. It's hanging in the balance, Billy.
Yeah, and for Team Liquids, you look at them here to see if they can finally return to a global event. Let's not forget they attended every single one last year. And now this time, champs on the line here. If they win, they go to that champs. For Fireflux though, they have done an incredible...
ไฟฟักแอสเซนต์ยังไม่เคยแพ้เลยสปิดก็เลือกบ่อยอยู่แพ้1แพ้เนื้อไพ่ที่เหลือชนะหมดเลยชนะไวเท่าชนะจ็อบไลท์ชนะพิซิฟิกแอสเซนต์น่าจะตึงว่ะแอสเซนต์กับสปิด
I had no idea what opting to go for that Haven. I don't think we've seen that from them for a while. So
เลือกฮาเว่นมาว่ะ
they got up their sleeves there, but Team Liquid on
ฮะ
the Haven not looking so great recently. So a nice little counter pick
ไอ้
here
เช
from
ี้ย
Fireflux to wrap up the series.
ลิควิดแม่งซวยละโดนเซอร์ไพรส์ฮาเว่น
doing their homework against Team Liquid, and who can blame them? They've been incredible at taking down some big names so far, but that has also depended on the skill of their players, being able to step up, being able to survive and thrive under the pressure. Hopefully they're going to really enjoy being in this stage environment for the first time. Petra, is there anything you think that Fireflux could have been doing to get themselves ready for this moment?
I mean, yeah, watch a little bit of VODs probably, but I think if they are playing their own game, they wouldn't have a problem with
ถูก
playing against
ลิควิดขอแค่แมตช์เดียวจบเลย
If they are staying like cool and calm on the stage, I think it's gonna be a good day for them.
And Team Liquid recently, we've been seeing them go for these comfort picks, trying to play the agents that suit them as individuals, as opposed to looking at what other teams globally are doing to try and fit the meta.
พี่ว่าเพอร์เพลไม่ผ่านเพราะว่าเอเจนต์พูลน้อยเกินไปถึงจะแม่นก็ตาม
That's going to be enough to be able to slow down Fireflux today.
I think the way I'd frame this matchup is like Team Liquid, their floor is quite high because they're on their comfort roles. It's the ceiling of this team that I have worries about, and it's about if Fireflux are good enough to test that ceiling. If Fireflux are playing like they do at home in Berlin, if they are playing like they can do with that aggression and style, and Kachao just Kachowing all over them, then I think that they're
มัน
going
แม่น
to
นะ
have some trouble.
แต่เอ
But
เจนต์
Team
พูล
Liquid have the fundamentals.
ดูคอมลิควิดตอนนี้ดิเพราะว่ามันต้องมีแต่เจ็ตฟินิกเนี่ยเพราะว่าเพอร์เพลเนี่ยแหละ
Lack those fundamentals at times.
Yeah, I think that's
พอมินิบูออกไปปุ๊บแม่งจบเลยแม่งไม่มีคนจับนีออน
the fact that they're that unpredictable. But we speak about this Team Liquid comfort. Kicks is on smokes. That is not comfort. We see how happy he was when they played Abyss last week and we had to see Camo go on the smokes and Kicks on the Tejo, and I was so happy to see that. But of course, the identity that Team Liquid have been leaning into throughout this stage has been that double duelist, and we won't see a compositional change from them. Fireflux on the other side though, a double Sentinel. Hello.
Juicy. A little Vice Chamber. This is the kind of thing you expect from a cerebral team, those kind of G2s and Fanatics of the past maybe.
Yeah.
I think it works very well. We've got Dead Ink on that operator character.
เล่นไว้ได้เพราะว่ามีแชมเบอร์ครับ
Every time he picks up that op, Kachao is able to just do his duelist thing, his entry.
ไว้น่าจะเป็นเน้นแพ็คซักไซส์เลยอะ
has been a good anchor for them so far. Interesting to see how they're going to run this on the attack side. It's
น่า
not
สน
a
ใจ
position that usually plays as fast, but you can throw it fast with those Vice Thorns and Neon. It's going to be a lot on Kachao with that individual Neon to see if he could take those sites and make that space.
The question I have for Fireflux right now and their coaches is, did you decide to do this just before you went on stage? Because just judging by their history and the way they do like to constantly change up their compositions, I wouldn't put it past them. Let's head over now though to Mitch and Tom, because we need to head over to our first map of this series.
Thank you very much, Frankie. We are so excited to kick this one off. For Fireflux, the competition is fierce, though, facing a Team Liquid who have had time to prepare.
Yeah, for sure. And obviously, Team Liquid, there was a chance that if FUT won in that last game, they would be like, oh, we're home and dry. Well, yeah, sure, we're challenging for Barcelona, but we've already made it to champs. Now they come in with venom. Now they come in with a need to win to keep their life in their own hands. And for Fireflux, they've been doing that all along, ever since they made it through the play-in, made it into playoffs, made it all the way here. They have been, it's us or no one. We have to be the team. And with Liquid already eliminating the most challengers teams so far, looking to make it 75% of all challengers teams sent home by Team Liquid, Fireflux, they want to take down another big name. And honestly, I doubted them the last two times. I'm not doubting them now.
Playing for themselves and for all their comrades that had fallen. They joined this league alongside a couple of teams, and now they're the last one standing, the final Tier 2 representative, facing off against one of the best. Team Liquid with time to prepare. They are a beast that nobody wants to even attempt to tame. Lohan's gotten his praise, Yaut's in his flowers.
Microphone activated.
Always having the read on how his opponents like to play. Well, difficult on Haven versus Fireflux. We'll see what Team Liquid have up their sleeve. Camo with an incredible performance last time they played this map. He was, I think, 300
Bottleneck ชาร์จจัด
The Phoenix certainly suited him.
โอเคเรียบร้อยเอามา1เหตุได้อุ้ยมุม2เลยเหรออุ้ยเหลือบอลตัวแหนกคนเดียวครับเชอร์ลีฟ1-4สแปมไม่โดนเรียบร้อย
Wonderful flood back in from Team Liquid. Again, you mentioned it. Camo's performance, that individual brilliance, but in this case, being that tip of the spear, I think a lot of the time you'll put the focus on someone like Purpo to sort of breach that ground and take that space. A lot of the time, it doesn't feel like Camo needs it. He will just flash into those angles. He will just run through smokes. And when you're up against a team that has this much individual brilliance, as we've spoken about with Fireflux, sometimes you feel like that's risky, but he has been in, by far, the best form I think we've ever seen him in.
Yeah, very few exceptions to that as well, as we'll get into later potentially, but we didn't really like seeing his element, and I think this Phoenix will convince you of that even if you haven't seen that one map on Abyss. For Fireflux, coming into round 2, it is classics for the most part, and a bandit in play for Hezecoil, another highlight of this squad.
Who isn't?
But that's the thing for Fireflux, it is a star-studded roster, but those stars extinguished very early on as Team Liquid.
เดี๋ยวดูเดทอิงนะว่ามาสนามแบบใหญ่ขนาดนี้จะยังฟอร์มเหมือนที่สตูดิโอหรือเปล่าบรรยากาศแม่งไม่เหมือนกันเว้ยอันนี้แบบคนแม่งเยอะอะบุคคลเด็มีเสียงมีอะไรเข้ามาสมาธิแม่งฟิลลิ่งแม่งต่างกันแชมป์สวัสดีครับ
And in fact, well, he's given Camo and all, but maybe not in the way you'd expect. Anything more, and maybe we'd start to worry a little bit. And hey, nice work from Reezy. It's Kicks with a 4K. It's Liquid with their second round. And for Fireflux, this is likely where the game gets more interesting. But I think it's something that we sort of talked about going into the game as well. This is not a map that through their run, through the play, and through everything we've seen from Fireflux.
เดี๋ยวดิวินแรกวอร์มก่อนให้โอกาสคนกันดิ
And I'll be honest, one of my major talking points has been killed in this map because Deadink is on the chamber. And although I think he's okay at chamber, his waylay, what he was playing before, is probably my favorite of his agents.
Sensational. We talked a little bit about how you can't play the way he does every round, or eventually teams are going to get ready for it. Take advantage of that goodwill, they assume. Surely he won't do it again. A few rounds later, Deadink always does. Changing it up to the chamber. I don't know
Liquid ครับผม LQ หรือ SS ครับ
compared to the Waylay.
ให้ LQ ครับ
It's been because we had this conversation. It's not only that he goes for those Waylay fights more often than anybody else, but he succeeds on them in just a ridiculous amount.
Yeah.
Feels like his ability to give you opening duels, almost untradeable opening duels, is at a league maximum.
Well, I can only assume it will come down to more of a defensive side change. Maybe the operator on the attack, but for now things are much slower. Taking their time, an aggressive position already from Camo. Now bear in mind they have rifles across the board. This is a good bonus round, and Camo's position is not quite quick enough. That deep control was all they really had towards the C side of the map, but Fireflux don't know that. And because they haven't explored in towards Garage, they're taking it slow, and that's actually giving Liquid quite a lot of time.
Yeah, they flooded 2 players back into the site. It was a recon mission, but now they have a battle on their hands. Kicks, not known about, slips into the backside. Trex making steps, they're not ready. Kicks pounces for one. Trex holds the line alongside. And Fireflux, they stall out, stumble into the C site, not ready for what awaits them there. Hezecoil tucked in, trying to buy some time, trying to draw their eye as the plan comes in, but Purpo was not so on that fake. The ruse won't fly, and 3-0 for Liquid.
They got the opening pick.
เอาจริงไฟฟักแม่งเสี่ยงเหมือนกันนะครับมันเล่นแมปที่เล่นดีเมื่อกี้มีอะไรนะ2แมปอะแล้วฮาเว่นไม่เคยเล่นเลยอะแต่มันเลือกที่จะหยิบฮาเว่นมาทั้งที่ในทัวร์มันเล่นแมปอื่นดีอะมันยังไม่เคยเล่นฮาเว่นเลยแต่ไม่รู้ว่าตอนที่คัดมามันเล่นฮาเว่นเยอะหรือเปล่าต้องไปดูแม่งเสี่ยงจัดอะหยิบฮาเว่นมาเจอแบบลิควิดอะฟอร์มไหนลิควิดอะนะโอ้โหยากลิควิดนี่ฟอร์มหัวก้อยแชมป์
This time Deading finds
เดี๋ยวดี
one.
เดี๋ยวก็
No need
ดี
to get back out of there. As they move
คิด
to the
ว่า
C
เขาเอา
side,
เลือกมา
the
เซอร์ไพรส์ครับ
down in the low
เหมือนแบบอันนี้มันเป็นรอบ
round.
สำคัญเลยครับ
Fireflux have been deadly in these
คือกะ
before.
เลือกมาเซอร์ไพรส์ลิควิดเลยอะไม่ให้ลิควิดคาดไม่ถึงอะไรเงี้ยแบบไม่ให้รู้แผนหรืออะไรเงี้ยไม่ให้โดนแก้อะเพราะว่าแมปอื่นเล่นมาเยอะแล้ว
Ult online, but he's already too far through, and in fact, they don't need it anymore. This is so clean from Liquid on these retakes. Sure, it was some weaker weapons.
มันแบนเฮเว่น4จาก5 ครั้ง แต่มันเลือกที่จะเลือกเฮเว่นมาเป็น first pick อะในรอบสเตจแบบสำคัญอะ
Yeah, honestly, if you've seen any of Fireflux's games before, like it might
ถือ
be
ว่าเก่าจัดนะจริง
understandable that the team with the guns floods back into sight and they win the
ไป
fight.
เช็คสเตตเฮเว่นใน1 ปีมันยังไม่ถึง50เปอร์เลยเทียค่าตัวตายวะ
That's not been the story of Fireflux's low by
ควรจะ
round.
เลือกแบบที่ตัวเองถนัดวะ
Exactly.
มางัดกันลิควิด
Even then, you're pointing to a single player showing up, but we're talking about the whole team being on site, ready for the fight. We don't have to depend on one man.
อย่างนี้ยากเลย
Deading might be the best shorty player in the world. I say might to be generous to everyone else. He probably
It's
is.
only might because he's the best shorty Waylay player.
Yes, yeah.
Is he the best shorty than
It's a
everyone else?
caveat,
I
it's
don't
a
know.
caveat.
I don't know. There.
Oh, Hunter's Fury already is going to force out that angle.
Oh, no.
Gives an easy kill to Kama. That's the smoke's gone. We talk about them going into the double senti, but that doesn't help them with the smokes. This could be nasty. Nats doesn't really need to fight into this.
And he can't.
They already have the advantages, but he may just look for the wallbang. Lots of counter utility, and now
จะได้
especially
นับหรือเปล่าเรา5
his weapons
โอ้โห
seem
ไปแล้ว
to be
1
about
โดน
to
โนดิน
dissipate, but it doesn't matter. Nats has caught Kachao again, trying to get
เฮ้ย
aggressive.
เช้าเต็บโอ้โหไม่มีใครได้ยินครับเรียบร้อย
A problem already
อยู่ไกลหมด
done well, but they don't know they're being locked in. In fact, the defenders are almost just playing with that time. They're giving extra space, looking to get rid of Hezekiah, which they do. And while Batu fighting back strong, he realizes it clicks in his brain, but that doesn't mean anything. The streak of rounds
เละเทะ
continue. And while Liquid, I'm still waiting for them to be surprised.
Yeah, like you can look at this and say they got the Hunter's Fury out of them early. They got the run it back. Traded that out for Hezekiah's ult. Like that's fine. The Steel Garden can be strong, but the problem more so is that was around Fireflux needed, regardless of the price Liquid pay for it. It's worth it. They've put Fireflux onto a low buy. Back to pistols.
เรานี่ลิควิดเน้นจัดอะ
as well. One of the few things that could really bridge that gap, if only for a short time in a round like this.
วันนี้มันเน้นนะเด็
And again, removing the ults on the other side, whatever, you're going to be 6-0 down most likely. For Fireflux, they need to find hope even in this round.
That's the crazy thing, because you look back to Liquid only playing this map.
แต่เอาจริงถ้าไฟฟักแม่งชนะขึ้นมาจริงแล้วต้องชนะฟุตอีกรอบอะต้องไปชนะฟุตนะอีกทีมหนึ่งอะพี่ว่าไม่ชนะได้ว่ะดูจากฟุตเล่นวันนี้แล้วแบบใครก็ชนะได้ผมไม่ได้ตัดนานเลยครับผมว่าจะไปตัดผมอยู่ครับปกติตัดก็แบบว่าบอกช่างว่าแบบเอาข้างๆสั้นเลยอะแค่นั้นเลย
But it's a different feel. It's certainly a different amount of people. And Liquid, well, they've got experience in droves.
อันนี้โลเวอร์เซมิไฟนอลครับชนะ1 ทีไปชิงสายล่างเลยครับชิงสายล่างผู้ชนะก็ไปชิงแกรนด์ไฟนอล
In these first 6 rounds.
What's worrying me is we saw Liquid, if I'm not mistaken, for the first time pull out the Haven in stage 2 when they were up against KC, and it was a little bit shaky. Then they come back and they've got the defense figured out. There were some holes on the other side, but they had a very strong start there. Now they've had more time to prepare, and I wonder, have they cracked both sides now?
Well, the thing is, they both times lost 13-11. So either way, both times it was close. So it's definitely a nervy position for Fireflux, because you're gambling on your prep. It's not that Liquid are bad at this map. It's not that they fell completely flat. Maybe they did a little bit on the attack side, but you're not FUT have only just really tasted defeat on this map. And then the other team are the ones that gave them that defeat at the same time. Obviously coming into this, at the beginning of the day, these were our stat leaders. These were the two with high hopes. Kachao number 1 and nigh on everything. And number 3, number 2 for the majority of Camo. I'll say thus far, one of those names has
คิก
not
อะครับ
turned up to the party, and
ถือว่าเสมอ
unfortunately,
ตัว
the
ดีกว่า
absence of
สำหรับ
Kachao.
มุมมองพี่นะ
It is the stat leader
มี
on
เท
the
รค
other
อะ
side
โอเค
of that. Kachao, killless 6 rounds
ถามว่าดีไหมก็
in.
โอ
It
เค
has
นะ
been a tough start, but a player that's already shown us that he has the resilience. We've seen him 2 kills and a half, very same map, and then he bounces back.
ถ้าไฟฟ้าชนะฟุตพี่จะตัดสกินเฮดเฮ้ย
We praised him for that
ทำไม
for
อะ
good reason, because it's
ไม่
rare
เอา
to
ดิ
see players do that. It's a hard thing
น้องหยามไป
to
7
do,
เหรอ
and now we're on a stage like this. We've flown further than Berlin, and Kachao has to do the same thing again. That turnaround
พี่ว่ามันพลาด
not
ว่ะ
just for him, but for the
คิดว่าจะ
squad.
เกมไวขนาดนี้
0
มัน
and 6.
มันไม่เคยเล่นฮาเว่นเลยในสเตจ2อ่ะมันแต่มันพลิกฮาเว่นมามันแบนไป 4-5 รอบ
Down and a mistake, perhaps.
คิดว่าไง
But they're punished. Not every step of the way, but in the majority. The A site stands with only 1 defender.
Oh, that one defender's been
เรียบ
good,
ร้อย
but there's Kachao. Finally, we see some life of the youngster. A first kill and a clearance of 1, even holding the aggressive angle, and he's going to win it versus Nats. Maybe we just had a Kachao pep talk from the coaching staff. Either way, he's definitely not shying away
Oi.
from the fire. And even
Oi.
more, some style points. The paranoia won't save him.
คา
It
ชา
kicks.
โอ้ยสเต็ปไหนเนี่ยคาชาว
I think it might be 2 in just a moment's time. That tour de force waiting for him and the pause. Maybe just to settle the nerves.
มาถึงก็นับ
Fireworks
1
on
เลย
the
ว่ะ
board.
Well, Kachao's all smiles down on the stage, and you know what? It's good to see 0 and 6, and he's still able to have a little bit of fun with it in that 4 versus 1. Locked in on business though in those first 2 fights on the site, and a confidence builder is what we wanted to see for this young guy. You don't want to see him crumble under the pressure, and this could be the start
ส
of
ม
the
มติว่าถ้า
bounce
ฟุต
back
เข้า
for
ชิงกับ
Fireflies.
KC นี่
Yeah,
ใคร
feels
จะได้
like it
ไป
needs to be. It's not made
ก็
too much
Liquid
of a
นะ
dent in the economy for Liquid.
วิทใช่ไหม
Operated
Liquid
now into the hands
ลิ
of
ควิด
Purple
วิท
as well.
วิทได้ไปแล้ววิทค่าเขียวแล้ว ตอนนี้เหลือแค่ลิควิดทีมเดียวแล้วลิควิดกับ FF แย่งกันอยู่ คือ FF อ่ะต้องชนะลิควิด1 ครั้งใช่ไหมแล้วไปชนะฟุต
Desperate to start that
ถึง
streak
จะ
again.
FF ถึงจะได้ไปลิควิดจะอด
Gives
ไป
them some runway.
แต่ลิควิดเนี่ยชนะนัดนี้ลิควิดได้ไปเลย
He is very much alone here.
เพราะติดท็อป4ได้คะแนนอะ
Nats, and well,
โอ้โหแนท
a rat in the corner,
แต่ FF มัน
always difficult
FF มัน
to
ไม่มี
clear
คะแนน
their
มันชนะ
access
มันต้องชนะ
decided
2 รอบ
today.
เพื่อเข้าชิง
I think they've accepted that.
มัน
But you know what?
มันยากเกินไปว่ะ
I'm not gonna
ถึง
keep
ลิควิด
running
แพ้
it.
นัดนี้แล้ว
Two, there were
ไอ้
five
ฟุต
defensive players there
ฟุต
at that
ตบ
point.
FF อะลิควิดก็ได้ไปอยู่
We're
ดี
trying to figure out if this is still a
นอกจาก
hit
ฟุต
towards
แบบ
the
ไม่เอาอะไร
center.
แล้วชีวิตเนี้ย
Presence
โดนไฟฟ้าตบอะ
They're gonna walk
เออ
หรือว่าฟุตแบบกูได้
But
ไป
while
แล้ว
their
กูไม่
eyes
อยากให้
being
ลิควิดไป
taken in that direction, the full
โด
walk
นไหม้
down, as you said,
กู
3
อยากให้ตุร
players
กี
from
ไป
Liquid closing in on the
ยากเลย
Falcon Fireflux of no idea. They think maybe they've left the seaside on
อื้
their
อหื
right, but
อแล้วเห็นอีก 2 ไง
ain't quite what it seems.
ทุกอย่างอยู่ในการควบคุมปะ
Already. And these Fireflux players, they find themselves
โอ้โห
surrounded. The paranoia is perfect. It's caught them both.
โหชีวิตเอ้ย
Into the round unless Batu can find
เฮ้ย
five. That's 3 under his belt.
ประตูแนก
ใช่แนทไม่ดึงนะเมื่อกี้มีตัว4
As
เห็น
Nats finds his
อื้อหื
fourth,
อ
it is a 7-1 lead for Liquid.
That was, if you wanted to epitomize everything Nats can do.
คาชาว
in a singular
17 นะครับผม
An initial sight hold, leadership to call everybody back. Will go as 5. Will make a move. Having a flank in there as well. He basically just giving you a quick rundown of his entire career of what this man does. Utter filth to completely obliterate their
แม่ง
opponents.
เกือบเสกนะไอ้บาตู
Okay,
เน็ก
sure, it's not a complete reset on the economy, but when you win your first round and the next round has a Guardian, a guy that currently only has a classic, which did Batu just forget to buy?
ยัง
I
เฮ้ย
think so.
โอ้โหชีวิต
Hunter's
โอ้ย
Popo too much, so he's
Popo.
able to stick around and take another. Well, there's a gun for Batu. Silver
อื้อหือ
linings,
โปโป
but the ground is lined with red as purple.
เอาไม่ลงเจ็ตตัวนี้
Has a coil, puts him down, leaves Batu in a more doable spot, but he's so
บาตูเน็กคนดีคนเดิมโดนหลังอีกแล้ว
Another round earmarked for Team Liquid.
2-0 แน่นอนมันพลิกแปลนพลาดว่ะ
Either they
แมปหน้า
really
แมป
wanted
ลิควิด
an
อีก
operator to go over to Denink in one of these rounds.
ไอโลฮานคงงงอ่ะ บอกเฮ้ยมันเอาไอฮาเว่นพิกแฮเว่นใส่ว่ะ แม่งแบนมาตลอด
Unfortunately, it was his teammates. But yeah, a peculiar buy that. Well, no, because now he's giving a rifle over to Denink. So I don't know what's gone in that round. That definitely seemed like optimism from the in-game leader of Fireflux. But I don't know how they still have optimism when they're currently this far down on their map choice.
He'd have so many notes to give. Maybe he did just get lost in it.
เดดอิงไปเลยเหรอไม่หรอกเหมือนเดิม
That's unfortunate. The trap, but Kachao won't be caught. He won't be taken down by it. The spam's not landing until he steps into Nat's domain, into the smoke, where this man was waiting, but now, with patience, faded.
เฮ้ย
He's taken two.
สู้มืออยู่สู้มืออยู่
ไม่ได้เลยแต่ละคนไม่ยิงแบบ
Back in with a chance.
ถ้าพลาดก็พร้อมจะลงโทษอ่ะ
Still a 2v2, and that shock dart has done so much damage. These knives are gonna cut right
โอ้โห
โอ้โหอะไรมันจะดูทาง
โอ้
เดียวกันหมดเลย
น้องไบโอสวัสดีครับวันพี่แนทสบายจัดวันนี้หลับตายิง
I think someone whispered in Liquid's ear that they might not be making champs if they don't win this series, and it's just kicked them up a notch. They spoke about preparation, but this doesn't even feel like preparation. This just feels like them outclassing their opponents. We've seen this a couple of times, them versus Eintracht Frankfurt, maps 2 and 3, 13-1, 13-1. Like, they just hit a level where it's like, okay, we're in trouble now. And we've spoken about this. Team Liquid, lower bracket, Team Liquid, upper bracket are not the same team. And while it's a nice, quick opener for Kachao, but I'll be real, Trex has been a safe pair of hands, and well, so had the operator.
They had a surprise setup. Purpo still waiting there with the op, but the game given away. Hezecoil trying to find a gap, and he has taken down Nats. He's created a big blind spot for this defensive side. Purpo has to be worried about his back-end carriage, but he takes a risk, and that risk pays off. Catching Batunax from an angle that he shouldn't have been able to hold. Run it back right up close. Camel's gonna round that corner before the gun goes away, but he fades first.
สับปืนเล่นเฉย
3 versus 3 where time is being bought in the
แนทแท็บแนทแท็บวินโดว์ด่านนี้เหรอ
They've been flanked so many times, though. They go and fight
โม่โม่เทค2 คนจัดหมดมันเหมือนมันตั้งใจจะทำเอาเซอร์ไพรส์วันนี้โดยเฉพาะครับมันทำออกไม่ดี
Once again, a meeting Goliath, and unfortunately, this isn't a fairy tale.
No, in this one we seem to be tracking the facts.
David had just kicked them over a wall.
แน่นอนอยู่แล้ว โชคอยู่แล้ว
เนี่ยมันจะแสดงภาพในลีกให้เราเห็นประมาณนี้โคตรอภิมหา
มันจะซื้อใจคนดู
แต่พอไปอินเตอร์มันจะแบบรั่วๆแนทเวเลอะไรแบบเอาอะไรมาเล่นก็ไม่รู้แบบงงๆ
Double Odin op.
แต่รอบนี้มันเป็นไอ้เทรคเป็นไอ้คลิกเทคมันอาจจะไม่ทำก็ได้นะ
Oh no.
This is going to be nasty.
โอ้โห
มีคนเจ็บด้วย
อาจจะมีตัวเบรกอะคิกเทคมันตัวคุมเชิงอยู่เมื่อก่อนไม่มีตัวคุมเชิงอะไรก็เลยปล่อยวิ่งเล่นเลยปล่อยวิ่งเล่นชิลเลยแต่ว่ามิดลาวคอเทคมันนี่เนี่ยมันจัดให้เนี่ยน่าจะไม่รั่วหรอกโหดูดิดูโมยิงดิ
Luckily, though, Kicks has gone on the other side. The question is, do they know the Trex is also here? They should have a decent idea. The drone's already gone through, holding the angle. This time they win both fights. Rotation already there from Purpo, and he'll at least reduce the deficit to 1.
Oh, it's a nasty shot. It tanks the stun. No one can dash.
ลิควิดทรงนี่ครับถ้ามันเอาฟอร์มตอนนี้ไปอะสู้แชมเปี้ยนไหวแล้วทำเหมือนทุกปีก็ไม่ไหว
Everything they've tried so far has worked, barring one round. I guess he felt the flow, but that has carried him away. Fireflux with 2 rounds at the halftime, but
สกอร์นี้มีให้เห็นจำได้ไหม
this is far from the
ที่เจอ
safe
ฟุต
haven they thought they were picking
มี
into.
คงมีบทเรียนแล้ว
We've got to hope that this comp really was built for that defensive side, because I'll be honest, there isn't much else that we could really be hoping for.
อันนั้นเทคอันนั้นเทรคไงไม่มีตัว R เทคกับเทรคอะมีตัว R เนี่ย
ไอ้เทรคที่มันแบบเวลาเล่นเหมือนโดนบังคับมาเล่นดูหน้ามัน
ไม่ค่อยเต็มใจเล่นเกมเท่าไหร่เนี่ย
หน้าแบบว่าอย่ามาคุยกับกูว่ารีบเล่นรีบกลับไปนอนแนทบอกรอบนี้อยากกินหม่าล่าตอนแรกอยากกินก๋วยเตี๋ยวน้ำตกปีแล้ว ก็ได้ไป
Hello, thank you for the question. I mean, for me, it will be meaning everything. Not gonna lie, the whole work I put throughout the whole years I playing this game, and yeah, I think for all the players, this is the main goal,
ว่าใน
main
Liquid ไอ
like
เนี่ย
you
ส
know
เต็ปอั
biggest
พสุดละ
achievement that
อ
you
ยู่ดีมันก็
participating in the
เฉิด
best
ฉาย
tournament, and so yeah, I'm gonna be very happy.
ไอ้ใครเพอร์โพลอะ
Obviamente estaría muy feliz. Él cree que para todos
Me
los
cae
jugadores
justo,
este es pues, el culmen, ¿no? Llegar a Champions. Significaría que todo el trabajo que ha estado poniendo pues llegaría a buen fruto y que lo significa todo para él. There's another thing I wanted to ask you. We see a lot about the Nat speeches, and
เพิ่งมาเดือดตอนที่หลังๆ
what
นะ
effect does that have on you? Because of course when we see it from the outside, it's crazy to see it.
Yeah, of course, it's helping us a lot, but I think, you know, for everyone, it means different. All the time, what Ayas is saying, everyone takes something, you know, some part of it, what player thinks that is most important for him. So I think overall it's affecting good on our team and it helps us, you know, we had it like multiple times already, it's proven. So I think for every team, it's very important to have kind of guy who will, like, you know, have speeches like this, so yeah.
Le he preguntado también por los discursos que da Nats. Nosotros enseñamos muchos, pero quería preguntarle cuál es el efecto que tiene en los jugadores. Y dice que tiene un efecto muy positivo, que precisamente cada uno coge la parte que más necesita, que piensa que todos los equipos se podrían beneficiar de algo así y que realmente les ayuda muchísimo. Well, thank you very much and best of luck today.
Well, the fortress that is Tier 1 Valorant under siege now for more than a week, but despite many shots landed by Fireflux, even a hole in the wall, it's Team Liquid who stand in that breach, and they are not moving on map number 1. The surprise, the trick up Fireflux's sleeve, but it was apparently seen coming. I don't know how they look this ready, but Team Liquid, I guess, playing their own game, so to speak, a team we talk about being the best when they've got tape, when they've got VODs. Well, they had nothing to tell them how Fireflux would play here today. Oopsies. But they still looked like they were ready weeks ago.
Oh yeah, maybe it's no access to castle then. That's the new name if they're under siege, because Nats is looking very comfortable, but so is the entirety of his squad.
โอ้โห
That's not a bad one. Solid reveal, but well, speak of the
จะสีลองแพ้ครับ
myth. And while he's stepping up once more, Batu re-entering the site. There should be something expected, and in
แบบ
fact,
มันเลือด
this
เหลือ
is
น้อย
a
มัน
bait.
จะทำอะไรบ้าๆไหม
คิดเยอะอีกแล้ว
They're still having a presence on the flank and kicks.
แนตตายสมกหมดแนตตาย
Just to try and spot anything out, this pause is to hope that Fireflux will move in and go looking, and they have, but they've just done it a second or so after Liquid wanted them to.
They're missing the boat.
ไอเนี่ยแหละตายเดิน
ว่ะ
Deposited behind, he's got a good angle, and it's not
โอ้โห มันเล่นดีจัดอะ
So they go back.
ดึงเข่งเลย
chaos in the Fireflux comms as they don't know where the hit's coming in. Steps hurt now though. Batu
อุ้ยเอาละ
to Nats. Great read on where the trip had come from. Now he knows about Kicks. And Kicks is all alone. He's got no help as they flood in.
ขวา
They
มาก
played this perfectly on the defense. And now the only man left, the one who stabbed Reezy in the back moments ago. They know he should be coming from long or short, and they're putting the pieces together. And 1v1, a single chance for Trex, and he connects it. But he has no notion of this final player right now. 10
เป็น
seconds.
เรื่อง
And he
ครั
can
บ
get a safe plant on the back site, but instead he uses it.
อุ้ย
ช็อตประสบการณ์บ้างนี้
จดประสบการณ์ดิ
End of the fishing line, and it's Trex reeling him in. 11 to
ขนาดแม่ง
2.
คัดหน้าแม่งก็ยังแบบ
ไม่ตื่นเต้นไม่ดีใจ เฉย
นี่ไงกูช็อกดาดตัวเองโชว์ไปด้วยเดี๋ยวไม่สูสี
No, he was giving them a chance. He was giving them a chance. This is what this man does. You leave Trex alive at the end of rounds. You leave him in positions where it's necessary. Hello, Kicks. And he closes out rounds. It's just the thing that you get to see from Trex so regularly. A stat leader in that department. And well, for Fireflux, that was the last thing they needed.
Take flight.
Was to see that man close out a round.
นี่มันเลิกเล่นเมาส์มีสายแล้วนี่หว่าไอ้เทคอะ
ชีวิตดีขึ้นเยอะ
Yeah, this is where it
หรือ
feels like
ไอ้
the
ลิ
beginning
ควิด
of the
กลับ
end
เอา
now.
กลับเข้าทีมเพราะเลิก
เออตอนแรกบอกว่าไปฝึกมาเมาไร้สาย
They're a team that you look at and think they
ได้
can
เมื่อไหร่
always
บอกด้วย
bounce back. The final hour, they
เอ้า
can always add extra
อุ้ย
time. And here we go.
อย่า
2 kills with
สิ่งนี้ไม่ควร
pistols.
เกิดขึ้น
They need something to rally their banner.
อุ๊ย
And Reezy may just be that man. 2 with the bandit. And Kachao with 2 as well. It's 11 to 3. Fireflux bounce back early in half number 2.
Oh yeah, there's people talking about the stat line of you got to force into those rounds if you're far enough down. It's proving true, but at the same time,
หน้าโคตรเด็กไอ้
that round was so clean.
ก็มันเด็ก
Winning those individual fights, the bandit once again.
มันโคตรเด็กด้วย
ตัวโคตรเด็ก
Ridiculously strong weapon when you have nowhere else to go. And even if this map feels out of reach, I think for Fireflux
เมื่อไหร่จะได้30 วินติดไว้แบบอยากเห็นบัตโตแน็กลุกๆกันเนี่ย
you can battle when you're bruised.
ขอแบบเว็บ30 วินติดหน่อยอยากเห็นเรีแอคชั่นบัตโตแน็ก
Obviously for Liquid, no reason to
แต่
force
ต้อง
back.
รอแมปหน้าเลย
You don't need to take
แบบนี้ไม่เอาแล้วเหรอ
at this stage. You can build up all of your ults twice over and close out the game like that. For now, at least, it's just about orb management.
เข้ากระดาษง่ายอย่างนี้เลย
เกือบ
โอ้ย
โอ้โหมันจัด
เฮ้ย มาดิเทคบอกกูก็มีเหมือนกัน
Yeah, I don't think he'll mind too much. I like how I'm pretty sure he started pistol ammo, but he went straight to the knife instead.
Absolutely he did.
He didn't even think about it either. He didn't even think
Nee,
about
ja.
it. He's trying to give a little advertisement over to the new collection, and instead he gets hammered. 11-4. It's safe to say that he had a pretty poor first half, but it definitely hasn't
ไม่เท่าไหร่
damaged.
นี่ขนาดมันเอามีดส่วนเขานะมันยังเฉย
Well,
โอ้โห
immediately used one of those ults, but as they
โอ้โห
walk
เป็น
in
เรื่องอ
there,
ยู่นะ
เอาได้หนึ่ง
แต่ว่าได้คืนมา3-3
แม่งได้แชม
3-3
เบอร์นี่เสียชาติเกิดแชมเบอร์เนี่ยไม่วาร์ป
น่าจะวาร์ปไปโดนนะเฮ้ยไม่ใช่นี่หว่าแชมเบอร์มันก็อยู่ใกล้ๆอ๋อแต่หลบไม่ได้หรอกถ้าวาร์ปไปก็โดน
And then opening this with confidence, aggression, and success. Getting back on the saddle.
ลิกโอ้ได้ไปแน่นอนนะแม่ลิก11-4ตอนนี้
about Fireflux winning the map anymore. That is a dream.
Yeah, we'll talk about that in 6 rounds.
Exactly. But the reality for now is we need Fireflux to know that they could have won.
จะยิงธนูเขาซะแล้ว
That
ไกล
they
ตื่น
found their rhythm in the end. And every round that adds up here contributes to that.
Yeah, I think Deading especially. You can have a rough attack side of Chamber, but I want to see more on this defensive side. Either way, this round looking pretty good for them. But there's a rotation to the other side of the map. There will be a trigger that gives the information over to Fireflux. That's why they've completely abandoned it. Well, Kicks is going to wait for his teammates so they can both make their way into the site. It does mean the post plant is going to take a moment or two, but I don't think Fireflux is going to be rushing their way back into this one.
No, there's certainly no need
เท
for
คก็
haste
เก่ง
on their
ทำไม
side.
แกดูเนจรโอ้โหเสียเลย
Kicks is going to use that to get close, and he'll land himself
อุ้ย
one.
โห
ตัวไกลไป
ถ้าเทคได้ลีซี่นี่ได้ลุ้น
And the final hour for Fireflux is extended slightly. 11-5 now on the board. And a good win with this one, an investment from Liquid that they stand tall against. And I do think genuinely, I just want to see Kachao keep having fun. As I said, I think he's already hit that recovery.
ดูดิมันยิงไง
Like
2
you
ตัว
said,
วะโอ้โห
eyes on Deading. I don't think he'll be pulling out a chamber in the next, but you don't want him to go in feeling as flat as that first half did.
ในวอร์มในวอร์ม
With his role, he
โอ้ย
knows
แมปหน้า
exactly
ตึง
where
แน่
it
เลยว่ะ
needs to be if it is going in and dying. I don't think it's ever phased him in games that I've watched before. Speaking of knowing your role, and man, I still think we need to highlight for just moments ago, we've talked about Trex and those clutch capabilities. He is 21-9 right now in the server, but his highlight is those clutches. This is what he has been the best
มี
at
อะไรให้ดูตอน
throughout the
ทำเอา
entirety of the stage so far. One of the top players in terms of turning those rounds
เนี่ย
back
เมาส์ไร้สาย
around.
ของจริง
I do think that
WL เมาส์นั่นน่ะ
the real scary thing for Fireflux in this match so far is I feel like when you see like a purple or a camo,
มันทรงเหมือน
even that's at times pop
ไอ้
up, you go, okay,
เป็นเมาส์อันเก่ามัน
understand that he's taken those initial fights, so they're setting him up. Whereas when it's Trex, you're going, I'm losing a 1v2. I'm losing a
น้องแอล
1v2.
ไม่ต้องคิดก็ได้ครับผมวันนั้นน่ะปล่อยไป
And it's infuriating. He's 21-9.
ไม่ใช่น้องครอบไปฟักอีสปอร์ตครับผม
You're doing some stuff wrong. He's doing
พ
some
รุ่งนี้
stuff
ว่าเร็วเจอ
incredibly
เปเปอร์เล็ก
right.
พี่เอ้ยครับ
Yeah, it's
Pep
gonna be
de.
frustrating for Fireflux. They haven't even
สาย
faced
ล่าง
that
นี่ไว้
many
ใจได้
clutches
พรุ่ง
from
นี้
this
เติม
round.
เหมือนวันนี้เลย
Those
อ
numbers.
อกมาเหมือนกัน
A 6-round
เป็นเลข
gap
T1
that they have to
ใช่
try to recover.
ที่วัน
คื
เจ
อ
อแล้วเจนจีอ่ะ
After a moment
ตั้งทีเด็ดไว้ไม่ต้องเปลี่ยน T1 Gen G
ผม
and
ว่าเจ
face
น
off
จี
against pistols. Again,
T1
what
ว่ะ
should be an easier
เจอ
one to
ทุ่มเท
connect.
พรุ่งนี้อีพีหน้าแบบ
Liquid after a
ปล่อย
pause.
ของเหมือนเดิมหมด
That's
ส
the
ภาพ
idea. We start with orbs for Camo. One
พ
more,
รุ่งนี้
even
สัก
with
พั
a
กแม่ง
death,
เอา
will
ไอ้
give
นี่
him
มา
the
ลงแท
running
น
back
ซี
for the
ต้า
next round. And Liquid don't need to play the short game here. They're happy to look at the future. Lose this round, but set themselves up to close
พรุ่
them
งนี้
out.
โซโล่ลงมาเล่นเอง
Maybe test out some unexplored
That's all we
territory. It
want.
looks like we're going to have at least a feeler placed towards this B site, while Nats is still
Wee.
drawing a lot of attention over here. The fact that he even trades evenly is ridiculous.
This is the problem. Liquid do have time to test things, take risks, and it looks like they were going to get a post bomb, but Hezekiah has decided it's my time to farm some eco frags. I think they might get stolen away from him though. In fact, he'll only end up with a 1. 4 survive. Fireflux continue that climb.
ลิควิดแม่งเอาอีกแล้ว
But
วะ
this is the
บุกไม่
round
เป็น
that was paused for, and I'll be honest, like, obviously
ภาพเก่าๆมันลอยมา
getting to 10 or something. I do think this is the round where Fireflux win it. I go, okay, this is now a map. Game on, because you've broken them after they've taken a pause. You've broken them after the coaches have gone, okay guys, maybe we got ahead of ourselves. This is what you did wrong. Let's go. Well, you win that round. Maybe they need another. Maybe the mental goes.
But that talk was all about this rifle round, all about it coming into it with the run it back for Camo. They found their orb and they found their death. They got the orb, sorry, the op on the Purpo indeed. Currently in a standoff on the C site. And it's on to Liquid indeed. The lead, significant. But it can be cut down to size very quickly, and really all it takes here is that one mistake. Fireflux with momentum, we know how that looks.
Well, it happened before as well. I think that's what makes it worse. They had a 9-3 defensive half versus FUT, and they then lost on the attack. So it's not even like, oh yeah, we're losing a few rounds. It's like, oh god, it's happening again. We worked on this. We tried to fix this, and more Purpo.
หน่วงครับ มันหน่วงนะที่ตอนนี้มันยังไม่แก้ออปติไมซ์ไม่ค่อยดี
Try and respond. Okay, they're gonna fight the run it back. Truly no fear. And well, when there's 4 players on this A side, you kind of understand why.
I don't think they have the read on the attack just yet as to how much they're facing into. And maybe they won't even care if they knew.
โยกไหม
Paranoia good, but Batu fires through it. Covering fire that's
ไปแล้วครับ
covered in bullets. The attack side run. They flee this site.
Hunter's
Look
Fury.
towards B. There'll be no free plant there. Even though I'll wrap all the way around. They'll be detected first of all.
Well, look at
Batu
Batu.
will be in
Oh,
position. The thing
tip.
is, though, Nats might have set himself up to take that Hunter's Fury out. He's a thorn in their side as they're looking intently at the C site. Batu's closing the distance. Nats will strike, but the spike still needs to be planted. It has to be stuck. Tracks will be drawn.
โอ้ย
And it's down to the wire. But Team Liquid lose out on
สวัสดีครับ RTX
That was so close to Hezekiah almost throwing that away.
no
The thing is, I think
13-9
kills maybe has time to plant, but one of them had to hide. You can't both be fighting, and I think he was the one that should have been hiding, considering how far away he was. Considering the way these early fights went, it feels like that should have been a little bit easier. But the main thing for me, which I said, maybe in a round or so, you end up with that second pause coming out. Liquid have pulled the trigger. Now they are going for the pause again. And I think if you're Fireflux, you're sat there, hey, that was close, but they are sweating.
They have to be. They just used the run it back, got nothing for it. I mean, it was Fireflux ran at the run it back.
Body checked it.
Yeah, literally stood on the other side of the smoke.
หรือว่ามันเห็นจุดบอดลิควิดปะ
Running at me to rugby tackle me, me just standing my ground. Like, that's mental.
It's that, and then you winning.
Yeah,
that just doesn't compute.
Which in real life would not happen. I would be on the ground.
But this is the thing. They like for Liquid, you've got to feel crushed. As you said,
แนทอยู่ไกลไปหน่อยเมื่อกี้
it points to this, and Oracle would predict this kind of fall off. So it looks like it's coming true again. And then the fact that, well, we just dumped everything into that round. We had a timeout for it. We had the ult farmed for it. We used the ult. We had the op on Purpo. It got nothing. They got embarrassed in middle. So and if I'm not mistaken, the man that Purpo should have killed ended up being alive to win the round.
I want to give you just a little bit. So they were 8-0 up versus FUT. They finished 9-3, so one worse than this. They lost the pistol, or won the pistol, lost the second round.
Oh!
Hey, that looks very familiar.
Deja vu, actually. Yeah, I can imagine what that looks like.
I wonder if Fireflux are going, Turkish brothers, we're going to do one better. Yeah, you did it from 9-3, we'll do it at 10-2. And then we'll look to meet you, but Nats has other ideas.
อย่างนั้นเลยวะ
Takes the round into
เดิน
his
มา
own
เปิดแบบ
hands,
ไม่คิดอะไรมาก
no reason,
งั้นบอก
has to be
ง่าย
filled in. This leaves the
ไม่
defense
ตา
quite
ย
a bit more
ถอดส
spread.
มอง
ๆวาร์ป1 ทีครับให้หลอก ให้สับสน
For kicks now ready to hit the A site together for the most
เฮ้
part.
ย
Purpo exploring mid again alone. And this time he's
เฮ้ย
being caught a bit more
ทำไม
aggressive.
5-4 ไปเดินคนเดียวอะโม่เจ็ด
Once more.
เสียชัดเกิดว่ะ
Well placed is Batu, but can he get too much done?
นั่นไง
Yes, he can! Oh,
กูว่าแล้ว
to an Odin when Batu's on the other side. And Nats, he's got to be thinking, guys, I walked into garage.
ทำไม
I thought you had opener.
5-4-7 ถึงไม่มารวมกลุ่ม
I'm looking at the damage.
อัพดาร์ฟกระโดดฉีกเป้าอะไรก็ได้
It's the only damage that was done by Liquid.
เออ
And while all I'm going to say is they can't talk to the
เป็น
coaches,
เครียด
but Nats, I think this might be speech time.
Well, the reality is, Tom, you come into this round after a pause, another pause, a second,
Another one.
back in terms of buy rounds pauses, and then that's what happens. You get an opening kill, you get map control.
Oh dear.
And an Odin runs you down, sprays you into the dirt. This has got to be a tough pill to swallow for Team Liquid, but we're starting to understand why Fireflux picked this.
5-4 แบบว่า go together เมื่อกี้มันไม่มีคนฉีกเป้าไงเมื่อกี้ดูดิเนี่ยเห็นปะแม่งเดินแถวตอนเรียง1มาเลยน่ะ
Would be good on the defenses because you got the double senti. One of the sentis doing nothing. Like I think one of the first kills Denning has in this half was that one where it's Nats running over with their HP, not looking the right way. So it probably got you 0.1 ACS and about the same in ADR. So genuinely, it's been a non-factor. It's just everybody else has stepped up. And while this man in particular, the greatest redemption story potentially of all time. If they make it to champs, I think it is. But right now they're looking at redemption in this map alone, and while for Deadink, maybe that one kill, that 8 HP singular kill is all he needed. He didn't TP very far, but he has got away.
Has he? He's stuck in that corner,
โอ้ย
or maybe not.
เชี่ยเดดอิงเดดอิงโอ้ย
They found themselves around in the back of it. Deadink. Well, that's a little bit of a better performance from him. Not sure how easily
The Liquid coaches are slamming the pause. Give us a third pause, please, for the love of God. 7 rounds in a row. Funnily enough, the most rounds in a row for a defensive team so far, which considering that first half is very surprising. And well, I think even if you're a relative of one of the Fireflux players, I don't think you were sat there going, 2 is enough.
What was it we said last time? Like 300 ACS, I think I'm spitballing here. 28 kills for Camo, something like that. He's on 9 right now. Purpo's having a mare, being picked off at the start of so many rounds, and now they've lost the one man who's been there so often. They've still got Trex, I suppose, but Nats, your late game player.
And maybe if everyone else dies, Trex can clutch.
ใช่ครับมานับชนะได้ไปเลยถูกต้องครับผม แต่ถ้าไฟฟ้าต้องชนะ2 ทีถึงได้ไป
Stand in the Hunter's Fury. Doesn't get orbs for it.
Another 4v5. A chance.
Purpo's exploring B, man. It's making me stressed.
Yeah.
He's had no success.
มีสิทธิ์สูงครับ ASD ตอนนี้
He's holding the angle he should win, but he hasn't been winning. He's been getting wrecked by whoever peeks him, but this time nobody's peeking. They're happy to sit in their setup. They're happy to hold on to that ground. Reezy filling in the space. Shot at least on one, but then he swings in. Reezy, a man of many moments.
แย่ละ
One of them bringing them here in the first place. He ain't going nowhere. He made it to
โอ้โห
Barcelona, and then already
จี
to
เนี่ย
lose even a man maybe.
ไม่กลับมา 11-13 นี่แย่จัด
I can't believe the scenario we're currently in. Liquid sat 11-2 in the
เชี่ย
lead.
อะไรวะเดลิควิด
I remember the social media after they fell from 8-0 down. I think they might lose their minds in the Liquid fan base if this one goes. They're still in the lead. They're still technically in the lead, but it hasn't felt like it for about 5 rounds.
No, I'm starting to believe now.
แค่2 ราวมันไม่ได้เลย
This game's gone.
I said 10 as a joke. I said after 7. We're way past 7 now.
Way past that line. Fire Flux.
Oh, it's direct this time.
ที่มันรัดแล้วพี่
มันไม่ไหวแล้ว
They're not letting Liquid play the second. Nance tries his same old tricks in garage and he'll get
มัน
away
จะ
with
โด
it.
นลวดเกี่ยวตายแล้วพี่เน็ต
The flank coming in very quickly. Already Kachau's in the window. And Denning's
He's
covering
heard
the walk back out. Nats has nowhere to go. He cannot step away from this box. Trax will come back to try to help him, but hold on. Nats is undetected.
Okay.
He found a gap. They were searching for him and still he surprises. Denning finally deals with that man, but it might be enough done for Team Liquid to claim a round. Denning with his op. An ace needed, and I don't think he should even be trying this. Purpo, well, he's definitely not being given any shots, but he's given too many opportunities. 12 to 10, 1 round for Liquid to forget this second half ever happened.
Yeah, thankfully for them, the 2 defeats have been 13-11, so at least that's out the window. They've at least made it to 12 this time. But it's whether or not that momentum
ต้องโดนลงโทษอีก1 ตัว
is keeping Fireflux going. And if a blip, if a stumble is enough to take their legs from them, or if they've still got 2 more in them.
Starts again with Batu, fish in a barrel, low HP on Purpo, who's not getting out. The Hunter's Fury spent to try to trade back, and it almost gets him.
แม่งอยู่โล่แล้ว
survives just about.
เล่นแบบว่าเชิงเยอะไม่ได้สมองไหลวิ่งยิงแม่งเลยแต่ก็ยังไม่เข้าใจวินที่5 ต่อ 4แล้วไอ้เพอร์พวกมันเดินเข้าบีไปคนเดียวอยู่ดีวะยังคาใจอยู่เลย
And now they're sending Nats with the operator into B. It's been a cursed land thus far. I think after the AWP rings true, there is no more reason to fight this one.
Yeah, there could be no more repeats. Waiting for the push now as Liquid show their hand towards the C site. Camo's ultimate is traded out. Reason is bound. The 4v4.
He's gonna run out of ammo.
Fireflux lose their advantage and they lose the C site. It looks like they're gonna be containment towards that B in garage. And Liquid will just walk out for free.
Yeah, I like this. They all run back. They run into their leader. Their leader makes the call.
ยังเทียดได้ปิดเลยเปล่า
A bit scary. The jump down is being watched. Nats knows, but almost feels at this point he maybe wants to get rid of that operator. Space about to be taken through.
GG ครับ
Kachau goes a little bit early, and it looks like at the final hurdle things might be falling apart.
ทำไมมันต้องยากขนาดนี้ด้วยวะงง
นั้นบอกเดี๋ยวไม่สนุกเกมมันต้องเล่นให้สนุก
Find some resilience. While Hezekiah looks for a little bit more, this crossfire should be unstoppable, and in this case it will be. Liquid, after a little bit of turmoil and a few trips along the way, will claim map number 1 and head into their map with an advantage.
ง่ายไม่เอาใช่ไหม
มึงว่านึกว่าจบแล้ว
Today we talk about him with Trex. What a performance delivered by this man. There were some missing pieces for Liquid. Camo and Purpo, players we've talked about a lot when it comes to Haven. But today it was Trex.
เหมือนแบบนำเยอะแล้วมันผ่อนน่ะมันชิวเกินน่ะ 2-0 ครับ 2-0 นี่แต่ไฟฟ้าไม่
ควิดทรงออกอยู่นะทรงโยโร่
แต่ไฟฟ้ามันตื่นแล้วดิมันปล่อยเนี่ยไอ้พวกโดนคัมแบ็กเนี่ยอย่างเงี้ยปล่อยให้วอร์มได้เขาได้สู้ได้วอร์มเนี่ยเรียกความมั่นใจน่ะ
Amazing first half. You look like unbeatable. It does not look like the Fireflies that we met back in EMEA. You keep looking like you're going to conquer the world, and then we jump into the second one and things start to get complicated. So what was it about the Vice Chamber that was impossible to get through?
I think it had nothing to do with their comp. Maybe we just had some flashbacks to the footballers game. We had a good defense half, and we go on attack. We lose the anti-eco, and I think we got in our own heads a little bit. But after some rounds, we finally managed to get some few rounds, and that's all we needed to get it over the line.
le preguntaba que qué es lo que ha pasado. Obviamente, la primera mitad súper bien. Esto es algo que además ya vivimos en EMEA. Y en la segunda las cosas se ponen muy complicadas. Yo le nombraba al Vice de la Chamber. Él me dice que no tenía nada que ver con la composición, sino que les venían esos flashbacks de cuando estaban jugando contra FUT. Las cosas se empezaron a poner complicadas, pero al final le consiguen dar la vuelta. Well, thank you very much and best of luck in the second game.
Wingman World while
มันต้องลิควิดอยู่แล้ว
have a break
เกือบสุดท้าย
Wingman World while wanting a well one break. Let's go.
At Carmine Corp, we demand the best. This is what backs us up. The Razer Iskor V2 New Gen.
คิดเยอะไงน้องสอนแต่ถือว่าไฟฟักมันผมมันกล้าจัดเลยนะเรื่องหาเว้นยัดลิควิดอะใช้ได้ใช้ได้ใจมันใช้ได้อยู่โหยากว่ะ2-1เลยเหรอคัมแบ็กเหรอ
Microphone muted.
แต่เมื่อกี้ทรงไฟฟักมันน่ากลัวเหมือนกันนะคือถ้าลิควิดไม่กาวเมื่อกี้แล้วปิดให้มันจบไปเลยอะพี่ว่าแมปหน้าสบายเมื่อกี้แม่งถ้าแม่งเริ่มมาไม่สวยแบบหน้าเดี๋ยวแม่งจะโดนเนี่ยลิควิดเห็นมาละเห็นมาเยอะแล้วปล่อยให้เขาได้วอร์มได้เล่นอะเรียกความมั่นใจ
Did you ever expect this Fireflux comp on Haven, and what was it like to play against?
I know. I don't even expected them to pick Haven, not gonna lie. It was a good pick from them.
Yeah.
And I mean, we played terrible attack side. Yeah, it is what it is. We managed to win. Let's just reset because yeah, I think we had some flashbacks from FUT West game, this attack side.
Yeah.
But it's good that we secured the victory. It's really good.
Didn't expect the comp, but for sure they might change the comp, so yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah. That's it.
Interesting that Kix told Bayer, and now Lowen's told us that flashbacks from their game versus FUT is still haunting Team Liquid. But the thing is, they've made it this far. They need to get over it, surely.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'd be a bit concerned with the way that Fireflux managed to start putting up a fight there. I was getting ready to come into this and be like, oh yeah, the first half was just a warm-up for them, and then they were good to go after that. But yeah, obviously Team Liquid managing to close out in the end. I think Nats was probably one of the key players for them to be able to get to that match point round and then finally being able to close it out there. And we can see the fact that Fireflux, individually, we highlighted them. We had a frag movie for them at the very start of this Petra, but it feels as though there was a little bit of an underperformance from them individually.
Yeah, especially in the beginning, right? I mean, Batu has been doing so well, and the rest had just to step up, but it was a little bit too late.
Yeah, I mean, Team Liquid, yeah, they were owning on the Haven defense, but Fireflux were able to step things up after switching side. So let's talk about Team Liquid's Haven defense. Do you think it was a Fireflux issue, or do you think it was Team Liquid showing up prepared, ready to put their demons behind them?
I think it wasn't a Fireflux issue, honestly. I mean, Fireflux gave them the space to do all of this, and if they were getting into the game a bit earlier, I don't think Team Liquid would have the chance.
Yeah, I think there was countless times where you would see Fireflux just walking into things like purple there, which we'll highlight around in a little bit. But yeah, I think that when you have that kind of contact style for Fireflux, in the past, that has been one of their strengths, right? But when you're coming up against people like Purple who are going to be abusing that operator as much as possible, you
สำหรับ
have a bit of
ถ้า
detail, and I think
มุมมองพี่นะครับ
Purple's composition almost limited them in a way in that sense because
ควร
they
จะ
were
มี
having to
อิน
attack
นิ
with
หลัก
the
หนึ่ง
chamber
คน
with the
ที่
vibes,
เอเจน
and
ต์พู
yeah, it was
กว้าง
very
กว่า
strong.
เพอร์โพครับ
But
แต่เพอร์โพเล่นเจ็ตดีไหมดีนะ แต่ว่าพอทีมต้องการแบบต้องการเวเลต้องการนีออนเพอร์โพมันจัดให้ไม่ได้อะมันคอมฟอร์ตกับเก็ตมากกว่าสังเกตลองไปดูพวกคอมของลิควิดนะครับมันจะมีแต่เดิมๆอะตอนเนี้ยเก็ตโอเวอรี่อะไรเงี้ยtoday ไม่อันนี้ครับผมแมป2ก็ลิควิดครับ
Yeah, I think round 9 in particular really just like
เอฟเฟติกปีหน้าต้องเปลี่ยนครั้งใหญ่ว่ะพี่ว่าถึงเวลาที่โบ๊ทจะต้องไปเป็นโค้ชแล้วว่ะ
Purple is just getting away with absolute murder there. They try and use the Sova
ต้องรีโนเวททีมครั้งใหม่เลย
dashes over the top of it and is
แต่
able
เอฟ
to
เฟติก
up
มันดึง
jump
ดูด
above it,
ผู้เล่น
so
อ
I
ยู่แล้ว
should
อ่ะ
say.
ขอแค่เลือกคนที่ถูกอ่ะตอนนี้คนเทียร์2โหดเต็มเลยเนี่ยเลือกได้เลยจิ้มได้เลยเนี่ย
Yeah, it does feel like, and I really think once you're a little bit stressed,
อันนี้ขึ้นมา4ทีมนี่มีให้เลือกเด็ดๆเต็มเลยจิ้มได้เลยว่าอยากได้ใครเอฟเฟติกอ่ะไม่น่ายาก
Sometimes you guys were literally screaming at the screen because of moments like Hezekor, for example, taking swings. He doesn't need to take
They were so scary.
Yeah, I'm so sorry to bring you back
Hold up,
to that
everyone think-
moment. Now I've given the Death Demons. Brilliant. We're all Team Liquid now, apparently. Let's take a look, though, at Fireflux's composition, because if you think about last time they played Haven, Billy, you were telling us while we were watching that game back in Challengers, they played a composition we would have loved to see them to play today.
Yeah, I was quite surprised, honestly, because when we think back to the Haven that they played in the Challenger Stage 3 final against Enterprise, they were running Dead Ink on the Waylay, they were running, yeah, so we see it here, sorry, you have Batu on the Cypher, which obviously we've seen him jump onto that Sentinel in the past when I think of the Deadlock on Ascent, for example, so it's not like they've steered away from that in the past initially, but yeah, I think for me, it feels like a completely different composition, like a completely different archetype of composition, which we have seen from Fireflux when I think to the Summit changes that they made throughout these playoffs as well. But Petra, I wanted to know from your perspective, like, was there a preference that you had out of these two compositions?
Yeah, definitely the Preferious comp for sure. And if we look at Deadlink, like, he was doing so well on the Waylay.
Yeah.
And I mean, Batu was doing very good on the Sova, but I think it would have been better to have the old comp.
Yeah, it's also strange, it's like when you have someone who can play battle controller like Hezecoil. Reedy's a fantastic player, of course, so flexible, but you have such a strong role player in Hezecoil. It feels like such a shame to be on this stage and to take him off that Omen. But we are going to be heading into Lotus very soon, and it's going to be interesting to see if Chao can have a much better step up, because if you look at how he performed in stage 2, he is capable of a monster performance as we head to the second map.
Yeah, I think we talk about players needing to warm up to the stage, and obviously we consistently talk about how young a player Chao is, the fact that he's probably never stepped foot on a stage of this caliber and of this size. That first half, it wasn't great for him, you know, he was 1-5 in first kills and first deaths, he was 4-12 in his kills and deaths as well. He just was not warming up to the stage.
เคยพูดอยู่ว่าคาโชกับบาตูเน็กนี่แหละแม่งเหมาะกับฮิเลติกบาตูเน็กไปสั่งคาโชไปแทนไอ้นี่ไอ้คอสมลัดแทนนี่เลยคู่หูลิทูเนีย
Yeah, and I think it's important, like if it's like this, also your teammates has to be very calm. You never know what's happening in the comp, so maybe it's not his fault. You never know.
Yeah. The question for me is going to be: are we going to see Chao now switching to the Omen like we last saw in Lotus? Are they going to rethink things? Because I know that maybe we want to see Fireflux maybe stick rather than twisting all the time. But actually, as they're going up against Team Liquid now, surely play to your strengths. Actually, let Chao now sit in this duelist role. Now he's warmed up on that stage. Now he's almost got an ace and flubbed it himself with that styling on them with the attempt to get the knife kill. Let him live in that moment and enjoy every second, because that's where he's strongest.
Yeah, I mean, I agree, but I also disagree to an extent, because I think the first time we saw him on the Omen on Lotus, it was a little bit shaky, but the second time we saw him, he was outplaying everyone. I mean, you know what it's like having an amazing Omen player on a team.
Oh yes, definitely.
When we talk
อ๋อสัญญายาวโอ้ทำไมมันยากจังวะ
But yeah, I think that he can definitely use the verticality of this map to his advantage. I want to see him TPing on top of boxes and taking off angles that Team Liquid maybe wouldn't necessarily expect.
แมปไหนๆก็เจ็ด
Gonna see Fireflux playing what they know and what you've appreciated from them in the past, Billy. How are we feeling about this comp going up against Team Liquid? It feels pretty standard here.
Yeah, I mean, you have Team Liquid with their bread and butter. We get to see Camo and Purple on that double duelist. This has kind of been their identity.
โดนเมื่อวันนี้เพลงนี้
คอมลิควิดแม่งโคตรโอสกูลอะเจ็ดเล
คือย คอมมันแบบเจ็ดเลสเจ็ดฟินิกมันอยู่แค่นี้
ดูไม่ค่อยมีอะไรแบบไม่ค่อยคิดเยอะเล่นๆแม่งเลยอะไรมาเนี่ย
เน้นคอกลางเกมเอาไหนบอกจริงแล้วเกมมันไม่มีอะไรมาก
เกมไม่มีอะไรเยอะเล่นๆไปเถอะฮะ
เล่นๆไปเถอะคุยๆกันเล่นแบบเบสิก Valorant
See if they can do it in two with Mitch and Tom.
Well, Team Liquid on track to book themselves some more flights. 1-0 up Tom, but it was anything but comfortable over on Haven.
Oh yeah, for sure. It was sweaty. From where they were 11-2 up in a position where they should have closed that one out easily, they gave some runway back to Fireflux. They built themselves back into the map. And now we get to see if they could take us to a third. Because I'll say, if I watch Fireflux for a day and I don't get to see a Waylay, I'll be incredibly sad. Well, at least going into the next map, that's where Derek gets to play his agent of choice. So I'm hoping they could take us there. But I think Liquid on this map, especially
มันจะ GG เพราะกระชาวโอเมนเนี่ย
I think versus EP and versus Fnatic a little while ago, they were demons.
จริงๆแมปนี้นีออนมันก็
being disrespectful.
ใช่ไม่ใช่หรอนีออนแบบนี้ไม่จัดให้กระชาวเล่นป่ะ
Well, confidence for Fireflux should be built back up
already
from the
Dating
comeback.
chamber
For Team Liquid, it's definitely there. A stack up on C and a trap set. Not just Purpo in the corner, but a paranoia. All this off the contact of Camo. He'll see Hezecoil, the star of the show for Fireflux last time they played this map. But this time, his appearance is cut short. A trap sprung, and it leaves the rest of the squad to flee into this A site, but look who's waiting for them here.
Trex and Nats, these are not two players that you really want to be running into.
ไม่พลาด
Nats
ครับ
already
แนท
from above, almost baiting and baiting
โอ้โห
perfectly. If
หวาน
Nats
เจี๊ยบ
ends
ปะ
up with more in
หวาน
the
เจี๊ยบ
end,
หวานเจี๊ยบเลยอ่ะ
looking like right
นะ
back to their defensive side and right back to winning
หวาน
ways. It
เจี๊ย
is
บเลยอ่ะ
completely clean from Team Liquid in the pistol and in zone flawless to start.
TS แต่ครับผมมีลุ้นอยู่นะว่าจะเปลี่ยนใครออกบ้าง TS ตอนนี้พี่ต้องลุ้นนะจะได้ดูลิสต์ใหม่ไหมอินเกมยังคนเดิมมันอยู่หรือเปล่า
And Liquid were all on the same page, and they played this to perfection.
A great round from them.
ลีกจีนฟอร์มน่ากลัวไหมน่ากลัวกว่ารอบก่อนๆนะรอบนี้เดือดอยู่แต่ยังไม่ค่อยสู้แบบไม่ค่อยสู้ไปเตฟิกกับอีมีฮะ
It's not about winning though, it's about the strategy being correct. He can make the wrong move and it can work out. Doesn't mean you should make that move again. This time they're happy with what they've put out.
They've lost their big gun, or at least one of them.
It's on the floor.
Be a little bit careful. Well, Kachao
One enemy remaining.
currently has it in hand.
Indeed.
And looks to want to try and do some damage with it. An extra pickup would be nice. Trying to create a little bit of space. See, look, now he has smokes to play with to sell the ruse. And in classic Turkish style,
ไปเลยฮะ
looks to push the smoke. Liquid, though, at least trying to group up, and in the end, it will be Purpo to close out the round. And Marshall lost. The Bulldog will be retrieved alongside the Guardian. And Liquid is not quite as clean as the pistol, but it's enough.
Yeah, it's not an end zone flawless, but win's a win. They definitely get a little bit dicey, as you said, kicks going down, them not being able to hold the line, so the rifle recovered, handed into the hands of Kachao. Gave a chance, if not for the round win, for a little bit of wind in the sails of the young gun who had a slow start over on Haven. He was 0-6 before he finally started to answer up and close to even in the end. A slow start here could be a death sentence for Fireflux, but it's not just for him. As I said, Hezecoil for me has been the standout when it comes to Fireflux.
Sorry, one more time.
So Hezecoil,
Yeah.
really good.
Okay.
So watching this round, oh,
Yeah. I'm waiting.
he's dead.
Yeah. This same trap. It's just him in the corner again. It's going to be
เอ้า
cleared, but not quite well enough.
ดูดิ
The boombots helped out Dedic at least, but he
ส
now
ภาพ
has
เกมมันไม่มีอะไรเลยเห็นไหมเกมไม่ได้ยากขนาดนั้นนะ
ต้องคิดเยอะใช่ไหม
ก็แค่แอบ
Another lights out start for Team Liquid, and I'm getting deja vu.
Yeah, the boombots helping
อัน
them
นี้
out
เหมือน
there,
ศึ
as
ก
you
ชิง
said.
ตัว
They
แชมป์ใช่ครับ
trade.
ลิควิดชนะได้แชมเปี้ยนเลยครับ แต่ไฟฟักชนะเข้าไปต้องชนะ2รอบครับ แต่ถ้าไฟฟักชนะรอบนี้แล้วไปแพ้ฟุตก็ยังเป็นลิควิดอยู่ดีครับ
But his timing here was unbelievable, and that transfer onto Kachao, who's already, as we said, he
กรรมการไฟฟักถือว่าไอ้นี่กว่ายากกว่า
Well, yeah. I guess his hopes living on a prayer. We got to see them bounce back soon. And it might not be this round. Fireflux known for the pistols. We said it last time. They ended up winning round 2 in the second half. But they need success. And I mean, in this round, it's also about the economy. It's already getting out of control. Like, should they win this round? No, of course not. But if they give Team Liquid an in-zone flawless, the money's going to get out of control. This defensive side will not just have to be beaten once, maybe twice or
อ๋อ
three times on
วัน
full
นี้น่าจะ
box
พักเลยครับผม
before you get that
เมื่อ
first
เช้าตื่นเร็ว
fall.
ง่วงจัด
เดี๋ยวรอบนี้โชว์เวเลที่
For
แชมเปี้ยน
Fireflux
อีกรอบ
if they fall flat. And
ไม่ได้ไป
already they've lost one.
Uh-oh. That's a lot of damage, and then stuck in the mud. It's easy for Nats.
ถ้ามันทำจริงนี่แปลกมากอะ
An
นะ
aggressive angle, and well, he
This
should
fella.
be in trouble here.
เฮ้ย
He's fighting forward. Well, now they'll walk into the hands of Trex. He's just waiting on that corner. Paranoia worked well, but Purpo still hasn't been cleared, and he's never going to be. He takes damage at the beginning of the round. It's another in-zone flawless for Liquid. I'm not sure. I think Fireflux
ถ้าลิควิดแพ้ไฟฟักเข้าไปไงไฟฟักเข้าแต่ไฟฟักต้องชนะ2รอบแต่ถ้าไฟฟักไปแพ้ฟุตลิควิดก็ได้ไปอยู่ดีตอนนี้เหลือแค่2ทีมที่เป็นไอ้นี่แล้วครับผมกำลังแย่งกันอยู่ลิควิดกับไฟฟักที่เหลือได้หมดแล้ววิท
4-0 down, falling flat,
Foot.
giving Team Liquid a massive boost to the economy. losing this round, and it spirals out of control. A must
Vitality.
And they don't take a moment to breathe. Instead, they will roll with the momentum, but it seems to be Liquid's momentum that they're playing against. The spam good.
There we go.
Purpo down, Kachao on the board, and a showstopper sent in and almost claiming nuts, but he walks right back into the chaos, right back into the corner. And Camo's traded back.
น่าจะยาวรอต่อไปจะเริ่มก็มี individual skill break มันจะเริ่มสักทีโอเคเฮ้ย
From the verge of extinction, Fireflux, they found a spark of hope.
Yeah, I honestly thought the Camo was just going to run through the whole team in that round. It looked like from this moment onwards, it was all she wrote. But the last man standing in the corner, just able to pop head after head. He was given 3 pixels and he hit all 3 pixels.
บ้าจัดโคตรนิ่ง
Sat there, calling a pause at 6-0 down again. That's when they got their first in the last. This time they've done it a bit earlier. But again, is that the start of something? Maybe it is. That's a good one from Kachao.
They've got to be starting something. And Kachao finding himself on the board, and then with an opening pick in the next round, that's certainly a sign of better times on the horizon. Fireflux gave their opponent a lot of credits to burn, and burn them they have. Liquid, the 3 players on low cash coming out of this one. This is Fireflux's chance to disintegrate that early lead.
Oh, that's not going to help. Nat's gone. Showstopper is available, but I'm not sure if it's going to be committed anymore. You had yourself a 4v5, but that has dwindled even further. And at this point, with a couple of players low on credits, I think the only real decision left for Liquid. It's going to make you hesitate. Like you go, okay, can we now win this? Can we now turn this round? But I think, unfortunately, just too little too late.
It just takes a second of listening to the ticking and you realize, yeah, the time is already too far gone. Good work by Kicks on the way out, but it is Fireflux with a second. Those weapons needing to be saved. Trex taking a risk that almost paid off. The op will be carried forward, though. Batu defends it. And that second round for Fireflux, a 3K for Hezekiah, the standout who was standing outside of the game. Well, he has stepped back in to compete 2 rounds ago. Connecting the follow-up made it uncomfortable for Liquid.
Yeah, good job. Good work in this round. And I agree with what Billy was saying. The first time I think we watched him play on Omen, it was horrific. The next time he was one of the best players in the server. So I think maybe the first showing we got a glimpse of where it can go wrong, but he's definitely not a one-trick pony. And I think this attack side operator, at least in that round, was a solid one. Now the Blade Storm is going to give Purpo enough to keep the credits, keep the buy. And with a showstopper, and well, everything. They've got everything. Every single ultimate available to them. Even though you might not see a gun in his hand, this is a very, very strong buy from Liquid.
For Fireflux, it was a 4-man stack up on A that they faced early on. Team Liquid took full of rubble, but Liquid are still gambling on that side of the map. Like normally you see a team take rubble and like this guy stays, but the other 2 don't. They're ready for this double back from Fireflux, and the gamble with no utility on the B side.
It's ults, isn't it?
You have to watch it. Yeah, indeed.
They're just playing retake. They're going, okay.
Retake on 2 different points.
I think it's just, okay, on B we can clear the whole site. On C we can clear the whole of back site. With that Nightfall, then we send through a showstopper and we can clear any of those angles. Whereas A, there's a lot more deep angles you can hold on to. Now we get to see if that was the right decision. They've dodged. Well, semi-dodged the ult, but actually at the same time, the Nightfall goes through on the other side, but there's not really a way to activate onto that yet. I think that might be just a little bit early. We'll see if the showstopper... No, he gets nothing! Kachao picks him up again. It becomes tougher and tougher. This was the old round. Liquid need to get something from it, and they are. quickly finding a couple of kills. The operator from an aggressive position now becomes more of a burden than anything, and they are losing players up until Hezuko, but it's being stuck, it's being held all the way along, and even if the ults initially weren't the best, Liquid hold with 3.
As soon as they wrestled the control out of that corner, it looked like the round was solved. But Kachao gave them a real lifeline on Fireflux, taking out that showstopper. It stopped the push, but only for a moment. Liquid wrestle that control out of their hands, and at that point, it's panic stations on Fireflux. Like, you've got to run at that spike. You know it's being diffused, but Liquid have body after body to throw at the defense to delay you.
And that's the problem. The showstopper meant they kind of had to play broken up. All right, well, Reezy is, I don't know.
Kicks is doing something different today. He got a double spray down at Collat. Now he's doing this.
Yeah, he's killing a lot of people he can't see. Now this buy from Fireflux sucks. And that sucks even worse.
ทำไมอ่ะ
First you take the duelist off him, then
ทำไม
you
อ่ะ
take his life altogether, Deading.
เกิดอะไรขึ้นอ่ะไอเดดนี้ก็ปามาไอดิฟกิดก็ปาไปเหรอ
The 1v5, he won't get it.
หลบของเล่นขึ้นไปตรงผมเพื่อน
You don't always get things you want.
An in zone flawless, and it's Liquid right back to winning ways.
2-0
How can it be a flawless?
2-0
Deading got a
ชัวร์
kill.
ตรงนี้
That's a great point, actually.
I must have missed that one.
I wonder how that happened. But for Liquid, yeah, it is now 6-2, and for Fireflux, so many pieces missing compared to what we've seen.
Oh, he dodged one nade and then ran into the other one. Okay, there's nothing that could be done there.
It's good, you know, he took the orb away from the other A's.
Sure.
Smart play. Smart play.
Let's go with that one.
300
well,
IQ.
It's no surprise that Fireflux now going to call themselves a pause. And a man I know you wanted to talk about, Hezuko, you brought him up a couple of times.
Yeah, I said this guy's been the standout. Just take a look at his stats. Last time they played this, it was against the Tier 2 comrade. They're up against Job Life. And, well, the stats speak for themselves. The assist per round might go down off Smoker and on a Vice, but other than that, it's been a step up in every department. Kachao had a good game, but Hezuko stole the show. And here today, we look to both of them to carry that mantle forward, to keep that same energy. And now they're doing it a map down. It is do or die, and replicating that performance, it could be the key to getting Fireflux all the way to split.
Yeah, the problem is, again, they're running out of runway. Their defensive side, we
ห
saw
มาย
in
ถึ
the
งใคร
last
หมายถึง
map,
ไฟ
it
ฟ้า
was
ก่อนปาน
down. Same versus Job Life. You highlight him, it's no surprise that a lot of that was on the defense, like where he was able to lock down that C side of the map. But just
เป็น
like
ไง
the
บ้าง
last
อะ
map, incredible defensive side. But you gave yourself no wiggle room. They basically had to win every single round in a row to close
จัด
out.
ที่นี่เลยวัน
And
ก่อน
they
คนเต็มหมด
got
เอาจัด
very,
เที่ยวกันเลยเหรอ
very far. They got to 10 from 11-2 down.
คุ
But
ริฟายเหมือนกันปะค
if
ล้ายๆ
they're
อะไรปะ
going in the same place, I fear that eventually a Nats, maybe in this case a Trex who's having a great game, or any of the other crazy players that we've seen throughout, will just close out one of those rounds. And unfortunately for Fireflux, I don't think that 2 is going to be anywhere near enough.
No, absolutely not. And I think it goes back to the question that we had earlier on. You said about starting on your favorite side, and perhaps for
ไม่
Fireflux,
อะพี่ว่า
starting
ลิ
on
ควิด
that
ไม่
defense
ตุ๋ย
would
ด้วย
have
ละ
been the right
แบบ
play.
นี้
We
ของจ
saw
ริง
from Liquid that they gave themselves enough of a runway on a comfortable half of Haven that they were able to recover despite a miserable follow-up to it.
ออกเดือน
For
ที่แล้ว
Fireflux, yeah, I think that the upside I'll give is that you have to know your team. Right? Getting a tough half out of the way, for some teams will crush their mental. They'll think they're out of it, even though they're going into their favor. Some players aren't emotionally intelligent enough to look past the last 30 minutes and see what's in front of them. But for Fireflux, I don't think they're a team that will suffer from that. But it's hard to tell when you move to an arena like this. But we had questions about how these teams would perform on the EMEA stage in Berlin, in a smaller environment, at times without a crowd. Well, that's not the case here. And now it's a fresh challenge. So I don't think this will be a team that crumbles. I think Batu's screams and wails will bring anyone back into a game, but I don't know that. And neither do Fireflux. Today is when we find that out.
Yeah, for sure. And I think as well, you then have to look at the opponent across the stage because, they've been through some incredible teams. I think them beating Vitality, obviously a team that is going
ไป
to
แชมเปี้ยนมัน
champions
น่าจะ
on
ไปปล่อย
points. They
ปล่อย
denied
ตัวปล่อยใจมากกว่า
VPL
ป
the
กติ
ability to make it to champions in the first place. Even took down Heretics in that initial upper bracket who went out of champions contention today. The problem though is you go through all of these teams, you grow, you get better, Liquid in the lower bracket are always the final boss. We talk about this every single time, every single year. It doesn't matter the iteration, it doesn't matter the roster, it doesn't. There could be no consistency through everything, and you go, yeah, but it's Liquid in the lower bracket, and it just seems to happen every single time. And now they are at that final step. They are at that, okay, we can just go to champs if we win this game. And sure, there's other ways that they could go to champs, like they rely on FUT to win the next game, whatever. Liquid don't falter in these moments. In fact, it wouldn't be surprising to say that even though FUT, if you go over the year and everything that's happened as of recent have been the better side, if they go into that lower bracket final versus them, Liquid may even be favorites because it's the lower bracket, because FUT's momentum have been broken. That's what Fireflux have to be. History, experience, and yes, they've already done that every step of the way, but when you get here versus Liquid, it's 10 times harder.
And the thing is, you're talking about Liquid in a lower bracket, often fighting for tournament survival, often fighting to ensure we've got the same things. What you're often not talking about is them making it to champions. You add on an extra accolade that they're fighting for, and they hit another power level. We're over 9,000 for Liquid now, and it certainly seemed like that in half number 1 of Haven. The one little bit of hope I'd give to Fireflux is they get out of this half with 4 or 5 rounds, they can come out and go, you reckon they'll cool off in the second half? They certainly did last time. Like, I think it's easy to sell yourself that you're still in the game, but we need to see them push past this mark. And like I said, the problem for me is for Team Liquid, the players that we rely on, the ones that you would tout as the superstars of this roster, are footnotes in this series so far. Camo and Purpo, if anything, the highlights for me have been them, especially Purpo's lurks on B, throwing rounds away, mistiming things, peeking with the back turn, unscoping on the op while out in the open, and a dude swings you and takes a freebie. They've been silly mistakes. And yet, even though you have those 2 players quieted on the other side, you have Trex dominating in map number 1. And now Kix is 10-2. He's killed 3 people through smokes. Like, they're feeling it on Team Liquid. And Fireflux, they got themselves back into Haven, sure. But it was impressive because it's rare to see. Now we got to see it again.
Yeah, we got to see it again, and we got to see it on the map choice of their opponent.
ไวครับตี 1
So we wouldn't need to see it.
We'll have to wait and see. Purpo
อยู่ดีๆก็ไวชีวิตเฉย
back into the game. Players reconnected. Everything as it
คนใจ
was.
ดี
And on for the attack side, they've got the Vipers pit. Reezy has been having a very tough time so far, but if I was to describe him as a player, it's a man of moments. He had the greatest moment for Fireflux so far as an organization to take them here in the first place. The final round that they never should have won. I think they would take one of those moments right about now.
That was a beautiful round, but no time to dwell on the past. It's all about the future, and for Reezy, there's no future in this round. He has been taken out by Trex. Liquid with an opening. Can they follow up on it and push Fireflux to the brink? Those credits down low, and the timing terrible for Kachao as Camo looks back to re-clear B, finding a man in the open, and now they're looking at Camo. Well, Nets takes the freebie. It's all going wrong for Fireflux.
ยากมาก
Big investment, and there is no upside,
แมปบุก
no
ตีไม่เข้า
gain, no profit to be found here. The attackers trail. And it's getting worse as the rounds go on. A pinpoint accurate nade. Hezekor with a chance to connect a few headshots, but only the one will be found. It's not an in zone flawless. That's the silver lining. But it's a very gray cloud in front of and over Fireflux right now.
Yeah, that's not going to help. But then everything from that point onwards is Fireflux taking space that they thought Liquid had given up, and Liquid were very, very aware. In fact, I love that 1-2 punch from Camo and Nats. Like Camo saying, I could sense it, fights the first, but then it's Nats going, okay, they're going to go through this angle. I'm going to reposition into a spot that a guy was in 4 seconds ago. Like, they're not going to expect me to be here. Again, just a phenomenal read on the game. Something that, you could argue in his case, he does better than anybody else. And currently 11-3. All right.
It might sound silly, but doing it better than anyone else was impressive when he was doing it on his own, when he was the lurker in a team. But doing it as an IGL, and of course, then he can let the team give him the space, like he can control it. I get that. but it's so impressive that he keeps that level.
Okay.
Alive. Now Kicks is at a very high level so far. He's had his head split open. He's out of the round, and it's a 4v5 that I feel like Camo wants to peek into.
Whoa!
Holy shit.
Delirium from Camo, a 4K. The Forge never
Oh.
and the cherry on
มันต้องโคตรสัตว์
candles as Team Liquid
บ้าจัดอ่ะ
are coming true.
That was a birthday wish. You're not supposed to tell anyone those, but everybody want to see it. That is crazy. That is crazy. Slow it down. Hang it in the loop. That's just nasty.
That brought tears to my eyes. What was that shot?
I'm guessing Kicks is happy he died there because he got to watch that live.
อย่างน้อยก็ทำให้
Yeah, guys, I'm just
ไอ้
gonna run in
คิก
and
แม่ง
die.
ยิ้ม
So
ได้
let's watch Camo pull off magic.
คิกกับเทคถึงก็ต้องชม มีรอยยิ้มเก่งมาก
You coward. And he peeked. Oh my goodness.
But he was definitely telling him to kill them. There's no doubt about that. Insanity.
Oh.
And well, if you could think of the last
ที่มัน
thing
โหดจัดเลย
Fireflux
วะ
needed in that moment, it was for Camo to go, yeah, you know you said I was having a quiet day.
โอ้ยนับหมดอะปกติมันออกอารมณ์ยากจัดไปสองคนนั้นอะ
I'm fed up of saying Silver Lions. It was a low buy, but who cares?
I'm the biggest hate. Oh, here we go. And straight in with the showstopper, Camo. Give him a moment to breathe. A second to relax. Liquid boots on their neck, and he's taking Kachao.
บอมตกอีก
I mean, like what? Like, what have they fed this guy? Where have they found him?
Fireflux players. That's what they've been feeding him the entirety of the
Oh.
game.
It's a bloody feast for Camo.
เฮียพี่แนทเหลือคนเดียวโยนหมวกใส่เขาเฉย
They're
เลย
happy to just eat his scraps.
บ้าหรือเปล่า
To two now. No
ต้องทำขนาดนั้นเลยเหรอวะ
and they better be praying for a second half liquid, for a liquid choke, because this anything but a miracle, and it's a 2-0 in front of you.
Well, realistically, with the amount of Fireflux players he's eaten, eventually he's got to choke, right? They're just shoveling them down in such quick succession.
He's going bone and all, so if something's going to get stuck, you have to hope.
Nats 14-3, Camo 13-4, Kicks 10-4. I'm being a scoreboard warrior, but what is there to
มันเก่งกับเด็กนั่นแหละ
The last few rounds
เป็นมาตั้งนานแล้ว
to still be ahead. Obviously, got a
ลิ
3K
ควิดอะ
as well.
เจอของแข่งนี่อะไรรวดพี่เลย
Get away from there. Thank you.
They have no fear at this stage. They're not worried about anything. Trex. Oh no, it's Nats in fact running through. The teammates getting caught. They're trying to hunt him down and try as they find this man is immortal. He has ascended to an eternal plane, and well, they have to be non-believers. That's the only way they can kill him. A 3v2. The HP, guess what? It's low on the Fireflux side, and they even know where Kachao is. Something needs to ignite the Turkish squad. And while I think someone's about to light them up, Camo already. Another on the body pile. Batu, his clutches have been crazy, but they don't even give him a chance. Yes, you are living in the same story as the last map, because it's another 10-2 half for Liquid.
Well, Fireflux, they got lucky to make it so close in the previous. Now, a bounce back needed to bring us to map number 3, to keep their dream of champions alive, and to keep Liquid out.
คิดว่าลิควิดถ้าไปเจอตึงๆในจีนไหวปะเจอแบบเจอไทรูเจอ XLG อ่ะ
Our special guest can give us some hope. We've got an interview standing by.
ไหวเหรอ
Tengo a un invitado muy especial conmigo. I have a very important guest with me joining for this very important match for EMEA. It's Kayak from Fnatic. Kayak, first of all, how are you doing? ¿Cómo estás?
A bit different experience. Usually I'm here as a player, but I'm enjoying it. It's fine. All the people are like really loud, so it's pretty fun.
Yeah, we have pretty fun people. Le pregunto que qué tal está, que obviamente es diferente para él porque está acostumbrado a estar jugando en el stage y no haciendo las entrevistas aquí, pero que se lo está pasando bien y mejor que se lo va a pasar. So, Kayak, did you
เฮ้ยจีนรอบนี้ไม่โผล่นะ
to go like this?
It was like 50-50 for me, but I didn't expect like Liquid to be that good. To be fair, like Fireflux is like not delivering today, I would say, but Liquid are also like playing pretty well. So yeah.
Le pregunto que si esperaba el resultado que estamos viendo, ¿no? Dice que la verdad que está sorprendido porque pensaba que Fireflags iba a enseñar otra cara, pero la verdad que Liquid se está sacando mucho el pecho. So you have a lot of fair experience in Tier 2 and grinding your way up. If you could say something to Fireflags right now, or if there's something that they could focus on to bounce back from another 10-2 half, what would it be?
Just round by round, you know, like they did in the last map, they almost came back, but it was close. But like if they go round by round, they can make it maybe.
Le pregunto también porque él tiene mucha experiencia jugando en el Tier 2 y sobre todo para la gente de Fireflags en los que apoyen que qué es lo que le diría él si pudiese hablar con ellos y él dice que
แจ้งเกิดแน่นอนโคตรโหด EDG ไม่ EDG ไม่โหดแล้วเดี๋ยวนะ
pero así está. Well, Kayak, thank you very much. We'll get to enjoy the rest of the event.
It's always great to see him. Not down on that stage this time, but we know it won't be long until he's back. For Fireflux, maybe we'll have to say the same. These players won't be going anywhere. They've challenged some of the best in the EMEA, but now they've come up against what could be the best at beating the Tier 2. That is for sure an accolade Liquid are about to claim and double down on. 10-2 up. A miracle needed for Fireflux.
อยู่ครับเกต
Yeah, the last 2 games they played were eliminating Enterprise, eliminating Eintracht. This lower bracket run for Liquid has, well, it's taken the challengers and it's stamped on them.
แน่ติดตามได้16-3
They'd probably be the team to fear when it comes to those matches to make it. And while in lower brackets of EMEA, there is no one better. Keep whoever you like, keep your fanatics, keep your foots, keep your vitalities. A lower bracket Liquid might just be the most powerful force on earth.
Liquid when they got something to play for. Playing for survival isn't just what Team Liquid are here for. That trophy draws them in, but the chance to see another trophy in person, to lock themselves in for champions just rounds away. They're coming out of a half of utter dominance. Fireflux need a pistol.
วันอาทิตย์นี้แหละครับแมนยูเดี๋ยวเก่งกับเด็กโชว์
Good at those. Camos snuck up close here and will be caught out
นี่
on
อ่ะ
that A site. An opening duel for
จุดเริ่มต้น
Fireflux
มา
that
ละ
keeps the flame alive.
Nats has found a gap. That's very worrying. It's always a problem, but it's whether or not the time actually gives enough for him to strike. And now he's been caught anyway. Looking like a pistol will at least go their way unless Trax has
ทำ
another
ไมมันไม่ขอเพื่อนเข้าบีไปเลยวะ
truly
พี่
absurd moment.
มันเด็ก
มันจะไปตุ๋ย
He
มันจะไป
managed
ตุ๋
to
ยวะ
clutch out the second
ตา
pistol
มภาพเลย
on map number 1, but I think this one is a bridge too far. A pistol at least
เอา
under
ละ
the belts of
เกม
Fireflux,
ออน
but let's just say they were close on the last comeback. This one also needs to be almost perfect.
Well, last time a little bit of extra leeway would have helped them out, and they lost the pistol, won the second. So, you know, it does actually set you up in a better state to win out the half or to have more rounds, but that's not really the point. Point is,
They get one extra wiggle room round.
10's all they get, baby. 10's all they get. One extra wiggle room round, but Liquid get a better buy sooner. But never mind that. Never mind that. What
ฮาเล
matters
ตมัน
is
โอ้โหมันสิดิ
10 is all they get.
ฮาเลตขายตัวดีๆหมดแล้ว
It has to be the motto. Has a coil on the defense. Chance for him to have that uptick that we've seen from him last time around. Of course, it was against Job Life. This time, Team Liquid seemingly putting up a bigger barrier, a blockade. The base is the Fireflux, but in the eco,
เติร์ดแทงบันไดเลยไง
Fireflux's perspective, it is starting off very well. Straight push into the spawn, deading ready and waiting. Claiming orb after orb, and it won't be a clean round, but how many more bruises
โอ้ยสบายครับ
Camo deliver, and it is none.
มันจัด
Main
มัน
thing,
จัด
they keep the 2 rifles. Marshall, especially with Denning getting that many kills, I wouldn't be surprised if it's upgraded immediately into the operator, and there you go. And they're going to come in with the rifles as well. So they are playing this as
แล้วแมนซีซื้อเด็กอายุ1800 ล้าน โอ้โห บ้าจัด
Maybe Batu will be a little bit more worse for wear, but when you're in this sort of position, you can't have a bonus round really. You can't sit there and go, okay, let's give them one, and then we'll
มัน
break
จะ
back.
ตุ๋ยด้วยอีกแล้ว
It's
ลิ
not
ควิ
an
ด
option anymore. Fireflux are going for broke.
All or nothing for them. It's been the way they've played the whole tournament. They knew they had to go the distance. No prize for them in second place. Deading right off rip in with one, and he's looking confident, but eventually has to flee. Fading back towards the site. Purpo almost caught out. The B site on Haven was not kind to him on the attack. His lurks were always caught. The space always given up. This time around he won't push his look. Meeting back up with the troops towards the A site where the pressure is being put on to Kachao unknowingly. He's got a player right up next to him in that smoke already. And he's none the wiser, setting up a paranoia. Nats could walk through here and claim a freebie.
โอ้โหแนทเหลือเชื่อไหม
Near flawless so far. And with Batu falling.
เป็นไปได้
The flick of the dominoes. And Fireflux see it all come crashing down around them.
Question is, do they go for this now?
Ui.
Oh, that's nice. That's very nice. And it's bought additional time. It gives an opportunity, but it is still all or nothing. The weaponry for the next round will be missing if they gamble and lose. And Liquid are just waiting. Reezy already jumping down. Now they tried to strike. Nats has been cleared again, giving them a further advantage, but still two players sit on incredibly low HP. The remaining Liquid players look to try and fight together, and Kicks has done well. Look at that health bar. Purpo is the healthiest. A swing out at the right time could end this round, but they are letting the clock do the work for them. The fight forward, Kicks has found another, and now Dedic is all that stands in their way from another clutch scenario, another weaker position. Slipping out of their fingers, the operator shot even lands, but it is irrelevant.
ที่ลองไปเล่นแล้วไม่ยากนะมันไม่ได้คลิกซูมไวดังใจขนาดนั้นนะมันจะมีจังหวะหน่วงของมันอยู่เล่นยิงเดสแมทบอมโคตรนานพอเข้าไปเล่นจริงไม่ไหวปรับกลับดีกว่า
น่าจะเวิร์คแค่ใครสักคนที่เราเนี่ย
มันเป็นของสำหรับของใครสักคนอ่ะ
Their play, even though they're so far in the lead. This is not a group stage game. This isn't for pride to say they were the better squad. This is for champions.
เดินเลิกไม่มีอะไรครับอยู่ที่อินโฟเพื่อนล้วนๆนะอินโฟดีก็เดินง่าย
There's weaknesses somewhere, and it's on the rest of the crew to find them.
At least for now, the pressure put on to C would not be the weakness, but that shot from Purpo is
เรื่องมองไม่เกี่ยวเราก็เล่นเซิร์ฟสิงคโปร์ก็ปิงน้อย
Deading has his ult, so that's why he was left alone. The other two players need to try and hold the line, and they get a singular kill. Liquid are just steps away. And for Deading, a save now would feel like a death sentence.
ถ้ามันเข้าอันนี้คือมันได้ไปแล้ว
But at the same time,
ใช่
a push into 3 players might just be an
อีก
execution.
2 วินได้ไปกินหม่าล่าละ
Where he is, the peek up a little bit
ใครมัน
risky.
เล่นก่อน
In
นะ
fact, he will clear out tracks. He's given an opportunity. Showstopper is still available for him, but he doesn't want to get picked out of the air. He doesn't want to give Purpo that advantage, waiting to try and clear him. There's a second. But that time, starting to tick down. If he's going to make the move, it needs to be now, but does he have enough on the clock? I'm not sure there'll be enough time. He's just going to look to try and hold this all the way through. And I think he's just about got it. Dedic will bring them to life. That never should have happened.
That was gone.
แม่งไม่ควรเกิดขึ้นน่ะจริง
Stop Fireflux were dead, but Dedic has brought them back to life. The spark of hope, a light at the end of a very long tunnel.
ๆขอไม่กลับมาแพ้
นี่เราอย่างนี้เราก็โยนเก่งกันนะ
Not just yet. Not while Dedic's got some
ถ้ามัน
fight
ไม่ได้ไป
left
แช
in
มเปี้ยน
him.
เพราะเรา
That
นี่
puts him
มัน
on
จะเสีย
top
ใจ
of
สมน้ำหน้าเลยอ่ะจริง
That rallies the troops. But for Team Liquid, a slip up won't keep them back for long. They give it up.
ชอบเปิดโอกาสให้ฝั่งตรงข้ามไม่เข้าใจแพ้ไป
This should be a lost round. They'll give Fireflux 6. Fight from there.
Spike down B.
That Deading Red Bull clutch. If somehow, by some miracle, they were to turn it, that will be the point. That will be the moment that history changed, but we've seen it already. on the first map. It's one thing to streak rounds together.
สวัสดีครับน้องออฟ
What was it, like 7 in a row, maybe even 8 in a row. But it all becomes irrelevant if Liquid can find just 2. I'm sure Trex, with the bucky in hand, he's hoping that someone gets greedy, and you know what, a lot of the time he would be bang on. This Fireflux squad love to push, love to fight, love to get those orbs, but I think at this stage they're starting to realize the severity of the position they're in. Their own economy so important, and even looking at the man that's dead, Batu, we've spoken about him as a leader that has revitalized himself, a man that lost a crazy streak. Now this game feels more like old. He's struggling, he's pied over on his side. But if they can start winning rounds together, it doesn't matter anymore.
It's a thing for Fireflux. It's had to be a clean round.
ถ้าอยู่ในสโมก
Well handled.
เนี่ยเก็บได้เก็บได้
They come into this, we talked about their run here on the tier 1 stage has been about survival, about making it all the way, all or nothing, feast or famine. Well, for Fireflux now, they're really in survival mode. They've been backed into a cage, but all that's left really is for Liquid to close the door, but this is where they've decided to fight back. A big play from Deadink, a follow-up, but how much more can they build from here?
I'll be honest, I think the door has been closed and they're just hoping the latch is a little bit loose.
Shaking the latch.
Just like, hey, that latch is a little bit, oh, maybe we could break through that.
This is a cheap crate, we'll get out. Yeah, well, listen, they've certainly got the muscle, they've got the brawn to do it. They just got to find those weak points.
And the funny thing is from Liquid, like from a coaching perspective, all you really need to say is, yeah, guys, if you could just not throw a 3v1 to a guy you know exactly where he is and know has a showstopper, we've won. Like, that's it. That's game over. That was the point where everything was on the line. All the credits were invested. The man started the round with the judge.
I'll give Trex that one peak, though, because he's going, I would have won that last map. And yeah, he would have, but he didn't this time. You get that one little moment.
If that costs you champions, I don't think anybody cares if it's one little moment.
Thing is, there's so many rounds in front of you, that doesn't cost you champions, unless you do it again. And now nobody can make those mistakes anymore. It's time to lock in.
โตซิเกตละไม่แนะนำครับควรจะมีคนช่วย1 คนครับคนเดียวไม่ค่อยแนะนำเท่าไหร่
ดูยังไงครับ Liquid are right at the gates. He looks for the fight, though. Steps forward into the battle as a rocket at his feet.
ก็ยังเทรดไปได้
Yeah, I think he assumed he was dead to rights. Has given at least a trade in his name. The aggressive push back. The TP. Oh. It was almost a freebie for kicks. Okay, Kachow. He wanted that fight.
ยัง
The ground that's been taken by this Liquid
วันนี้
side.
คัดจากมันเมื่อกี้มาทำอะไรรู้ป่ะ
มาทำอะไร
มาเป็นแมวมองส่องคนเข้าทีม
อ๋อ
ไฟฟัก
I think it's being pieced together by Fireflux.
คาชักบอกเอาคาโชนี่แหละมาแทนคาชัก
While Nats has already called one on B, is a nightmare. He could be genuinely anywhere. The Liquid are playing this together. From the site, in fact.
ทะลุเลยนะว่านี่โอ
He hopes to catch them on an angle here. There's no favorable fight for him. Stepping in, you might
ถู
have
ก
to
ต้อง
rely
ลิ
on
ควิด
Breeze
แพ้
and Viper's
ไฟฟัก
Spit.
แพ้ฟุต
Dead
ลิควิด
Ink
ก็ได้
will
ไปอยู่
move
ดี
it.
เฮ้ย
Get you towards that spike. Coverage looks
ครอบไหม
decent. There could be a
เอ้า
I mean, there's not a lot of angles he could be on. It's quite spammable. Where he's at, but for now, already made it to half. A reveal inside and a blind spam from Trex has got one. The hammer
เฮ้ย
out. He looks to put the hammer down, and he may have done it already.
โอ้ย
If Nets is short, he
โซ
gets
โคโรส
12-6. Liquid have their round. A big ultimate removed from Fireflux and damage to the economy. The beginning of the end. It appears to be now.
Yeah, we were talking about a streak needed, and that streak ended very, very fast. It wasn't the worst of starts, but just look at the amount of map control that was lost, the amount of chaos that was caused by Liquid just almost being behind them at every turn. You could see that Kachao was almost caught initially. A player was then caught, and then this spam basically ruined the day. It's not the prettiest way to win a round, but if you're on that Liquid side, you don't care how. You just care that it happens. 6 in a row. 6 chances for Liquid. And they are on their way to champions. And they will make it to the lower bracket final. The streak of victories in their path once again. The second they hit that lower bracket. And for Fireflux, whatever their coaching staff has got, it needs to be now.
It's crazy when you go back to like 2020, 2021, to think of a player like Nats having the impact that he did back then in that old meta and still delivering arguably more, especially with the IGL role in this modern era. You think about the players who used to compete back then. From his team, we still have like Kron around, but like where's Redgar? Where's Shados? Hell, I know from different teams at the time. Mixwell's behind me watch partying. You know, everyone's gone, or at least in the tier 2 now. They've fallen down. They're bringing up the new generation. Nats is bringing the new generation with him, and it's so impressive.
แมปแรกนะเลดลั่นครับ
Looking better and better as
มา
a
เลดลั่น
leader,
จัด
as a player, and as a caller, day by day.
ยิงยังไงก็โดนอ่ะแล้วก็วันนี้สุดหลับสนิทเลย
So far,
นึกว่าไม่มาวันนี้
6 in a row, an OT, and a map 3 needed.
They have been slowed at least for a second. Or maybe at least some of them have. Purple just walks it. He just
เชื่อ
sends it.
วาโลมันเล่นง่ายนี่หว่า
โคตรง่าย
นึกว่าเล่นยาก
Without a whole lot of support. That Jet taking vertical. But there's a trade back. Reezy has said he's a man of moments. They need 6 moments in a row, but if he can deliver the first.
โอ้ยแม่มึงตื่นมั้ยน่ะ
They're boxed in as well. Denning's got the flank. There's no need for a rotation.
เล่นง่ายจริงด้วยวาโล
Rotation and Reezy,
ใครบอกวาโลเล่นยาก
savior of Fireflux. He brought them here, playing against the odds, and it looks like holding the line has bought them more time. Trex, well, as clutch as he has been, he's got 3 more to take down.
Yeah, don't give him anything. 30 seconds left on the clock is more than enough for Trex, and you keep giving him fights, and eventually he will win one of them. They're trying to just make sure he's boxed, waiting for him to re-swing, and even trying to bait them on the reload. He has, but now he's stuck the reload. Was hoping that they'd move the first time. Batu moves a moment later. Well, we've been waiting for Reezy to arrive, and that was a moment that could have been the end, especially with this start. But they're still going for now.
I think the difficulty for Fireflux is not to fall into what we saw in Haven at times, and Petra brought this up on the desk, playing very passive on that defensive side late on. We don't see them take as many of those aggressive fights and stances. Here, holding back on the site doesn't work. They crumble, but Reezy fights his way back into it. It's when Fireflux are the ones stepping into the battle that they really land their hardest hits, and I want to see that from them again. Maybe not from Hezekiah. His benefit is sitting back, is waiting. Yeah. He got shut down. Surprised last time. Again, Purpo will challenge him, but only with the pistols. Yeah. That's already gone. The flanker dealt with, and Hezekiah will not be pressured on the site. He has a back out now, and indeed has back up with Reezy stepping in to help.
1 enemy remaining.
Confidence boosting rounds. Trex. A couple of orbs would be nice. A kill and a death. A couple of kills.
I think this boy wants it.
Yeah, I think Batu might as well. There's a few ults that are getting ever closer. Kachao's also low, but hey, an execution.
หนาวไหมอันนี้
The difference now again, a similar scenario at 10-2 down.
ก็เหมือนแมปที่แล้วอ่ะ
But there's been a pattern brewing on this scoreboard of singular rounds coming every 2 for Liquid. And they've got to buy once again, but the only ultimate that's close is Trex.
Yeah, you know, normally you would look at this and go, oh, well, this half so far, Fireflux look like the better squad. Team Liquid are struggling to connect rounds, but they're 10-2 up in the first half, so no one really cares, you know? Round here or there is just fine. They end up closing it out. It's what happened on Haven. It was enough to carry them across the line, and here, 1 out of 4 of what remains. They'll dodge the initial utility. A cage. Won't cover Nats on the cross. Unfortunately, the Prowler has revealed his position, and Deading just went diving into him. The cage gives cover. The trade at least found eventually stepping into B, taking that timing. It has been a death sentence for Purpo on multiple maps, but this time he might just have planned it perfectly.
โยกกลับมาไม่หนามิก
At the exact right time, it's a freebie on Reezy, the man who
อุ้ย
saved so many
โอ้โห
rounds, and
ฟุต
now
เวิร์ก
more heroes
เชี่ย
needed for Fireflux.
บาย
They saw them going back. They think the site has been disrupted, but Hezekiah is still here, not for long. Batu, though, I said he was on pie earlier. 3 kills and 14 deaths, but there's been a comeback. And as they thought the site was clear, Kachow takes his time to strike.
เอาละครับ
12 to 9.
ตื่นเต้น
Fireflux have broken the trend. But are they trending upwards to 6 rounds in a row as they hit the halfway point?
Well, one of the things I said was I didn't want to see them lose that that aggressive defensive stance. Certainly didn't lose it here. Deading running it down with some backup. They took their space early. They got their rotates in. They held their sight. Fireflux, they're putting the pieces together. But this puzzle has a timer, and they might have started a little bit too late. Still 3 in a row needed. And Team Liquid
10-30 แน่เลย ดูจากทรงละ
If anything,
เหมือนเดิมอ่ะ
this could be to
เหมือน
the
เดิม
detriment of Fireflux. Look at them now grouped up. This is going to be a death ball from Team Liquid, something Fireflux are more than familiar with. The first few shots of the defense don't land, and that means they've lost the long-range angles.
อ้าว
Less choke points now between them and the force of the attackers that's about to come funneling through that choke point. Kachow's only got himself one as the reload comes in, but back up there from Deading. They won't lose a single soul with an in-zone flawless. Just 2 more needed. And Tom, I'm there again. I hate to say it.
I'm not.
I'm starting to believe.
No, not this time.
They got a showstopper online, Tom. Credits pushed to the limit for Team Liquid.
It's Liquid in the lower bracket. They've got their second pause as well. Although I will say at the last map, it seemed to have no correlation with victory, but they just need one. We talk about the coaching staff of Liquid as maybe the greatest at countering teams on Earth. Very good at prep, very good at ideas that can pick a squad apart. They need 1 round, that's it. The cheesiest strategy you've ever thought of. Something that you could use once and it will never ever work again. And that's them at Champions. That's them in the lower bracket final. That's all they need. But asking for that wisdom in the perfect moment at the perfect time, you know, it's like you asking me to commentate one of your rounds in rank. People do that a lot, by the way.
Hey, this man beside me, Uli, he does that a lot. I've heard him. Should hear him commentate in the ranked games. He's actually pretty good at it as well. You got something to say?
What's up? I didn't hear you.
I said you're a ranked game.
ไม่เคยเลยเซฟพี่ปรับแต่32 บิตกับ24 บิตใน Windows อ่ะอย่างอื่นไม่เคยปรับเลย
You're very welcome, sir. You're very welcome. Listen, this is the thing for Fireflux. 2 rounds, sure. They come in as well with a showstopper and 1 away from a Viper's pit. The right ultis are coming online at the right time. They have safety nets. On the other side, close to a showstopper on Camo. Liquid might have something to bail them out, but a more direct strategy for the attack might be off the table with Deading having the potential to, well, claim more than a few at 1 shot.
We're looking for that fight.
Ui.
Reezy once again pick 1 out of the air, Trex to trade, but Reezy is finding those moments again. The trades back, but Batu still pushing the same position as the previous round, but Kicks is fighting. And Reezy's down low.
Seized.
Looking to try and hold the line. Instead, it's on this man again. He won a 1v3 earlier to keep them in the map, and he has been sold a ruse.
แล้วทำไมต้องวาร์ปไปไกลขนาดนั้นในเมื่อเพื่อนอยู่ในไซต์อ่ะ
Makes him think this is A.
That's gorgeous. Yeah. He TP'd to here so he couldn't hear him. No matter where Deading was, unless he was pushing B main, which they knew he wasn't.
He still thinks it's A. He's still got it wrong. And look at Trex, implanted, waiting. The dagger in the back. Through the heart of Fireflux. This is the end of the story.
จี
are on their way to champions and on the road through the
Welcome
lower
Liquid to
bracket
champion
once
ครับ
more. They make the lower bracket final. They look for that
ถ้าเช็คมันแคนเซิลได้ดิ
But more importantly of all, they once again make the internationals.
All the way to champions. Not from just Berlin, but from Barcelona. Here at the Roadshow, they will be one of the teams to lock their spot and set that final roster for EMEA. There won't be any tier 2 teams from the EMEA to face off against there. Much to the
ชิงสายล่าง
of this
ชิงสายล่างกับฟุตใครชนะเข้าไปชิงกับ
out of
ไอ้
4
สายบน
of the challengers who rose up to test their might against the best of EMEA. And what they found standing in their way as they climbed over corpse after corpse of tier 1 teams was a team Liquid fighting for the vengeance of their brothers. And today, that is what they have claimed.
ไปบ่อยลิควิดอะไปเสร็จก็พักผ่อนแจกโชค
แจกโชค Who is the favorite when Liquid have tasted defeat once and have to go through the lower bracket? There is nobody worse to face off against. And honestly, I want to give a shout out to Fireflux. They showed heart and resilience throughout the entirety of this tournament. They showed experience above their age to go 10-2 down in multiple maps and each time lose 13-10. They showed that it didn't matter what the scenario was. They will still fight. They will still give it their all.
คู่ที่แล้วชนะกันดีใจน้ำตาไหล เมื่อกี้เทคยิงปิดลุกไปเข้าห้องน้ำไม่มีอะไรเกิดขึ้นชิว
ได้ไปแล้วใช่ไหม
ๆเราสามารถแข่งเกมเล่นเกมด้วยอารมณ์อย่างนั้นได้เหรอวะ
ได้ดิพี่ชิว
Here from VCT EMEA, first of all, of course, congratulations. Did you expect this match to unravel the way it did?
มันดึงตึงหรือว่ามันชิวจริงแยกไม่ออก
Our attack sides were hard to watch, not gonna lie, but I mean, I'm extremely happy. It's the 5th international that we make in the last 2 years, and I mean, I'm so proud of the boys. They did amazing.
Le preguntaba que si esperaba que este partido fuese de la manera en la que ha ido. Decía que sí, que tenían preparación, pero que obviamente esos ataques han estado un poco regular, pero que a fin de cuentas está muy orgulloso porque lleva ya 5 eventos internacionales con Liquid. Sí, por supuesto, que tiene que estar muy, muy orgulloso. So what is going on that attack?
What? Sorry, can you repeat? Sorry.
What is going on the attack? Is it the second?
ใช่มันชิวจัดเลยพิเทคอะ
Closing the map. What is it? What's going on?
ไม่รู้เปล่าว่าได้ไปแล้ว
work on attack side because I think right now we are the best team in EMEA in defense and I think in playoffs we're the worst team on attack. So something is not working. I have some ideas on how to fix them, but let's see if we can fix them on time for the next 2 games, which I believe are going to be hard.
ก็รู้นี่
Le pregunto también qué pasa con esas segundas mitades. Es la parte
Best Defense Teamกับ Worst Attack Team.
Que es y dice que bueno que están muy sorprendidos porque saben y creen que son los mejores en la defensa, pero que una vez llega el ataque, sobre todo aquí en playoffs, hay cosas que tiene que arreglar, pero dice que ya tiene ideas de cosas que va a hacer y además las plantea para los 2 partidos que les quedan.
แต่นาเลส Impact จริงครับนาเลสวันนี้แบบว่า
That is also something else that I wanted to ask you. So if you look at the current form that you have right now, and imagine that these changes that you put on the attack work, how far away are you from the team Liquid you want to be once you get to champs?
โอเคไปพักผ่อนดีกว่าทุกคนเจอกันนะครับเดี๋ยวพรุ่งนี้มาดูไปซิฟิกนะครับ3 โมงนะครับวันนี้ขอตัวไปพักผ่อนเจอกันทุกคนฝันดีนะครับพักผ่อน
Let's take the next either tomorrow or the next 2 days as a learning experience and
ไปครับเดี๋ยวมารอ2 โมงนะวันนี้ใครว่างก็เจอกันนะครับวันหยุด
Le pregunto también algo muy importante mirando hacia Champions si se ponen a mirarse a sí mismos ahora mismo valga la redundancia ¿cómo de lejos están del Team Liquid que quieren ser una vez lleguen a China? Y me dice que cree que están bastante lejos hay cosas que quieren mejorar